Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for watching and tuning on in on what is always a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Why? Because you are checking out the channel here, watching up, and I appreciate you for doing just that. We are certainly looking and turning our way towards training camp here, hopefully in the somewhat near future, though it does still look pretty far off here as we're, 6-7 weeks out still. But this is a good time to start to still look a little bit at 2024. And when you have a young team like the Seattle Seahawks have built over the last couple of years, it really was 2 years ago that the great rebuild was being undertaken. It was eat the dead money. It was bring in a bunch of young players, and we're hoping on this maturation process and growth that these guys can take the next step. And what this does is creates a lot of different potentialities of players, I think, that could break out on this team because there are so many young guys, because they've had so many young picks through the last few years, because John Schneider has picked so well with those picks that the Seattle Seahawks have had to select. It all kind of works together. And when I look at this roster, I think I'm able to kind of pare down into what I would say is kind of a select 8 guys I want to really, load in on. I'm sure today's show we'll be talking about a lot of guys who could come into this territory of things. So Julian Love next year, fitting back to a defense that I think he's going to be very familiar with, having had this in his time at the Giants, and how it uses his skill set. That guy could definitely be a breakout player. Guy going into a contract year, yeah. How about it? Williams, finally maybe for the first time in his career getting a chance to play on what will be maybe a true contender from start to finish, and not being asked to on that defensive line play so many snaps as not just on the Seahawks last year, but throughout his career he's been asked to do. There's always that kind of money spot on the snap counts with defensive players and defensive linemen specifically. Or if you can just stay in that kind of right area, you're going to get ultimately their best play, where they're not having to save themselves on snaps or they're not wore out on certain other snaps. He's another guy that you could look at and say, this is a guy that maybe comes out and starts to get ready to go. Even one of the 2 linebackers they brought in here, both those guys are still pretty young players, and maybe they're ready to do some stuff. So there's some guys you can look at if we just want to go from the back end to the front of the roster and try to sort of target in general terms. But I'm going to try to stay a little bit more specific. And I'm going to try to present these guys to you that I believe are why my reasons are for why I think they're going to take these steps up. What is it specifically about them to me that calls out to the player being, this is a guy that is going to be a player to either break out or be right on the edge of breaking out. I've channeled up into 2 kind of categories here. You've got level up, guys that are going to take the next level up step in their game, and then the true breakout players, the guys that are going to really, really burst on the scene. So I've kind of divvied it between those 8 total players that I'm going to put together here on this list. And we're going to start off with the level up guys for the beginning part of this. These would be guys who I would say we're just looking at improving on where they were last year, taking a step forward in their game. They have a potentiality to go forward and be that breakout type player, but it may also be that it's just that kind of incremental plus step that I'm kind of anticipating is going to be taken under here with these guys. So these are, before we get to breakout, just level up guys that will have another season better. The select 4 I wanted to go through on this list, and starting out with it's going to be the guy that we talked about, I think about a week and a half ago, Jackson Smith-Njigba. I won't go into the long form argument here with Jackson as to why I believe he is going to be the breakout player. I think this is a no-duh one for many of you out there. He's been burning up minicamp. We have quotes from Seahawks scout in the building saying Jackson just looks so different, not coming off the hamstring injury that belabored him going through the draft process. And then, of course, the broken wrist that he sustained right at the end of training camp that probably hampered a good portion of that season, if not almost all that year, to some degree or another. And those things are not going to be back at play. So you guys are hearing the calls and the shouts and the people saying this guy's going to be on the ready to explode, ready to really break out. And I do believe that all that stuff is completely valid, on top of the fact that he was a former first-round pick. There is a reason they selected him here, and his skill set is the type of skill set that will work in this modern NFL. The stat that I come to with him, though, the one that I point to for folks in looking at why I think above all else, you're going to see that big jump in him, the huge move forward here. And again, this is a level up for him. So with him, I think he takes a big leap forward. He's just not a pure breakout guy, because I don't know if he's going to have the number of targets to get to a 13, 14, 1,500 yard year from the receiver position, because we've got an embarrassment of riches here in Seattle. And that just means that it's not going to necessarily be one guy that's out there eating a little bit more than the rest, because you have to lean on him a little bit more than the rest. That's not going to have to be the case with Jackson this year, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to be proficient, efficient, and effective. And the main stat I'm pointing to you on this one is the receiving depth chart here off of PFF. This is the real one I want to lock in on when you guys look at this chart. And what you'll notice with Jackson Smith-Njigba last year is that you can take cumulatively 73% of his total targets were either behind the line of scrimmage or inside 9 yards of the line of scrimmage. Now, if you maybe had just the short with the slot guy, you could understand maybe a little bit of that with having that there, but that paired up with the behind the line of scrimmage. And then when you pair it together with how effective on the deep and medium routes he was, because as you can see on those routes, 12% of the time, 14% of the time, not ran very often, but when he did run them, when he was targeted running those longer developing routes, he was very effective. The receiving grades, the receiving numbers, 3 touchdowns receiving. You can go down kind of the line on that, and it just all spells, okay, what you really want to do with this guy is, yes, utilize him for the slot stuff, but build in a little bit more of usage on getting down the football field. And in Grubb, the new offensive coordinator that we brought in, we have a guy who has, in his spread system, it is in there in the root. It is part of the root of the system that I'm going to go take a deep shot. He has it down to a percentage point. It's like 1 every 8 plays. I want to be taking a chunk play shot down the football field. And the guy that is going to, I think, get a very big upswing from that is going to be Jackson Smith-Njigba here, where he is only going to maybe get up to about 1,000 yards, but it's going to be off 600 yards last year. It's not going to take the number of targets necessarily to get there where he's at like 10 yards receiving average. I think he'll actually have a couple yards higher as his yard average per catch, but it will be just so really efficient in how they use him, and not just trying to kind of have him there to be a yak guy essentially around the line of scrimmage. So I think Jackson Smith is going to take the uptick. I don't know if he quite gets to 1,300 yards. Maybe he is just that good. The hype coming out of this and the hype coming out of training camp last year when he was making one-handed catches and dusting everybody up in training camp at the cornerback position was undeniable, but is he going to have that opportunity to really go out there and burst at the scenes when you've got a DK, Tyler, him, Bobo, 2 great running backs, Fant? There's only so many balls, as they say, to get the targets. But still, I think he will be a very impressive player for the Seahawks this upcoming season. Next guy up I want to talk about here is going to be DK Metcalf. I don't see DK as a breakout guy. I do not. I do see him as being a guy that'll be up at 1,400 yards. Why is he not a breakout guy? Because he's already been at 1,300 yards before. You can't really say DK is breaking out when he's kind of hit that mark. But do I see him getting to 1,400 yards, maybe even pushing to 1,500? Potentially so, yes. And much like the previous point with Jackson Smith-Njigba, you are going to have an offense that within its spread concepts is going to have dedication towards the chunk play and hitting it deep. I also think there's going to be better ways Grubb has to deal with the incessant double teams that DK Metcalf has to deal with that sometimes removes his effectiveness deep, because teams just know they can, for instance, trust their front 7 to handle the run game, and they can keep their safety over the top, and they don't have to bring him up to help, and he can just kind of subtly slide to DK post-snap. They can do that, and they get away with that partly because of the ineffectual nature of the run blocking up front. I'm going through Ravens tape for an eventual stream we're going to do on him, on how Mike McDonald took down the offense last year, the Ravens at home, and what he did to our offense. And something that stands out so often in stopping the run with that Ravens team last year and in the game against the Seattle Seahawks is that they would have 7-man boxes. It was not heavy fronts that was stopping the run. They could keep and dedicate that safety on the back end to just slightly spinning him towards DK. And if you can just remove some of that just a little bit, DK's effectiveness is going to go up so much more. The targeting of the middle of the field. There'll be another player I talk on this list about that also gets to benefit from this, but more of a targeting of the middle of the field. Anytime you ran a slant route to DK, it seemed like. Anytime you ran a post route to DK, it seemed like it was an easy completion there to be had. It just didn't seem like the team was committed to attacking those routes. And those are the type of routes that you go, when you're 32nd in the league at target in the middle of the field, those are the type of routes that are getting ripped out of the playbook. And I think those kind of routes are going to be put back into the playbook here a little bit more so. And so it's a bit of both of those two concepts working together. I think some of it is just the balance of allowing DK at times to get the one-on-one matchups that you just aren't able to give him. It's not always the pure double team, but it's just always that safety there, even if it's a single high safety, who's just always kind of pulled over to his side of things. And I think Grubb is a guy that if he sees you doing that, something that stands out in his offense is, if I see you leaning a certain way, I'll go and attack that other way and I'll make you play it legit. I'll make you have to not just get to kind of cheat on this play over to one side because you think you can get the job done over here with less guys. It's not the way it's going to work. A big thing that's come up in the DK Metcalf discussions in regards to this situation with him this offseason and some of the discussions that I've had with people in my comment section, within my chat, is to sometimes go to like the one stat on a player. And you can kind of grab one stat on a player, pull it out and say, okay, well here, this stat shows really what his effectiveness is or isn't as a player. And this has happened with DK for me this offseason a couple of different times. When people go to the target rate, when people go to his catch percentage, I don't want to throw away catch percentage as not being something that has a level of merit to it. But the thing that has come up at times I see here is that sometimes people will lean just on the stats only, and then there's no marrying back to the tape. Just here's this one stat. Well, yeah, but when I watch the games, there's this and this. And I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about in a second here with some actual game footage to show you exactly, to illustrate what I'm meaning on this. But the targets and the catch percentage is just not merely on the wide receiver. It's not merely that every time that a quarterback drops back to throw to a receiver, that the second that ball leaves that quarterback's hands, he's done his part. Now it's all on the receiver, which is a little bit of what I have sometimes pushed to me on this whole catch percentage thing, which is not a drop rate stat. It's separated of that. And is it a stat to pay attention to, important to a degree? There's so many manufactured touches in this sport in this day and age. I'd argue that it's more about just making sure you're getting a high number of targets to your number one wide receiver. And I'd argue that if you're in a full season like last year and you're only getting 119 targets to your number one wide receiver, that's probably not enough in itself. But the fact that he only converted 66 of those 119 targets doesn't mean that then, he was dropping stuff or he wasn't catching stuff. And again, like I said, let me go and show you a few just illustrations on this, both from a statistical perspective, advanced statistical perspective, but then also I want to show you guys a little bit on this in regards to, it's off the board here, a little bit off this, in regards to what I think DK is sometimes dealing with. Week 1 here against the Rams. Geno throws it. That's a target to DK. Okay? That's a 9-route target to DK. Did Geno give him any opportunity on this throw to make a catch? I'll keep running it. Is there any opportunity on this throw for DK to make this catch? No, there's not. You could argue the safety can't get back in on this play. He's late. If Geno just puts this out in front of DK on this throw, you're at least giving DK a chance. Those people that tell me that he doesn't have a good catch rate can have a little bit more bluster, a little bit more to their point at that point. But the issue is that we keep going through this season, and I didn't even have to dig deep to find these clips. That's on DK. Just remember, folks, that's completely on him here. He's thrown 10 feet over his head, but that's DK there. So when you look at catch percentage as your only stat tracker for what dictates your usefulness for a wide receiver, let's say, you're going to miss plays like this, because that's a complete negative on that stat to DK then. But there's nothing he could have done on this play. He didn't do anything wrong. And do you notice how you end up on this play with 3 Rams players all around DK? Odd how much attention he seems to attract, isn't it? I wonder if we can maybe pull some of that attention away. I wonder if there's some creative solutions for a really good offensive coordinator to find a way to not have 3 guys on your number one receiver down near the goal line. But so many throws last year that stood out to me with Geno down by the goal line to DK especially, where he just was not giving him any opportunities on these throws. You got a gargantuan receiver with one of the biggest catch radiuses we've ever seen in football. Give him a shot. And maybe Geno was being coached not to give him a shot in some of those places. I don't know. But I do know that that's not on DK. Here we go against the Bengals. Drop back. 9 route. DK does everything he can to make this catch. Sorry, I can't run these clips like super long with the algo. But he drags his foot. You can see the rubber kicking up from the back of his feet. But Geno again slides this ball just a little bit too outside. And on this play, Geno does have to worry about the safety. So you got a little bit more, you give Geno a little bit more slack on this one where the safety's not behind. He's going to arrive there to try to light DK up. But it's a matter of a ball being about 1.5 yards too far out of bounds first, giving DK a real true chance here. DK tries to drag his feet, makes the grab, does everything he can. Is that on DK there? Has he done something wrong there in that play? Should we look at him as being penalized, or a stat that would penalize him on that play and give that weight? Or again, down here, I mentioned the goal line issues and Geno's weird throws at the goal line. They completed this a couple times over the course of the year, including the Giants game. This little sprint out. But he puts this again 2 yards outside of DK's grip for where he can catch it. Just a missed throw by Geno. And Geno made a lot of great throws. This isn't a bang on Geno here. It's just to say that DK can't do anything about these kind of throws from his perspective. So we can't lean on that stat. And I do think that these things are going to improve when there's a little more purpose to how they use DK and how he is attacking. Let's go back here to the Bengals game. This one, nothing either of the two guys can do on this play. Nothing either of them can do. Geno gets lit up, ball gets knocked. That's a target to DK. Do we want to penalize him on this stuff? Or do we want to try to make sure that we're using stats like that and marrying it up with what we're seeing on the tape? And the tape is littered with this stuff to DK last year. As I said, I didn't have to dive deep in to find stuff like this. This is even just through the first part of the year. Another 9 route, ball comes in late. DK catches it with one arm. Boom, boom. Geno does that one extra hitch there on that play. If Geno on the first hitch here, if he goes right, boom, out. But he kind of bounces into it, which lets the defender catch back up into the play. DK catches it with one hand, but you've allowed the defender to catch back up here. He doesn't have a chance to do anything with this catch. Geno, this is a ball with Geno with, I'm sure coaching tape would be, put this to the back pylon. Instead, he kind of hits it to the midpoint. You know, layer it up over the top there for your guy a little bit and throw it a little bit earlier. There's one little extra hitch that Geno kind of makes there. And he's trying to kind of softly put it into the spot, but that little softly put it in the spot cost his man having the chance to clear it. It's not enough room down at that point. They have like 20 yards, I think, down the end zone. So it's not like you have a lot of extra field there to work with. Back again, Carolina game. This is, again, when we talk about targets and being penalized, another throw where he can't even, there's not even an ability to jump up and throw it. It's 3 feet over his head. What's he supposed to do? So I'm not going to belabor this point. I know I've probably already hammered it into the ground a little bit, but this is one that I've been hearing about recently, people trying to draw upon is the target rate to reception rate and how it's not holding up with DK. And when I go back and actually watch this all 22 tape and look at DK last year on these targets, it just doesn't add up. But like I said, I have some extra statistical backing to this one, so I can really hopefully kind of nail this case down for you folks that might be a bit on the fence on this one. We go back to 2023. I do like this site. They give you a little bit of more indication about what's going on, what isn't going on, catchable passes. Kind of, I think an important stat we're considering on this, isn't it? Isn't this what I'm exactly driving to is, okay, you're getting targeted, but how many times are you being targeted with actual catchable passes where you can convert them? I'd say that this is probably a little bit more of an accurate point to go from. So you have CeeDee Lamb with 143 targeted catches last year, 135 receptions. Tyreek with 131. He converts it with 119 receptions here, as you can see. So it's games to receptions, but it's the catchable passes that is the one that I want you guys to kind of lock in on this. So when we come down to DK, who's right here, we have DK under the catchable passes at 74. Okay, so how many of those catchable passes did he convert into actual catches? 66. Okay. So that doesn't look as much, does it? Like there's a problem there with, from DK's perspective on somehow. I'm not saying DK's got amazing hands or he's the most strongest hand receiver in the group, but okay, there's some, that's interesting. Let's go to the previous year, 2022. Let's again look at the catchable passes. We have DK a little bit higher up on this one. He's got 101 catchable passes. 101. Converts that into 90 catches on those 101 catchable passes. So again, There doesn't appear to be a very big discrepancy here. There doesn't seem to be something with it where he's dropping the ball. No pun intended. So when I showed you that last stat there for 2022, and you're looking at the 141 targets, only 101 of them are catchable balls. And that's gotta be, if we got extra data to kind of better isolate these numbers and kind of take a look at them. But again, I don't think these numbers are going to persist under Grubb. I think that DK has been ready to kind of explode here for a while. I think he's going to benefit like a lot of these offensive players here this upcoming season, who are going to be able to benefit from having more time on the field, where your defense isn't just living on the football field, that they're getting off more occasionally. There might be some more big plays from the defense. I'm not saying the defense is going top 5, top 10, but I'm just saying there'll be more 3 and outs, more opportunities for an offense to get out there and find their footing and not have to be having been off the field for almost a full quarter and now having to come on there and kind of find their get up and go, so to speak. So DK is the next guy I've got on my list as a guy that I think is going to take that step forward, go from 1,000 yards to 1,400, 1,450, 1,500 yards. Would not shock me. Touchdowns will go, I think, to 11, 12 touchdowns this year as well. I think he's due to have a really, really big year as he heads into also, just so happens, there's also a contract year for DK. This guy, I'm not going to have as much an ability to present to you guys anything as solidly as far as numbers go. There's no two ways about cutting this with Derek Hall, that he just didn't particularly have a very good first season. There's rumors that there was an issue with the shoulder injury going on throughout the course of the season, and maybe that was affecting, for instance, some of his suboptimal tackle numbers that were being presented by him at times. He wasn't really able to generate any kind of consistent pass rush. Even when the team at times moved him into a really heavily rotated role, he wasn't able to be really maximally effective on those sample size snaps. And it just never really found in that footing. But this is the guy that I've gone back to loving what he had as far as his tape coming out of college, understanding it wasn't a guy that was necessarily going to be as much of a finished product when he got onto the scene here. I go back to, again, KJ being as much wowed by him as any rookie from that class last year and thinking what he could do. It just didn't seem like it quite clicked in there with Derek Hall. But I think part of the reason that the team hasn't taken more of an aggressive step this offseason to further reinforce those edges over there is that they do still like a lot of what they think Hall is going to bring. And I do go back to thinking that this is just a guy that sometimes those second-year edge rushers, they have a tough rookie year. There is a long, long fabled history in the last 7-8 years of second-round edge rushers having not done much in their first seasons. 2-3 sacks. It's about what you can expect to get, even if they're playing at a lot of snaps and playing a heavy amount, which Hall wasn't necessarily on that side of it. So this fits in alignment with recent NFL history. It doesn't mean that he's not going to be a good player. I'm not saying he's breaking out here, but I do think he levels up. I do think he goes out there and gives you a 7-8 sack year, and the run defense comes up with it. I think that you will see him as the well-rounded player he was coming out of Auburn this year, and why the Seahawks made him such an early second-round pick, because I know many of you have some consternation about that selection now and the other ways that the Seattle Seahawks could have gone instead of this. The next guy for a level up for me is going to be Geno Smith. This is one that I have, of course, much like JSN, recently made heavy cases for why this is going to work, I think, and work in year one, why Geno's not going to take a long period of time to get set to this Grubb offense. He's going back to his origin story with that West Virginia offense and the spread concepts, and he had a great time back in the day in the college working off of that spread system. It's an offense that's not going to ask him to hold on to the ball for a long period of time. It's going to create some easy completions in places where he hasn't had that recently, where the game has been snap after snap very hard for Geno, and what he's often being asked to deal with: lack of a running game, lack of pass protection, just a lack of really a fluid plan on offense, really, in what they're really trying to accomplish or what their identity is trying to be. He is going to have that identity here with Grubb. It's a college offense coming to the NFL. It's the air raid coming to the NFL. And admittedly, we don't have a strong line on that to say we know that'll be successful for sure or will fall flat for sure. It's a bit of a question mark. But I do think that with all of the parts Geno has to work with, he's got as good a supporting cast as I think anybody in the league here now at this point, just about. And I think that's going to help to elevate his play, especially on the bottom line. 4,600 yards, 36 touchdowns this year. I think he's going to reinforce that play this year, having now a little bit more to work with. The last couple of years, to me, Geno's been the guy having to run uphill. And now I think this year, while I'm not saying it's going to be a completely 90-degree downward trajectory, I do feel like he might get a little bit more of an incline downward. And I think that if he's been doing what he's been doing, running uphill, then when he's got a little bit of wind at his back, I think that that's going to give you a bit better Geno. These are level up guys, aren't breakout guys, but I do think he is going to take to this offense well, take to this offense fast. He's going to be your starter every game this year as long as he can remain healthy. And then that'll be a tough position for our Seahawks to be in at the end of the year than what they got to do with it, because they've got to make some decisions at that point. But first world problems, as I like to say, with that type of situation, if it does play out like that with Geno. But I think he's going to have the best year for you as a Seattle Seahawk this year. And it's going to be fun for me to see, because I'm definitely, I like Geno's story. I like what he's done. I think that's the kind of story we should root for here, but I'm not making this selection because I'm rooting for him. I'm making it because I do believe Grubb's going to get the most out of Geno, and the game's not going to be made as hard for him, I think, as it's been here the last couple of years. All right, let's go to breakout guys. Let's go to my select 4 breakout guys, and I'm going with the shocker, and this has been one I haven't always been on recently with my outlook of things, because I wasn't sure about him a little bit. The more I think about it, and this is a little bit as well to the approach of the Seattle Seahawks this offseason, going out and getting Nick Harris, I think that was a little bit of reinforcement for them that they are happy with Olu Oluwatimi. They didn't go into the draft and look at taking any centers in the draft. We don't have any word that they were really looking at targeting centers. We have word that they were going to target maybe Cooper Beebe if they could get up into the second round, but we've heard nothing about them really trying to go around there and find a center at that point. They've just been standing pat, going, Harris will be fine here, but Olu will be really fine here. And I think that this speaks to the heavy amount of confidence that they have in Olu's game and is his ability to be ready to go. He is a guy coming out that was not like Anthony Bradford in that same draft, where Bradford had only 18 starts at the college level. He was really, really needing some time and some just seasoning to get himself to where he was going to need to go, where you refine the skill set, get the technique under control, a lot of those type of things. Athletically brilliant, and no doubting his upside if he could get to that point of it, but a lot of way to go to get there. Olu Oluwatimi is at his upside, walking in the door out of college in many respects, I think. All young players are going to take a little bit of time to develop. This isn't a 27-year-old, I'm ready to go, here we go. I'll be an instant good starter day one. So having a bit of a season and understanding Coach Carroll's also had a bit of a predilection against having rookie centers starting for him in his recent history. It's understandable why Olu maybe wasn't able to make more of the impact there. But he's going to be a breakout guy for me because of the fact that he started so many games at the college level. He's been fluid, I think, in a couple of different schemes at the college level, which will help, I think, for his transition here to the new spread scheme. And the new spread scheme doesn't get maybe talked about enough here with Olu Oluwatimi, really, really fits his skill set really well. He was not the best tester in the book. If you're looking for an athletic sending tester, you're looking for a guy that's going to give you certain scores. And it wasn't that Olu necessarily gave you great scores. They were okay. They were fine. But when you turn on the tape, he's football fast, if you can say that for the center position, where he is able to get from point A to point B in a hurry, get there with a purpose, land his block, land it technically well, be under control with his feet, not be falling over himself. He can hit the duo block and then peel down to the middle linebacker and get to that block and do it on time with the pace that you need at the right spot. He can land that first block and actually help his guard out, not just kind of put his hands on a guy and I got to get to the linebacker. I got to get to the linebacker. Watching the Michigan tape, all of what Olu was doing right and left was pulling back out in space, getting out over here, getting out over there, pulling back into the or just climbing to the second level. And snap after snap, Michigan was asking him to do something that was mobile-based in his requirements. It could be just a reach block. Get over here to the one tech. We're not going to double the one tech. You just need to get over to his shoulder and land that reach block, and then you got to ride that guy up out the back of the pocket if he tries to shoot the gap. If he two gaps, just get up in front of his face and try to hold up as well as you can. And he would perform that task and perform it really well. Now, he doesn't take that one tech on a ride 3-4 yards up the football field. Maybe why wasn't a bigger, brighter prospect, but he got the job done for the requirement of what you needed there in that blocking scheme that they were employing. So he's going to be able to do all of the things that Grubb is going to want to have from his offensive lineman. And that's that marrying of that fit between player to me and what he does best. Because if you ask Olu to be a Jackson Powers Johnson type center, who's just going to take guys on a ride one-on-one, play after play, if you're going to ask him to be a phone booth center, that's not Olu's game. That's not what he's going to do best. You put him in a spread-based offense, you have him pass protecting more than he's run blocking, and he can have a tremendous amount of success in this kind of scheme, in this kind of system. So this is a guy that's just, for me, kind of late in the hour a little bit, is kind of in my mind merged thinking about this. But Seattle's plan of attack for the position, my still loving his tape. He was, I think, one of my favorite picks out of last year's draft for what they landed value-wise. I think I had going into that draft a third-round grade on Olu. I really loved his tape and the mobility stuff, especially at the forefront of it, because it's a hard thing to find. These guys just can't, they might be able to move in space, but they can't target correctly. They might not have a good timing for it. Like they can't get off the first block to get to the second level. They might be able to do all that stuff, but then they get to the block and they just fall down when their hands start to come out, they start to stumble over their feet. Or the linebacker can do a little stutter step and they're flying past him. It's all of those things he does that helps to make that mobility stuff work, which will fit to the scheme. Just peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Next breakout candidate is going to be Charles Cross. Charles Cross is a guy that kind of been knocked on a bit this offseason from some Seahawks fans at times on their outlook of him in his last year that he had here with Seattle. And we've got to remember with him is that week 1, he has the dreaded turf toe injury. The turf toe injury is one that's known in football circles for being just, as much as being a brutal one and being very painful. I mean, look at Deion Sanders, who's still losing toes due to what was originally a turf toe injury. But also how it can just kind of linger. Also, see Deion Sanders, where you still got this thing lingering after all these years. It can just kind of linger. And a guy might come back onto the football field, especially like a lineman that doesn't have to cut like receivers, but that toe's still going to probably affect you. You're not probably getting out there at 100%, and it just feels really good. And despite that, he didn't play bad last year. And in fact, if you look at it from a PFF grade standpoint, in many respects, it was a slight step forward of an improvement from him. Was he a slight bit worse in run blocking? Yeah. Was he a slight bit better in pass blocking? Yeah. Overall, maybe a little bit. And there's certainly he's not showing you maybe the elite level of play that you're hoping to find for a guy that was a top 10 pick. But I reckon to guess that his grades in both of these respects are going to outpace both of the other 2 first-round tackles that were taken ahead of him in that first round, in Evan Neal and Ikinawu. I can't say that guy's name. But I would reckon to guess that it's better than both of those 2 guys in his grade. And if he's able to perform where he performed last year on a bum toe, having now a third season to kind of come back in here now, contracts on the horizon, third year now, you've really got a chance he came in, I think, as a real young guy, like 21 years old too, so had a real chance now to really develop his body in the way to get himself into a place where, he can go out there and I think really realize his upside and potential. And I think Charles Cross, I don't know if he's going to be a guy that'll be a Pro Bowler. I don't think all pro here, but very close to being a Pro Bowl level play from you with all Charles Cross next season. Another guy like Olu Oluwatimi, when you look at this offensive line, and part of my outlook for him is that you're bringing in an offensive scheme that fits to this guy and what he does at almost a pure level. He comes out of Mississippi, I believe, State, and they're running the literal air raid out there. 73% of his snaps were in pass protection in his final year in college from Charles Cross. So going to this offense is going to fit him really well. You see it with the scores. We're both 2 seasons here right off the gate with PFF. According to them, what he's done better is pass protecting than run blocking. So it fits well to him. It's as well, a lot of what you do in the run blocking and sometimes spread is catching the defense thinking it's a pass when it's a run. And so a lot of times your block's catching a guy maybe trying to get upfield or thinking he's going to be pass rushing when it's actually you're going to be run blocking. And you're able to then be better as a run blocker because you're catching them off guard. And I think that Cross is going to benefit a little bit from that type of stuff in a major way. I think he really does get a chance to really realize where he can go. He had a very strong rookie year, I thought, out the gate. And last year wasn't quite as bad to me as people painted it to be. It was just a marginal step forward, but it was a step forward of improvement. He was a really young player coming out in that draft. And so I think there's a lot of reason to believe that this will continue to go forward here. This will get better as we go forward here with it. Get my graphic back up. All right, let's move on to the next guy here. Boye Mafe. Boye Mafe. My man was starting out like a bat out of hell last year. Started out like a bat out of hell last year. He was, I think he had seven straight games with a sack. I think he set a Seahawks record. He was rolling and looking good, looking ready to, basically set his mark here and become one of the next, not great pass rushers in this league, but one of the next, really fine, young, ascending pass rushers in this league. Something, though, happened on the way to Albuquerque. Should maybe take that left turn, and it sort of drifted off as the year went along. He ended up with 9 sacks on the season, but it was a big leap forward from Boye Mafe overall, where he went from playing only 400 snaps that first year up to over 800 snaps last year. I think part of the reason why his effectiveness in the run game and tackling went down, as it is with a lot of these players, is that part I say about where you can't run a defensive lineman or edges too much and have them play too many snaps, because they're eventually going to wear out and their effectiveness starts to wane. And what happened with Seattle last year, be it on their defensive line or with their edge group, is because there were so many guys that were unable to foot the bill. From your Frank Clarks to your Darrell Taylors to even a Derek Hall, this then leads you to having to now lean on the guys that can kind of do what they can do. And in this case, Boye Mafe was really your only true fully functional edge throughout the whole course of the year. You lost to Geno Smith. And a big reason why you saw the sack production fall off for him was that early on in that year, with Geno Smith had a little bit more of the reputation, he was pulling some of the natural double teams. If you ran a 4-man front and there's a 5-man protection, there's a decent chance that you might slide the double team protection over to a Geno Smith. As we got along in the year, after he went sack for sack, game after game after game, it became a little bit more of, now we're going to slide, especially with the Geno Smith going out to injury, and there not being any other threats on that defensive line. Now we can slide a little bit of that help now over to Mafe, and he started to garner some more of those double teams. I think he gets the step forward this year because we've seen all indications that this kid's a hard worker and that he's going to go forward. I mean, taking it from 6 hurries last year to 42 hurries last season shows you that it's coming along. And what Mike Macdonald does with his stack fronts that really helps these edge rushers out, it's at the center point that I've said with Jadeveon Clowney. Why is it Jadeveon Clowney had a career year? Did Mike Macdonald teach him some new fantastic pass rush move? Did he teach him some elaborate new way to use his hands or to dip off the edge? No. Quite simply, in my opinion, what he did is he utilized and put Jadeveon Clowney in the role that he's best suited to be, which is a blindside edge rusher. Most of the time, hand in the dirt, in aligned out of a wide 9 technique, or instead of standing up like you'd have a 3-4 defensive end, you just have him put his hand on the ground. In Coach Carroll's defense, it was called the Leo. And you just let that guy go hunt. But then the extra part on top of that is those stack fronts pull the protections off the edge. And now you give that guy in the edge more one-on-one opportunities. Why did Boye Mafe have the success he did early on? And he was able to have sack after sack after sack because a lot of part he was just given those one-on-one opportunities, and he's good enough to beat a tackle off the edge in one-on-one a lot. Pull the double teams, maybe he can't be quite effective. Does this scheme pull some of the double teams away? Yes, it does. So why do I see him taking that step forward? Is you're going to be able to give him the conditions of which he had so much great success early on in the year throughout the whole course of the season next season, not because you've got necessarily some fantastic edge out there to counter the blow, which may be the case between Uchenna coming back and Derek Hall, but because the scheme will allow for you to dictate protections, which will allow you then to get those one-on-one opportunities, and that should then allow Mafe to crack into double-digit territory, and I think he's going to be a 13, 14 sack guy this year. Don't think he gets into the carrot territory or Watt territory, but a 13 sack kind of guy, and just a problem off the edge. I also think the run defense comes up much more further than it was last year. Part of that breakout is him being a complete player, and I think that was that part I go to with the 800 total snaps and the defense basically playing, collectively an extra game and a half on the football field compared to other defenses in the league. That was going to eventually wear everybody down, and that's why we've got to look a little bit with this group of guys, and especially those guys that had to play a lot of snaps, with a little bit of a special outlook as far as, yes, we can certainly say this should have been better than their play or that better than their play, but you just can't. You've got to have a better rotation this day and age with a 17-game season with the 2 Thursday night games. Having to play last year, for instance, 3 games in 15 nights. Got to do something a little bit more on that than that to get there. The Other guy I didn't get on to my list here that is the last guy I meant to put this on here, but I didn't get his deal on. But nonetheless, I'm going to post it here. Is going to be Kenneth Walker is my other guy. Is going to be a breakout next year. I certainly think in fantasy leagues he's going to be taken right and left, and a lot of people are going to look at him as a guy that is going to will be very productive for you in that role. He's had back-to-back basic 1,000-yard seasons here to start out his career. He came out of Michigan State, and a lot of people had question marks about his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, and he has answered those questions heartily. I mean, he's got a variety, a couple of one-handed catches. He has been solid when you've actually tried to use him out of the backfield. I think he ends up with 15 total touchdowns next year. I think that Grubb is going to do a good job of finding ways just to get the ball in his hands in space. In the screen game, throws out to the flat, manufactured touches, but manufactured touches out away from the line of scrimmage, where Kenneth Walker can really then utilize those electrifying moves that he has and really then, go out there and, create some havoc, get those big chunk plays. The big one I've gone to over and over throughout this offseason when it comes to Kenneth Walker and my reason for belief on that breakout is he's put this 1,000-yard season back to back on the back of being hammered up the middle time and again. And that's been the main way that he's been utilized, to the point and the degree of, when you look at his total number of runs over 2 seasons, well over 65, 70% of his runs are inside the tackles. Only 35% or so are outside of the tackles. Well, that may not seem like too big of a deal, and it maybe wouldn't be for most running backs. But when he's averaging 3.8 yards in between the tackles versus 5.3 yards outside the tackles, you would think a new coaching staff might walk in the door and say, there's a little bit of a better way for us to utilize this guy maybe. There's one place where he might be a little bit more effective than he is with how he's been used recently, and he's been effective in that role recently. So I think Walker, between getting better run blocking up front, then's been a more creative offensive system that will employ ways, much like with DK, there'll be more of an onus, I think, upon manufacturing touches for your star positional players, for your impact skill position players. And I think some of that's been missing at times in the past where they've just kind of, ran their offense. And there'll be more of this, I think, going on for Walker, but I don't think that Grubb walks in the door, looks at the stat that I'm presenting over my shoulder right here and says, what we need to do with him? Run inside. Yeah, but Coach Grubb, we got Charbonnet. Yeah, but I just want to run Walker inside all the time. I've got a Grubby to run him inside 24/7. Yeah, but Coach, this is going to be a tough sell. He's going to look at that stat, it's going to nod his head, and he's going to go, oh, okay, yeah, this is an easy fix. This is a simple fix. I'm not going to have to get out the advanced kit for this one. So Walker is my final guy as a breakout of my 4. So 4 breakouts: Olu Oluwatimi, Kenneth Walker. I forgot the other one I wanted on there, and I didn't get my other deal on here. Sorry, I have one other guy I want to present on here actually. So bonus. I didn't get this one. Missed this one too. The beauty of a live show, folks, is sometimes you try to get it set up and it doesn't do what you want it to do. The other guy I want to target in on this a little bit is going to be Noah Fant. And this is another one where I'm not going to have as much statistical presentation I can give you because of the fact that Noah Fant had 2 seasons that versus where he was at with Denver have been not quite as productive the past 2 seasons. And so I can't show it to you with that. He's been pretty well rated by PFF and how he's played, so they haven't picked him apart with some of that point of it. But I do think that Noah Fant has consistently been a guy who catches the ball when you throw it his way. If he gets a small amount of targets, he'll make the most of what those targets are that you throw and give him a chance to do. He's never really been featured, I think, in any offense since entering this league. It's sort of like the offense has all kind of come around to a point of like, I guess we should probably try to target Fant here. And you might get a 25-yard gain and the end just end up going away from him. But last season, Westover in almost kind of a sub-tight end role there with the Huskies because he's an H-back, and there's times the Huskies love to go to Culp because they had the 2 tight end sets, so there's times that you'd have Culp out on that field for certain packages and stuff that he could run because he was so athletically kind of above Westover a little bit, or at least from the speed and explosiveness factor, whereas Westover just great hands, great football, just good football player. But Westover had more targets, more catches last year than Noah Fant. And that's serving in a role where he plays less games than the Seattle Seahawks played with Fant, where you've got all those targets on the outside for the Huskies to throw to, yet Westover still found his way to get the ball peppered to him a good amount. It's part of what I've said I love about Grubb over and over is that he finds a way to take an offense that can be very explosive across the board and utilize all of its elements without feeling like he's having to force feed. Like, okay, a little bit to you. It's like mama bird stuff, Okay, a little bit. Okay, here's a little. It's more of you just, he feels like a bit like a jazz musician, It's controlled chaos or chaos with a bit of a purpose to it. But in that controlled chaos, there's plenty of guys to have their chances to get plenty of touches. And I do think that he's going to get his touches this year. He'll actually get a chance where Grubb will look at this guy that is so very, very talented for the position. There's a reason that in this day and age where we don't see tight ends taken in the first round, Noah Fant was a top 20 first round pick. That wasn't by just accident that he landed in that spot. It's because he can get up and get away from linebackers and safeties. He can create separation from the position. It gives you a little bit of yak as well, as he showed us even last year on a couple of occasions. He's got something to offer still here. There's a reason the Seahawks signed him to that multi-year deal. I think John Schneider has done the math a little bit on this one as well. It's recognizing with this guy, we've not really done a good job of trying to target him or making a purposeful approach of our attack in much ways at all. And then we also have that element that I want to just add in that's part of the DK element. And I know people probably get tired of me talking about it, but it's the part that can't be ignored, which is that if you're not going to target the middle of the football field at the least rate in the entire NFL, your tight ends are probably not going to be terribly effective. And I would argue that the NFL's done some of this advanced math as well by what they've told you in the players that they took from you. Colby Parkinson gets the deal with the Rams. Why? Because Colby Parkinson was tremendously productive here in Seattle? He was good. He was fine. Or is that the Rams doing some of that math going, yeah, we play you twice a year. We know you don't throw the middle of the football field. So he's had to do what he's done while you've not done that. We'll do much more with him. I would offer Chargers maybe look at it in a very similar fashion. I just throw that out there. So Noah Fant would be my other guy that I think has got a real legitimate chance to break out. I think this guy's going to go potentially to the Pro Bowl this year as a tight end. It's a little bit more opened up in the NFC for tight ends. There's Laporta, but I think with Kittle, certainly you never know with him on the health front what's going on with him. So there's room there for a guy to break in, and I think he has a good potential this year to find his most productive season. Maybe he doesn't quite get to like the 1,000-yard point, but maybe he tops his highest amount yards-wise, touchdowns-wise this year, and becomes actually really, I think, an effective player in this offense rather than we kind of go to him here in these sparingly points where kind of realize, oh yeah, we got this former first-round tight end on the team. Let's throw him the ball here on this play. We'll see how it goes, though. We'll see how it goes. Thank you for watching today, folks. Those are my lists. So we've got, just again, breakout players, Olu, Kenneth Walker, Cross, Fant, Mafe. Those are my 5 breakouts. And level up players, Jackson Smith, DK Metcalf, Derek Hall, and Geno Smith. Those are the guys I think best about on this team. I thought about a couple of other ones, but Abraham Lucas, don't know about his health. A few other guys with some other question marks out there for me that I couldn't quite get on board thinking they're going to be breakouts. But these guys I feel strongly are going to have those kind of years. And even if a guy like an Olu or a Fant doesn't hit the breakout spot, he will be a level up spot. Those will be level up players. Fant will not be 450 yards receiving next year. To me, the floor for him is a 650 yard receiving season minimum in this offense. Minimum. And again, going back to it, Westover, sometimes that not always is the number 2 tight end option, but sometimes is a number 2 tight option in an offense with a myriad of pass catchers and running backs to work and utilize, still ended up with more catches and touches than Noah Fant last year. So. Sorry, one sec. Quick text here I got to send out. All right, I'm behind on a couple donos, Dave. I'm sorry about that. Just we usually go through our little slant here, Dave, at the start of this. So, Dave, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you in the house. And Dave, I want to thank you again, man. I didn't have a chance to really I tried, but I don't think it was enough. I mean, you were so kind the other day on the Jesse's stream there with him. So thank you, man, for all the support you dropped in on the channel the other night. You were tremendous on that, Dave. I really appreciate you. Says, what's up? No Niner news, so I'm here. This is the quiet time of the year right now for the way that this stuff goes. So nothing going on either end of it. We're quiet over here. You guys are quiet over there. Sometimes quiet's good at this time of year, because this can also be the time of year, Dave, where guys get out there and get into some bad stuff, or we get bad stories, or you want everything to be nice and just everybody's out there doing work in the weight room, running routes, throwing balls. It's all you want to hear about. But yeah, this is your one few time in the year in football where you do have your real true dead period this season. Thank you though, man. It's good to see you in the house. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Bobasaurus breakout season incoming. I certainly think that Bobo's going to have a good year and build upon what he did last year. I think that he just has that hard part, Snail, of finding the spot that he's going to be able to get those targets and catches, because this is that embarrassment of riches. There are so many guys on the depth chart, and there are only so many balls to go around. I think Bobo's going to have to kind of sort of wait his kind of turn again another year, a little bit like last year, where if those guys stay healthy in front of him, he's got to kind of wait his part. But when you do look to next season, it's going to be very interesting to see the Seahawks approach to the position and how they think about Bobo if he has another real strong season like that he did last year in the limited role he was in, and whether that more in the team's mind cements him as a guy that can be a true number 2 wide receiver to a DK, or / 2-3 guy, right? Because I think of Jackson Smith so much like a slot. You'll work some of Jackson on the outside, but you basically spin them between the role here and there, because Bobo can do the slot stuff too. So I do think that if you have a guy go down, Bobo could certainly break out. If one of the receivers went down, like a Lockett went down, and Bo's now eating up a lot more snaps, that absolutely could happen. Definitely, Snail. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Niners update. They suck 24/7. Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. And indeed, I'm sorry to say, Dave, Niners do suck 24/7. It's just the way of the world. Dave Barclay comes back at Mark with a $2 don't know. He says, Mark is a funny guy, eh? Looks aren't everything. Thank you, Dave. NFC rivalry, it never cools down. Dave with another tenner. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you for that. He says, as a Niner fan, I do have to say how effing smart it is for the Seahawks to get the guy that completely shut down Shanahan from the Ravens. Now he's in our division. Seahawks are going in the right direction. Well, thank you, Dave. I give you a lot of credit. I know even from some of your comments in the chat the other night, I always do appreciate, as much as we're all biased, I'm biased, all of us fans are biased to our team, and it will certainly color your outlook at times, but I think we all tried as much as we can. I get the sense from you that you're much the same way, where you're striving to try to look at the team as much with an unbiased look as you can. You love the team, but can you look at them with unbiased eyes as well? And it's a tough line to walk. It really is. And I think that you're right in the point you make on this one, where you look back to last year and that Ravens game against the Niners. And at some point, I'll probably do a live stream show based on it this off season, Dave, as we get maybe even later in this month, because I'm doing the one on the Hawks Ravens game, but that might be another double dip one to do. But I think what he was doing was really purposeful in what he was taking away. And I think that there's something weird about it with NFL defenses sometimes that don't always have, sorry, allergies are kicking in today big time. There's something weird with modern NFL defenses where they don't always take away what a team will do good. They just line up and we're going to line up and do what we do. This is what we do. And so much of what's at the front of McDonald's attack is I want to take away your strength. I want to do what Bill Belichick would do. You got a number 1 wide receiver. We're not going to let that number 1 wide receiver beat us today. Somebody else on your roster is going to have to beat us. Or if it's on the defensive side of the ball, same way. You got an edge that wrecks shop. You got an Aaron Donald. We're double teaming Aaron Donald all day long. We're not going to overthink it. And that's where we've not done that recently, Dave. I mean, that's where you guys have really been able to mightily, in my opinion, take advantage of the Seattle Seahawks and Carroll's scheme. And at the forefront of this, I think, has been Shanahan and Mafe. I think Russell and some of his late game heroics covered this up in the case of the Niners over the last couple of years to a little bit of a degree, but it was still there. And that being that both Mafe and Shanahan, being as smart coaches as they are, can recognize simplicity, and they don't have to work too hard to attack simplicity and really rip it to shreds. And so it is going now in this other way. And you are going to lean into forcing, for instance, a guy like Brock Purdy, who is a guy's been a good quarterback for you guys, but who has specific limitations and what those limitations are. I'm not saying he has like a wide range of them, but the ones that aren't good. He'll force you into doing that. Can't push the ball down the field. I'm going to force you to push the ball down the field all day long. I got to blow my nose. 1 second, folks. Allergies are killing me out here. But we are moving the right direction, Dave. You guys, I think, we'll give you guys maybe trouble this year. We'll see if we can split. We'll see how that game goes. But I do think you get the kind of the 1 year for this as this starts to assemble. Our Avengers are assembling right now. And so you guys, as the big baddies, need to go and make your hay now this year. This final year of your, not final year, but one of the final years maybe potentially of this Super Bowl run. And so it does seem like it's heading in the right direction. I appreciate you being kind and saying so, as I know it's not easy on a Niner fan the point to say that, but we do feel like that from a fan base side of it. And Dave, doing this for a few years, it has been the thing that you look for the release valve to click in at one point or another here when it comes to this team on this spot of it, is like, when are we going to get a little bit more complicated? When are we going to start to do some things that don't just allow offenses to pull our pants down every single week? Because that's how it sometimes felt, and certainly felt that case, Dave, in playing the Rams and the Niners at times in recent years. But thank you, man. I appreciate that $10 donation. Really kind of you. As well as all your donos, man. And good to see you. Always welcome in the house, brother. Always welcome in the house. Y2K, thank you for the $2 dono. Says, can Reed repeat his performance? Spoon, easy breakout. Yeah, Jaron Reed is going to be able to be a good player. I predicted last year if he went back to his nose tackle role that it would fit and suit him really well, and that he's more of a nose tackle than he really is a 3-tech, and it was suiting him really well. He suffered from the same thing that Mafe suffered from and Williams suffered from, and that being one of your only true good nose tackles last year, you had to ride him for too many snaps. Cameron Young's development was very late in the coming throughout the course of the season, and you didn't have any other real options there behind Reed. I think this is part of the reason why they go out and get Hankins this year as a real true guy behind to step in there, and so that Reed doesn't have to carry that many snaps this upcoming season. So I do think that he can repeat that performance where he is the poster child to me of reduce down his snaps, increase his effectiveness. And I think the team's going to do that because they've taken more steps and built up more of the depth there to be able to supply that. When you're rolling with a rookie behind the main guy, you can easily see how it then ends up playing out where the main guy's got to end up rolling too many snaps because the rookie's just not ready. Seahawks aren't going to be stepping into that same bucket this year, and that does mean he should be able to be pretty good to go. Y2K. Spoon is the easy breakout. To me, Witherspoon could be argued as being one of the top 3 best cover corners in the entire sport last year. He was the 3rd highest graded cornerback, I believe, by PFF last year. I think he's broken out to me, Y2K. He is one of the, entering into this season, he is right now already one of the top 5 corners for me in the league. So I guess that's more of just that semantics thing. Did he break out? Did he not break out? But I think if you have a rookie that posts a top 3 PFF cover grade and then pair that, of course, to what we saw from him in the film, playing outside, playing slot, being equally effective as both, a hitter. He's got an ability to jump routes and take the ball away. There's so many things that he does really well. So he's already into that spot for me, but I see him repeating the performance again this next upcoming season for sure. Dave with the $2 donation says, I'm not a big Brock fan. I wanted Lance. Yeah, this is one that I've gone back for a couple of years, Dave. I'm with you and I'm with Jesse on this. Me and Jesse didn't talk about this last time that we met up, but we've had so many discussions about Trey Lance. and the team's approach with Trey Lance. And he's a guy that is going to be a very interesting player. I'm going to be monitoring Dave and tracking throughout the league and how he does progress, because there does feel a little bit to me like the Niners didn't exactly have a cogent plan in place for Lance. And there was a little bit of a, we're just going to, get out there, show us what you can do. We're in our Super Bowl window. Make it work, kid. Make it work, as opposed to growing him and allowing him to go. And Brock was able to do more stuff and hitting the ground running, where you could just tell him to make it, go do it, just go do it. And he could do that stuff. But he also then was missing some of the upside that you had with Lance if you did that development point, if you built the kid up a little bit. I don't know if that's the way it played out for sure, Dave. I think you probably are a little bit closer into agreement with me on that one. And I know certainly Jesse is as well. And Brock is impressed me in recent years. I didn't know that he was going to be able to necessarily sustain as much of this performance, but I do think that as well. There's a couple of big but ifs on this, Dave, of course, and I'm sure you're in the same place. But if we're talking about paying him $50 million, but if we're talking about him being removed of some of his many skill position players that have to utilize. I think it was 2 years ago. I remember looking at some of the advanced stats, Dave, where 3 of the top 15 players at generating separation in football were on the Niners. And then there was McCaffrey in addition to that. That the Niners got the ball out of the quarterback's hands at the fastest of anyone in the sport. That speaks to the scheming Shanahan was doing to supply Brock that ability to do that. What happens when those things get taken away? And I'm a big arm strength guy too, Dave. You probably are as well, where it's, you got to be able to make the big NFL throws. One time or another, you got to be able to step up back there and let the big dog hunt. You can't just all do it with anticipation and pre-snap reads. Sometimes you got to step back there and let it rip. Thank you though, Dave. I'm in agreement with you. I'm not a down guy on Brock, but just not the biggest Brock fan. And I don't, limited arm strength in the NFL is a tough one for me with quarterbacks. Processing and arm strength are the 1-2 places I start with a quarterback. When you can get through an early part of the NFL season, you get through dome games, you can get through the sun of Miami or Carolina, and you can look really good in those without the elements involved, where the ball comes out of your hand pretty good and you got a little bit of pop in your throwing ability, but then you get in those elements and suddenly all that suddenly starts to dip and fall right through the floor. And it becomes wildly a part of your game that wasn't as anticipated during the regular season. It shows itself at the worst time of years, I guess, what I'm saying, Dave, with that. Dave, another $2 donation says, Brock is good, but yeah, $50 million. He's not TB or he's not Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes. It's correction. That's what I like to refer to it with it, Dave. It's the correction point in the quarterback market, where stuff goes from it being just when it's your time to pay the guy, if you have a guy that's been okay, even that you then just pay him. That we're eventually going to reach we're going to reach a breaking point where teams are going to say, and I said no. You look at Jerry Jones already, sort of flirting with this potential with Dak Prescott in his current contract situation that's going on down over there. And they may get the deal done, may not, but it does show that the Cowboys are a little bit reticent to get that deal done because they know how much that does impinge the roster. And I've long wondered if there's not going to be a team that can find it, because it's kind of the two approaches at this point, Dave. It's the get the rookie quarterback who's super talented on that rookie deal and maximize that time period. Or it's, if you got to pay the guy, you just pay the guy and then do what you can with your roster. There's sort of these two boring approaches without much imagination on an in-between point. And my wondering has always been, Dave, if you can find maybe more of the blue-collar contract spot in the league. Can you find the guy that is still getting paid a lot of money, but he's not commanding that 15, 20% of the salary cap, just weighing you down on the other side of it? And I think the Hawks have done a little bit of this with the Geno deal, for instance, where he's going to be right around middle of the road and what he's going to take from a cap hit standpoint over these last 2 years. But it's $50 million a year, 4-year deal. You go, oof, there's no way to avoid that kind of contract, especially when you look down where the cap situation is for the Niners right now, which is $38 million. This was before, I think, even the Christian McCaffrey deal. And so it's up now. It's probably up like 45 or something, but $45 million of dead money. Got to get a Brandon Ayuk deal done. Got to get a Brock Purdy deal done. Got to still get money for draft picks and free agents. And it just, how do you do it? And you go, you don't. I mean, you throw that money situation out from a general manager standpoint. You go, I'm stuck. I can't create $100 million out my butt. I'm going to have to start cutting and paring away and slicing this and slicing that. And now you're making moves that have to do with you trying to overcome your quarterback's contract, not whether or not the guy should be on your roster or whether he helps you or hurts you when it comes to winning football games. Troubling territory to be in. And just no easy answers with it either. I'm not saying I got the answers on this one, but I do feel like sometimes, Dave, NFL teams just get kind of lazy with it. And they're like, we'll just pay him. We'll just do it. Dave with another $2 donation says, play Mordecai. Hashtag trade Kyle. Play Lance in Texas. They might do it down there eventually here with it. I mean, they may be leaning on to thinking that with Lance that he's a guy who might be able to guy they can put in that position. They did decline the 5th-year option on him, but that's no thing, Dave, with that, right? I mean, you decline that 5th-year option on this quarterback. It's like, okay, we don't want to pay $25 million for Trey Lance in the final year of his deal. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't mean you're out on the guy or you don't like him necessarily. And Jesse brought that up, and I tell you, Dave, you go into next year, that spot, you got to decide on what you do with Brock Purdy. And if Kyle finds himself falling short of the Super Bowl, now getting into that 9-year territory with the Niners, does that combination of factors open that potential door up? Jesse seemed to be pretty solid that the general manager loves Shanahan so much that there's no chance that could go down. But I mean, when it's paired with having to pay a kind of not hyper talented quarterback $50 million, maybe that's enough to kind of start to nuzzle it in a different direction. Y2K with a $2 dono. Thank you, Y2K. He says, Chad Pennington for life. Yeah, another guy there. There you go. Chad Pennington, another guy with just powder puff arm. Had to just throw with supreme anticipation. Supreme anticipation. And those guys, early in the season, it's good. Early in the season, those guys can look great. But you get later on in a 15-mile-an-hour wind, a little bit of rain, 30 degrees out, kind of cold. That ball just starts to kind of die on the vine a little bit. You know who, Dave? That was Garoppolo was that way for me for years. Garoppolo looks good in September. Ball's all snappy and stuff. You get into like Green Bay or in December, and that thing's just a duck wounded twice over. Feathers flying off that thing. But Chad was another guy for sure. Just kind of slight, not the most mobile guy. Really smart though. Really good at throwing to a spot and throwing guys kind of open a little bit. But you can only run and hide from a lack of arm strength for so long. Eventually you get face down where smart defense will force you into that corner. And there's no magical way of getting out of it. There's no little happy answer you're going to find. You just don't have the strength to get it done. You don't have the arm to push that ball into that spot. And even there was a couple game throws in that Super Bowl there with Brock where he made some great throws on time, put the ball in there, and the Chiefs corner just came in and was able to make a little bit of a play and sneak that hand in there and just knock in the last second. And that's that difference between having that arm strength to really motor that thing in there or just kind of barely get it on in. Isaac says, can't watch live, but my pick is either Derek Hall or Olu Oluwatimi. I'm also very excited to see Kenny McIntosh. Let's effing go Hawks. Well, McIntosh would be another good suggestion there. I had both Hall and Olu Oluwatimi on my list here in different spots. Olu's my breakout guy. Hall's is a level up guy. But both of those guys I see as big time contributors moving into next season. Hans says, hello, Brandon. I'm able to again catch a live show. Interesting topic today. The Hawks could have a dozen candidates. Indeed, there's a lot of guys. And I tried to go through and think this one through a little bit, not just pick these ones kind of out of a hat, but to go by through all the positions on this team and look at these players and arrive at these guys as much from what I just kind of feel to also what I can kind of try to back up a little bit from a statistical standpoint, certainly in the cases of guys like Jackson Smith or DK. Sales' Xbox Showcase and Hawks Nest on the same day. It's a good time to be alive. Let's go. Let's go. Larry Williams, how many All-Pro players does a team need to have to be a legit Super Bowl contender? How many potential All-Pro players does the Seahawks currently have? I think you probably have to have 3 All-Pro players between first team and all team to be a minimum Super Bowl contender. I think if we were to look at all Super Bowl contenders over the last couple of years, we would be able to pull out a minimum of 3. I think, if you're 4 or 5, that's obviously better. I don't know if 4 or 5 would be the bare minimum necessarily. 3 feels like you've got to have that. And as far as next year, how many All-Pro players do the Seahawks have? It's a great question. I think Devin Witherspoon is certainly an All-Pro player. I think Walker has a chance to be an All-Pro player. I think DK has a chance to be an All-Pro player. A lot of guys just below the mark of it too. A Tariq Woolen, a Jackson Smith-Njigba, Larry, where they're just right near that line, and they could certainly take the step over to the other side of the line to get that state. A Boye Mafe with his complete skill set, if he puts 14 sacks together and also then plays the run D really well. Is that a guy that can get up into a second team All-Pro area? And maybe not with all the fantastic edges there are out there, but I think you've got at least the bare minimum there. Yeah, I do. But that's me eyeballing it too, Larry. Just eyeballing it. Dave Barclay with another $2 donation says, Shanahan makes Jed feel cool. Never lose him. Yeah, that sucks if the GM and it just loves him so much. And look, Shanahan's done a good job there, so he hasn't put himself into a fireable place. But I know many of the Niner fans out there have that worry. And when you worry that a guy's got an Achilles heel, Dave, look, we've just been going through this with a little bit with Carroll recently, where Carroll's not a bad coach. Carroll's not a guy that can't be a guy that go out there and coach NFL teams to success. And even last year, in a year where he got fired, he had 9 wins as a football team. But you worry that the Achilles heel becomes the thing that sinks the whole ship. It's the anchor that pulls it all down. That no matter how big a boat you got, no matter how unsinkable it is, it's the iceberg that will hit it. And for you guys, the iceberg is one that is maybe at the most painful spot of, can he build a great team? Yes. Can he build a contender? Yes. Can he build a team that can win the playoffs? Yes. Can he get you right to the edge? And then like those old Peanut cartoons, right? Where he has the football taken away from him right at the end as he's going for the kick. It's pretty much like that. And that's the worry, I think, from some Niner fans right now, that's his Achilles heel. It's a completely different one from the Carroll one, but equally as worrisome for fans, because you go, is this just inevitable that this ends up showing itself back up and there's nothing we can do about it? And all this other stuff will happen, but this thing ends up coming out to be, David in our $2 donation says, Garoppolo effing sucks. Always has, and Niners paid. I never liked Jimmy either, man. So we're of like mind, sounds like, when it comes to the quarterback position. And another guy where you put him in behind the center and you go, okay, we're going to have a guy that's not very mobile and has limited arm strength. What could go wrong? And I just come to it and I go, man, as an offensive coach too, especially in Shanahan's case, and you would think when it comes to Shanahan on this, with his history and with his father and the teams that he has seen that has had the success and has gone out there and won Super Bowls, did your dad win Super Bowls when he had a really strong arm quarterback that could make all the throws? Or did he win Super Bowls when he was getting by with a guy like Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo? Because I'll tell you this, there's nothing that Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy has in common with John Elway. Nothing. And John Elway is special, but you would think he would be aspiring for that specialness, right? That makes sense? I'm not big on Garoppolo either, though. I do not like his game. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. And Brett, Dave, thank you, man, for all your support, bro. Appreciate you. Y2K, thank you for the $2 dono. If you had to pick a defensive back breakout, who and why? I would actually go to probably Tariq Woolen. He had a fantastic rookie year, and last year wasn't a bad season. It's that the tackling numbers, the tackling and the lack of tackling ability really stood out in a major way, to the point that it was just holding down the rest of his game. But He was one of your better man cover corners in the NFL last year, even though you were rarely putting him in those places to be in man coverage corner. So the coverage skills haven't gone away. The ball skills haven't gone away. He only had, I think, a couple interceptions last year. He had a couple that were right in his hand that he could have picked as well, which would have probably made his year look a lot better if he had reeled those in. But I think that he would be the main guy to be my breakout guy, Y2K, because I think that he can work on the tackling stuff. He is new to the position. Wide receivers that are transitioning to corner, you should give him a little bit of time, I think, to try to get the tackling thing on point. It's a whole different skill set required from you that's never been required from you before when you've been on the football field. So he'd be the main guy, and then I'd still go to Trey Brown as the number 2, because I think in Trey Brown, the Seahawks are going to, much like with Woolen, both of these guys would kind of benefit from the fact that they do something really good, but the team hasn't utilized that thing they do really good at a high degree or at a high rate in recent years. So Trey Brown was your top-rated press cover corner by PFF last year, but he spent so few of his snaps actually in press coverage versus the rest of the snaps. And you pair that again with, the man coverage stuff and what he does best and zoner man. So I think both of those would be two of the guys I would go to first and foremost, Y2K, as the two guys that potentially break out in this secondary. But both of them also have the two same things they have to work on to get over that Y2K, which is the tackling. Trey Brown's got really small arms. He's not an unwilling tackler, but the small arms seem to affect him. He seems to go for shoulder tackles rather than wrapping up because he doesn't trust his tackling ability. Tariq Woolen's a guy that just transitioned from the wide receiver position to cornerback, and you can just see he's still learning the whole technique and just even how to break down and tackle right in the moment. Along with having a little bit of that will, and he needs to get a little bit of some of that doggedness in him as a tackler too sometimes. So those would be my two guys. And it's just as much about the team putting him in better positions for success. Woolen's case, it's just he's been new to the position, and I see a lot of room for growth there. A lot of room for growth. Thank you, though, man. What's up, Brian Myers? How you doing, bro? The Bloody Grimoire. Geno said it will be pretty spread out with the exception of DK, who will be a center of most plays. Makes sense. He pulls a lot of coverage, and I would make, if I was doing grub, a lot of the forefront, if I'm trying to conceptually put this offense together within my scheme, to be having DK running a lot of the coverage off. You're going to take the corner, you're going to take the safety. I'm going to attack behind you, and I would do it incessantly. That's part of that pulling the double off DK thing that I think you can start to do if you do that and attack it so much like that, where you just force that team. If you're going to show your hand and double this guy every play like that, or even soft roll the double team, I'm going to hit the other spots in the field that you leave open because of it. Chad says, thanks for addressing this. I'm watching, laughing out loud. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate you. Greg says the target equals ball thrown in the receiver's directions and catch percentage doesn't factor in out of bounds or... I'll double check that on it, Greg. I was under the impression the targets it's targets to receptions for the catch percentage. Let's see. I'll have to do the math another time. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, how you doing? Because he announces, hello, Hawks Nest family. Happy to make a live stream. Which of the 100 people watching is too lazy to hit the like button? You sorry sunbees. Thank you for reminding me of that, Mr. Kane. Please do hit that like button if you guys like what you're listening to. Yeah, it's a new one there for me, Greg. I've always understood the catch rate to be the percentage of the targets received. That's how they got the catch percentage. On says, imagine play calling with some variety, some rhythm, or the run, run, pass, pass, run, run. Hopefully a little bit more sequencing. That's the word that I like to go to. Swedish Shinobi, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Kendrick, is San Francisco considered Pacific Northwest? No, I don't think so. I think once you leave Oregon, you're out of the Pacific Northwest. I'm not a geologist, but that's how it seems at least. Dave Barclay, thank you for another $2 don't know. Says, if you had to pick the Hawks best, if you had to pick best Hawk ever, why is it Jerry Rice? My favorite is the guy over my right shoulder here, just to my side, the man, the myth, the legend, Steve Largent, the true number 80 Seattle Seahawk. That's my best. That's my favorite, Dave. I grew up with him though. You know, that's one of those, you have a special place in your heart for the guys you grew up with, and he was awesome. Dave with a $2 don't know also says Shanahan's only moved up because of his name. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly possible that he got the job with the Niners because of some of the what they call it, the Nepo baby stuff. And maybe that's a little bit of why he did get it. I mean, he was on those staffs with Shanahan for a long period of time, but he's done the job to at least earn the job. You know, the Achilles thing might be the Achilles. I think that's certainly fair on some Niner fans' parts to wonder about that. If you're into a Super Bowl, you're into does he have something that clicks in with him where he just falls apart, or he loses his mojo all of a sudden in the moment, something gets too tight? I mean, that stuff happens in pro sports from coaches to players. Some guys, the pressure can click in and overtake you. It just gets too real. But he has certainly done the job, and the team that he's built there in San Francisco and the way he did turn the team around from what Jim Tom Sula had done, what Chip Kelly had done, he certainly has done his part, I think, to, you know, earn his reputation in the league for where he's arrived as a coach, you know. But I think the Achilles thing is also fair and valid too, potentially, Dave. I do. On says, I have no idea how you could push something like a sled, let alone one play 60 plus snaps against these freaks on the D line. That's rough. So being out there is a job in itself. It is. There's no, when you're on that defensive line, there is no cheap snaps. There's none of those wide receiver reps you'll get sometimes where the wide receiver goes, you know, I'm option 4 on this play. I'll run the route, but I won't really run the route. You know what I'm saying? And up front, there's nowhere to hide. You got to block your guy. You got to try to hold the ground, hold the line of attack, and it's taxing. It is super intense, and it takes all of your will of being to try to hold on or try to move another man across from you. And yeah, Chad, the 3.8 yards per carry isn't bad on the inside. It's just that you're averaging if you're Walker, you're averaging 5.3 yards per carry on the outside. So, you know, why is that 35% of your runs and 65% of your runs are to the inside where you're mightily less effective? Swedish's fan has that weird, doesn't look like he's moving fast, but he's hauling ass, Griffey type speed. Not as fast as JR maybe, but it's deceptive. Indeed. Agreed, yeah. Doesn't look like it, but then you just see him going. Like, oh, he's actually going. little bit on the yak last year where he had a couple of those catches he was able to keep going. And you're like, oh, he's got a little bit of that Giants game where he busted that 50-yarder off after the catch. Like, all right, he's got a little bit of that in him. All right. He's got a little bit of juice. Greg, Fant's also made some tough catches last year. He has. Yeah. It hasn't been heavily utilized here, and this offense has kind of bounced all over the place and had not a lot of purpose over the last couple of years in its approach. That identity thing is the thing I keep going back to. And, you know, you're going to have more of an identity. You're going to have more, as I say, those easy completions. Something that stands out is, Dave, we talk about you, that Shanahan does for Brock Purdy is, how many easy completions are there for a Brock Purdy with the Niners over the course of a game? You know, a simple rollout, hit this guy in the flat, drop back, there's off coverage, guys drop into cover 3, I'm going to hit the slant over here to the left side. And Trent Williams is going to block the edge out and give me a nice passing lane here to the edge. Quick, easy throw, quick, easy completions. Versus every time you feel like as a quarterback, you're dropping back, having to go through the multiple reads and go through this and find the opening, find the hole. That's the difference between a coach kind of helping out the QB a little bit versus one just saying, go out there and get it done. Find your way. Grimoire says, do you think we can win another Super Bowl before we get the Supersonics back? I was under the impression we're going to hear this year at some point that the NBA was going to announce us coming back. Yeah, I think we can win a Super Bowl before they get back. Probably still going to be a minimum of 3 years at this point, if not longer. You do also have to theoretically figure out, are they going to go back into Key Arena? Are they building are they going to build a new arena? There's a lot to still go through. I do think the NBA is going to be committed to doing this at some point or another. But they don't seem to be in much of a rush either, does the NBA. Bloody Grimoire says, Jaron just spoke about that a bit ago. He said he and a few others can play up and down the line and that they will do so this year. Reed will have a better season this year. Yeah, Reed's got an ability to play. That's the great part of having that background where you're not going to be forced. If you put Jaron Reed in a play to be a 3 tech on a snap, he can do that. You need him to do a nose tackle, he can do that. He's done it. He's done both of those 2 roles a lot in the NFL and in college as well. So, you know, he's got that ability and flexibility. It's something that stands out, I think, on that defensive line, Bloody Grimoire. Leonard Williams, he's played nose tackle, he's played 3 tech. He's really a nose tackle. He's got like nose tackle size built to play 3 tech. It's kind of his thing, but he can certainly from snap in and snap out, flip over at times to go to the 1 tech. We saw with Byron Murphy coming out of college, all those snaps that he had as the nose tackle and not Devondre Sweat. It would be really simple for Texas, if you think about it with Devondre Sweat, just to say, hey, this is your archetype. This is, if you build him in a video game, the default look of what a nose tackle will look like. We're putting him out 100% of his snaps in the nose. But instead, there's a lot of those snaps that Byron Murphy was down there doing it, instead. And so in those 3 guys alone, you have that fluidity between those 2 places and positions on that defensive line position. But also even a guy like not Boye Mafe, but Draymond Jones, who can also play inside and can also kick outside. So there is a lot of versatility there, and I think it's an unusual amount of versatility versus other teams in the NFL, which have their positions more harder aligned to what guys can do and what they can't do and what they're going to be asked to do. It's part of the interesting turn that McDonald may be starting to really incorporate this year that I've talked about, speaking about it with Chad Brown a couple of days ago, is he looking to evolve this scheme going forward by applying the model that he's utilized with the secondary and specifically the safeties to his off-ball linebackers and then to his interior defensive linemen. And it would seem like there are some reasons to believe that is the case. Part of it, Bloody Grimoire, is that, as you say, the flexibility, versatility of the players you have on that defensive line to do it. Because you can't do it if you don't have the guys that, if you have a guy that's just a pure nose tackle and that's what he do. If I've got Brian Monet on this roster, he's a nose tackle. He's on that football field. That's all he's going to be able to do. And he's going to do that just barely well enough as it is. I can't flip him over to 3 tech and expect him to be effective in the least bit. But you have players that have actually done both roles and have done both roles effectively. And that's a little bit of the difference here. Dave Barclay, another $2 donation. Thank you, Dave, man. You're awesome, bro. I appreciate you so much for that. He says, easy completions was all Jimmy's game for years. Exactly, Dave. And that's where I get to where there is a place where I will have a little bit of support at times with Shanahan on this, and that he does as good a job, I think, as almost any coach in the NFL at scheming up the easy completions for a quarterback. I've got a QB over the course of the game. He's going to throw 36 times. How many of those 36 attempts can I make easy completions? And in Shanahan's case, it feels like he really drives a heavy amount of the onus to where I'm going to make a big, huge chunk of these throws are not going to be on the quarterback coming up pre-snap, reading the defense, setting protection changes, dropping back on a 7-step drop, going through 3 different reads, coming back to his 4th. It's going to be the opposite of that. I'm going to make it more simple and easy for him. And that is, to me, as much as anything that makes a great offensive coordinator is, yeah, certainly your ability to sequence plays and set up an opponent and play the chess match is a big, huge part of it. But also, in this day and age with the quarterback position, how much can you help your QB out to make him more effective, to not make the game as hard on him? Because it's damn hard. To play the quarterback position in the NFL it doesn't matter how talented you are. You can be the most talented in the book, and it doesn't matter if you don't have all of the mental stuff on point. So removing some of that mental load, taking a little bit of that off of him, I think that's what Shanahan does. And certainly, yes, I agree. That's what he did with Jimmy Garoppolo for years as well. Jimmy's never going to be as effective as he was for the Niners with other teams. I mean, that's if he, of course, can stay healthy, because the guy seems like he breaks a nail and he's out for 5 weeks twice a year. But yeah, that's where I think smart of you to recognize, Dave, that's where you look at as a fan, and those easy completions exist there. But do they exist there because Brock Purdy's doing something great? Or is it the quick separation created by the receiver? Is it the great play call then by the coordinator? Is it a fairly simplistic throw for the quarterback at the end of the day when those other things are calculated into the process? And if I have a high multitude of those type of plays, does that not then equate out to the fact that it's less on the back of the quarterback being purely brilliant and more a little bit about the other extra factors helping to raise that performance up? Thank you, though, Dave. Appreciate you. Hoist Hand Grenade says, be that clip of Jesse when the Niners picked their first round. You can hear the theme to Curb Your Enthusiasm playing in the background. I saw your comment on that. I totally was kicking myself, Hoist Hand Grenade, that I didn't include the theme, because you're right. It would have been perfect to include that for Jesse right there on that pick. His reaction was just too perfect. And it's, as I was saying with him on the show on it, it's part of my enjoyment of it, amusement of it, is not a Niner fan just simply watching a pick that they don't like in the first round going sideways. My amusement comes out of it, and that I know what Jesse goes through in that moment when you're processing it and you're emotionally having a reaction to what you're seeing, but you're also trying to remain, professional and in the pocket of understanding there's people watching you, and you can't just show your ass. And so, you got to try to keep it under control too. And it makes me laugh, because I've been in that place, it's a pickle. It's a wee bit of a pickle. And when you're really caring, you're passionate, there's only so much you can hide it. You're like, this is stupid. Jesse's awesome though. Chris says Love could improve like Lance could improve. Let me say it right, Chris. Lance could improve like Love did for the Green Bay. Yes, he could. Yes, he could. Quarterbacks take some time to develop. We don't like to think about this in NFL, and this isn't even a fan problem. I think this is an NFL problem. NFL doesn't want to let these guys develop. They would instead just want to throw these guys in, as I've compared it. It's taking your 5-year-old kid, going to the 12-foot deep end of the pool, picking him up over your head, throwing him into the middle of the pool away from any side or anything that he can grab onto, and then just sort of staring at him with your hands on your hips, waiting for him to figure out how to swim. And I really feel like there's a lot of NFL teams that just sort of take this approach, and if the kid drowns, they're just like, well, he sunk to the bottom with the others. Guess we got to get another one. All right, we'll pick him next year. Versus the other approach you could take, which is to develop these guys, which is to understand that it's a hard position and that you got to build these guys up. And Rodgers waited 3 years to become the player he did. Patrick Mahomes got to wait a year behind Alex Smith to become the player he did. We're seeing it with Jordan Love as well, having waited a couple years behind Aaron Rodgers before he finally got that chance. It seems to benefit these guys. And there's a little bit of a thought that just throw them out there, start them, learn, figure out what you got, maximize the rookie contract while you've got it. But does that make the best quarterback? Does that develop the guy at his best rate for the long-term future? Probably not. If you put a guy in that mode where he's got to step out on the field day one, he's going to end up in survival mode. He's not going to be in development mode and go through the reads. He's just going to try to figure it out. And that can sometimes then create some bad habits that stifle the development, stunt the growth of the quarterback. Sweetie says, I've had a weird weekend, 2 panic attacks, and seeing someone else with my PFP is making my head spin. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Hang in there. Deep breaths. Chris says you get pressure on Brock and he falls apart. He does. Part of what I think the Ravens did in that game against the Niners is we go to, okay, Brock wants to hit the dink and dunk. He wants to hit the short and the intermediate. We're going to take that away. We're going to bring up the stack fronts. We're going to blitz our share of him out here to put him under duress. We're going to play man coverage on the outside because the Niner receivers have a bit of an issue at times in getting open off man coverage versus zone. And we're going to lean into that. And that, it worked. It worked. That's been, of course, one of the things missing with us with Brock in recent years is we haven't been able to get any pressure against him in the games he's played us. He's been able to basically sit back there and kind of go through. He does do a good job. I will give Brock credit on that short area 10-yard split he has, that ability to have a guy hand on his jersey or just the hands coming down on his jersey backside, and then he can just kind of get up and get away from the guy is really helpful for him in those moments when he's pressed it like that, when he does have that bit of pressure. But I think if you can consistently get hit in his face, he is still a young quarterback and figuring it out. And young quarterbacks, if you do that to them, they're going to get overwhelmed. They're going to make some mistakes. Hand Grenade says, when are the Whiners going to rename themselves to Santa Clara 49ers? Because they do not play in San Francisco. It's a little bit weird that they went all the way out there to Santa Clara. It's a bit of an oddity on me, too, on that one. I'm like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Stephen Coleman, Brandon, go Hawks. 90 more days for real football. I just want to let you know, love what you do. Hope this year is a real improved team in the Hawks. Team I like the offseason. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Stephen. I hope so as well, man. Very hopeful for this upcoming season and this team. And I'm not going to have a lot of expectations with a new changeover like we've had, but that's not going to not make me hopeful. Very hopeful nonetheless then in regards to that. And so I think this will be good. Hoping it's good. Fingers are crossed. Good to see you and thank you, man. 90 more days. I will be this year, by the way, folks, coming to training camp. So I just want to let you guys know on this. I will definitely be in that late July, early August timeframe. We're going to be doing a couple of the training camp games, and we'll be doing a meetup thing here for the Hawks Nest too when I finally go over there to the west side. So if you're going to be around in that neck of the woods around that time period, just note it. I'll definitely let you guys know in advance of where I'll be, what I'll be doing, and all that stuff. But if you guys want to meet up and go at the same time I'm going to training camp, as soon as I got the training camp days released out and they're doing the tickets, and I'll let you guys know. And we can just take over a whole berm. We'll take the whole berm over. Thank you for reminding me, Dave. Please do, if you guys can, hit that like button for me. It's a small little thing, but it's a big thing in my heart. It helps the channel grow, helps me get bigger, and we're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers this year if we can. So we're on the road. We crossed 16,000 here in the last week. 4,000 to go this year if we can. I'd love to see it. So do sub up if you're not already to, please. Greg says, I saw an article today listing the all-time rankings in wide receiver yards for Hawks, and it said DK is 1,500 yards away from being in the top 4 all-time, and Lockett is 5,000 yards behind Largent, who's number 1. That's right. That's right. That's that part with DK where he's come up as a player, and he has been, why I have his back so heartily is that the bottom line on this is the guy's been here for 5 years. He's right on pace with Megatron's start to his career. It's the part that I scratch my head about, Greg, is that if I went to Megatron in Detroit, if I went to any Detroit fan at the time when Megatron had gotten through 5 years, and I say, do you want to move Megatron? Do you want to trade Calvin Johnson? There'd be like a 99.99999 percentile of people saying, no way. But there is an element in the fan base here that doesn't seem to want to kind of recognize that production he's put out, recognize that every single week he's out there playing hard. I don't understand. I want to keep and hold on to that. And he produces every single season. He has every year he's gotten here, Greg, and he's right. He's going to start climbing those rankings. You're right. A couple more years, if he is here, if he signs another contract, you're very likely to see DK by the end of that second contract climbing right in alignment to being very close to where Tyler is, if not overtaking Tyler by that point, depending on when Tyler retires. Especially if the team can really start to really maximize out some of these seasons with him. Brian says, do we want laser first down tech or chain gang? I'll go with laser tech. Speeds the game up a little bit, and you might as well use robots if you can use robots. Brian says, will Trey make the roster over either of the rookies? Big question. I think if you're looking at a guy that is a likely guy for the Seahawks to potentially be able to take advantage of the depth of their cornerback room, is Trey Brown. Because there's an argument to be made here, Brian, that you could trade Trey right now when his value is at its highest. And being that he is going in a contract season and being that he might not be a part of your long-term plan, that you're then trading a guy who you've got reserves to reinforce if he goes. You maximize out the return you get back for him. I could certainly see Brian John taking that stance on Trey Brown as far as his approach. You could definitely as well make the roster, but you do bring up a good point. There is a bit of a numbers game here with the cornerback room where you're usually likely only to carry 5 corners, and somebody's going to be a bit of the odd man out as it stands right now. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, sorry, I was saying catch percentage punishes receiver by counting every ball thrown in their direction against them, even if it's thrown. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it the opposite way, Greg. So I was like, wait, no, that was the point I was making. That was the point. And I know we got Chad in the house. Chad, that was a little bit in regards to just that point on it, is just that when you use that catch percentage point, like Greg says on this, it takes all of those throws into account. And it's not that it's not worthy of having some merit of weight to it, but if it's used as the ultimate end-all be-all metric, then it's not telling really the whole story of DK at all, anywhere close to. Yeah. Okay, glad. That makes some more sense, Greg. It's like, what? I thought it was all count. James, past 11 years, 51% chance of making the playoffs if top 10 in passing, but 62% chance if top 10 in rushing. Go Hawks. Interesting stat, James. 51% chance of making the playoffs if you're top 10 in passing, 63% chance. And I think that does come down as a stat, James, probably to a lot of your teams that end up in top 10 passing are teams that have had a lot of throws. Not all teams that are throwing a lot are tending to be up in football games very often. They're playing from behind. That's why they're having to throw so much. Versus teams that are in top 10 rushing also tend to have a lot of attempts. They tend to be ahead in a lot of the football games. Now, chicken or the egg? Are they ahead of a lot of the football games because they're running so well? That's the harder part of that stat, but still it does come down to showing you how important running the ball is in this day and age, James, and why I think it's still going to be a very hardy part of our offensive attack, especially with the 2 great backs we have. What's up, Space? Sentai, Hawksnest, hello, Brandon and all, and happy National Donald Duck Day. Hope everyone's well. Brian Meyer says, hi, Pumpkin. She is asleep she's to the depths of sleep right now. Brian says hi. Do you have any reaction to that whatsoever? He says, what's up? Nothing? She's deep in it, man. She's deep. Chris says, Sonics should be announced this fall and play at Climate Pledge Arena, probably 26 to 27, I'm guesstimating. Can we please change that name? If we do get Sonics back in the house, can we please change that name? There's been a lot of dumb stadium names, but that one, and arenas and all that one might be. That one might take the cake. Oh, look who woke up. Brian says hi. You say hi? Hi? Hi. Hi. What's she doing? Yeah, thank you, Dave. Dave's awesome, man. Dave with another $2 dono says, I miss Candlestick. Great old state school stadium. See, I liked it too because it had the personality of the elements of San Francisco in it. I mean, it's a little bit of what I like with Chicago, though Chicago's got too much of the cold. They should go dome that far north. But you guys would have the open air and you'd have the wind, and sometimes there might be some rain in there too, and it would affect the elements. But, you know, it also gave you guys a home field advantage at times through the years too, when you could play in those conditions and people had to come in. But there was something to being in this. There's something to being in the city of Seattle where the stadium is. There's something to being in the city of San Francisco where the stadium is. And it is really far. I mean, Seattle fans aren't really aware, Dave. I think a lot of them of how far really that Levi Stadium is from San Francisco. It's a good deal away. But I miss Candlestick too, man. I miss a lot of the ambiance of the old parks and the old placement of the parks, and you know, I get the location matters and traffics and all that stuff, but they had personality, man. They had sentimentality to them, you know. I do too. Candlestick was better. Being down in San, like you go to those shots where you're looking over the city of San Francisco and you got the stadium there. Or I love when they do in Seattle where you get the overhead shots of Seattle and the, out there in the water, and you can go right to the stadium. There's just something that connects better, I think, when it's actually in the city. It should always be, it seems like. Dave, thank you for the $2 dono. He says, do you think the Hawks would be into Brandon Ayuk if the Niners trade? Well, first, you know right off the rip with this, Dave, that trades within divisions very, very rarely happen. And certainly trades within divisions for a player. You might have, we'll trade picks or trade in a draft, flip ourselves this way or that way. But to actually trade for a player, I think, is a bit of a different story. And the reason always comes down to this, I think, for why it doesn't happen, Dave, is that it's not that teams aren't willing to do it to where if Seattle was willing to offer the most for Brandon Ayuk versus other teams, that the Niners would then make the deal. But I think that something that overcomes that is that's the blowback, is what I always point to. And that is that if we trade Brandon Ayuk, and then Ayuk goes off and our receiving core blows up and our Super Bowl window slams shut, and at the same time we're slamming our windows shut by trading Ayuk, or partly by the fact that we traded Ayuk, the Seattle Seahawks are having their window bust open and Ayuk's helping to bust that open. That is the worst kind of egg for a general manager / with Shanahan being kind of the de facto GM, head coach to have to wear on their face, I think. And that even that the little bit of extra returns that you would get from the Seattle Seahawks, Dave, would not be enough to mitigate the risk of the egg on the face for it blowing up. You trade him to the Steelers and you get a future first round pick, and the receiving core blows up and Ayuk lights it up for the Steelers, and the Niners end up with the 25th selection in the first round on the Ayuk trade next season. I don't think that would have the same damage it would do versus the Seahawks scenario of things. So that's where I would be. I just don't think I don't think there's any chance, Dave, that they do it within the division. There's probably even a general preference to move him out into the AFC for some of these similar reasons, but to a smaller degree. As far as if that wasn't a part to play, Dave, as far as if I would just trade for Ayuk, I do believe that, here's a couple things I believe in this scenario. Number one, I believe that Brandon Ayuk should be signed to a contract extension by the Niners, and that the Niners probably then need to then move one of George Kittle or Deebo Samuel. That needs to be the decision to be made here, and then the Brock Purdy thing is a year out, and we'll figure that out when we figure it out. I wouldn't like doing it if I'm the Niners and spending the $30 million a year for him and all of that, but the alternative here is you move Brandon Ayuk and then your window closes this year. Because if you move Ayuk The thinking that receiving core as it stands right now with the Debo, who's going to miss 7 games at some point this year, with the Kittle, who's probably missed a couple games, with the Trent Williams, who's 36, 37 years old, might be going into his final season. That offense takes a time. Say nothing of Christian McCaffrey, who has like 3,000 touches on his body over the college and pro level, which we're told usually, Dave, that tends to be the drop-off cliff point for most running backs, especially a guy that's basically 205 pounds. I think you got to do it for that reason. Unfortunately, I think you're boxed in to make this. You're not going to get the draft capital back that's going to be worth it, and you're going to have to wait on that return of draft capital for a year out from now, that same period where you're off and then make the choice on the Brock Purdy deal. It's not fun to be in this position, but I do think the Niners are in the position of having to dam the torpedoes and understand that this is kind of the last real strong year of this Super Bowl window run and maximize it to the fullest. I just don't see how you can fit everybody in here, because if you don't make some of the pain of the Kittle or the Debo off the books now and you try to wait a year out at that point for those, I think that's going to be a little bit too far off to get it done then. But maybe they do find a way to get those cap acrobatics in place, Dave. And I get the not wanting to spend the $30 million, but the guy run blocks like a demon. He catches the ball when you throw it his way. I mean, it's not his fault in the Super Bowl the Niners just stopped targeting the guy. We kind of forgot about him, or just started going everywhere else. And so I can get him thinking I could be more effective other places and all of that. But something's got to give there, Dave. I did a sort of a duck, duck, goose video on my Hawks Nest Clips channel today, kind of talking about the same point. It's just you're in the cap pickle and somebody's got to go with it. But yeah, we've got DK here too. So that's the other part of this is bringing Brandon Ayuk in, giving him $30 million I would rather just pay DK. I'd rather have DK, to be honest with you. I do like Brandon Ayuk as a player a lot, and they're very different players in what they do. But I would be more of a DK guy than an Ayuk guy myself. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Dave. Greg Kemp, Brandon, if any rookie or second-year O-line players made the Pro Bowl this year for the Hawks, who would be your picks? Good question. I think it's going to be very hard for Charles Cross, even if he had a really outstanding year, to get there because there's so many really still good tackles in the NFC. I mean, Trent Williams, you can just write him in. Tristan Wirfs. Yeah, you got, there's a couple other guys I was just thinking of today. Oh, Penny Sewell's out there. He's really good. I will say Charles Cross might have a chance this year on the Pro Bowl, especially if you had a guy like Trent Williams dip out because he didn't want to go. Maybe he's even just an minimum as an alternate. But Lane Johnson, it gets tough out in the NFC because you're only going to get 4 on the Pro Bowl roster, and you got to crack one of those top 4 to get there. So for Cross to get there, he'll be probably right on the outside looking in. Olu Oluwatimi is the one that stands out where there's an opening there because Jason Kelsey's just retired and he's been your preeminent one. Frank Ragnow with Detroit's your probably now best NFC center. And if you look through the NFC teams, there's really not a lot of grade A centers in the NFC as it is right now. So probably Oluwatimi would be the guy that have the best chance. Or Bradford. He's supposed to be good to go right, or not Bradford, but Haynes, Greg. He's supposed to be good to go right out the box. Gemini Glass, the reason why the Winers aren't in Santa Clara anymore is because they aren't welcomed in the reason the Winers are in Santa Clara is because they aren't welcome in San Francisco anymore. Too rough for the city. Wasn't Tom Brady? I hate that they're not in Frisco anymore. Yeah. David Adams, it's all in the OC for the Hawks in 2024. Geno is way better than the Nick Foles in 2017. Agreed. Nick did get into that weird zone state, though, too. It's like where everything he was hitting was going upper deck. But, yeah, I do think he's a more talented quarterback than Nick. I'd agree with you there, David. 100%. And I think that Grubb's going to be able to utilize Geno's abilities and strengths more. It's why I have Geno on as a player that I had earlier on in the stream, David is a level up player because I see him as a guy that will come into this scheme and the system and take to it a little bit like a duck to water. Geno, you could make the argument in his career going back to college was at his most effective in a spread style system. I think it's going to fit him well. Grubb's going to fit him well. And he's got a lot to work with on this offense as far as talent goes. Greg says, Brandon and DK has done it with Lockett leading the team in targets 4 of the last 5 years. DK has been on the team. Wow, I was not aware of that stat, Greg. That's a great stat. Tyler Lockett has led the team in targets 4 out of 5 years. Yeah, DK has still got the production he's gotten. I'll guarantee you this, too, with that Calvin Johnson stat I can present, is that Calvin Johnson was 100% the top most targeted wide receiver for the Detroit Lions in 5 out of those 5 years. 100%. Or at least 4. At least 4 of the 5. Pumpkin's always dreaming about salmon trees. Photon RT, how you doing, man? Well, Stan Grenades, it's not DK anymore. It's Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime. Jack Dong says 49ers will never trade BA to the Hawks. Can't see it either, Jack. It's the blowback factor. It's too big. Mike M, Brandon, awesome shirt. Thank you, Mike. I got to get my shirt game upgrade. I got to find some other ones out there on Amazon with some of these other. When you start digging, there's some actually pretty cool shirts out there. Jack says wide receiver room of Ricky Parasol, Juwan Jennings, and Logan Thomas doesn't scare anyone. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's where I think the Niners are also why they haven't made this move with Ayuk or any of the others. I think that this is part of what they're wrestling with is that they're going, man, if we do this, this is going to happen. If we move Ayuk, we're sitting with this and hoping this is going to be enough to get it done for us. Yeah, that's right. I don't like that. I don't like it either. Let's wait another day. We'll talk it over again tomorrow. And I think they're just kind of, as much as they can, pushing it out, this decision as far as they possibly can. But, something's kind of got to give here when you look at their situation. And the Juwan Jennings signing and maybe even the Logan Thomas signing when we come to find out with that, depending on if Kittle's the guy that factors into this too, we may walk away from it going, okay, they had to make a tough choice here to hold on Brandon or to trade him. Somebody else has got to go on it. But we'll see. Maybe they do get creative with it and find a way. Brian Myers, wide receiver that would look great in the Hawks. Hakeem Butler. I remember Hakeem Butler, man. I came out a couple years ago. I scouted him heavily. Big old target. Big old body receiver out there. He's fun. Chad says, whoa, I just got the point where you addressed my first comment on DK, laughing out loud. Thanks, but please understand, bro, I basically nod like a Hellcat at everything else you say on here, laughing out loud. Yes, catches over targets equal catches percentage. Yes. And Chad, it's, as I say on this channel, it's not I'm looking for agreement on this. So this is really tete-a-tete. This is point for point. And there's going to be disagreement from me and people in my chat on it, But what I try to do as necessarily as well as I can too is elaborate and articulate where it is where I think something might be getting missed on with it. And that's also why I wanted to, Chad, try to, at the top of the show when I dealt, and definitely if you didn't get a chance, Chad, to watch at the top of the show, please watch the top of the show because I included like 7 or 8 clips from DK last year showing these catch stuff. And I saw above, like you mentioned about the route running or this or that, it's on all of those catches, you can see it doesn't have anything to do with route running. Those are not good throws. They're just throws that don't give him a chance to make the catch. And if you have a high number of targets on a receiver that aren't catchable balls, and that I can go back into the film and show you those film points and cut-ups and I don't have to cherry pick it. I mean, those 8 clips I showed today, Chad, are through like the first 7 games of the season only. And that was just me looking at that over like 20 minutes today before the show just to get the clips kind of put together. So it's that it was more of kind of an addressing, Chad, to the comment you had, and you put a comment on one of my other videos on it that I was more addressing with that is just that the catch percentage is kind of that end all be all without the pairing back to film. And if you look at that, and then again, I paired it back to Chad, the site that I tried to show at the rip here, which is catchable passes. The fantasy stat that I show at the top that shows actually the catchable throws thrown his way and what he converts to catches versus what he doesn't convert on those. But I get it. And again, you're not, when it comes to DK, this is one of those hot topics, a little bit like Geno at times, where there is some divergence in the opinions of the Seahawks fans on where they stand on these two guys. I appreciate where you're coming from, though. Brian Myers, what's the feeling in the chat about PJ Walker? Probably ends up being your third quarterback, Brian. You know, you're thinking if you ever get to the third quarterback, you want a mobile guy who can kind of run around back there and make stuff happen because he's not going to be able to execute the offense. So he's probably your guy that's going to be your practice squad emergency style quarterback. Chris has had the same discussion yesterday with a coworker who's a Niner fan and thinks they're fine for the next 3 to 4 years. I think last year was their peak, and it'll be tough to get back to the Super Bowl. It's the nature of the beast in the NFL, and the NFL is not kind to franchises that have been great. That's, you know, where you really come down to it. It isn't something where the Niners organization is dropping the ball or they've made a mistake or done something wrong to get to the state of things. It's that this is the cycle you go through in the NFL. Our Legion of Boom went through the cycle. In fact, we had to go through the cycle much faster than this Niners team. Their Super Bowl window has lasted longer than the LOB Super Bowl window lasted. Think about that. And so it is just a bit of that nature of that beast. And they've been able to prolong this already. And maybe they do find a way to prolong it even more beyond this year, and that they have some, maybe young guys develop, you know, cheap young talent bursts on the scene, and they're able to really maximize that. But when you do look at it as far as how it looks and how it's moving into the future on it, it does seem like they're at that cycle and stage of things where the returns are a little diminishing, and that there's going to maybe be a spot where you have to make a bit of a decision of pivoting. Trent Williams is not going to be there for the next 3 years. He's probably got 2 years at most. How long does Kittle have? Is Deebo Samuel body going to last and hold up over the next 3 years? I know that they're hoping Parasol can be that guy and fill in there. Maybe Juwan Jennings can step up on that, but it's tough to maintain this long of a run. Chris, Falcon Center isn't too bad. He's good. That's right. I had forgot about him, but he's not too bad. Chad says, yeah, I wore 80 in high school. Largest the GOAT. He is my GOAT, Chad. We're 100% agreement there. He has my uncle looked like a doppelganger for Largent too. So it was like, and my uncle taught me football and threw the ball with me and all that. And so Largent just definitely, him and Griffey are the two childhood heroes growing up. Greg says, Brandon, slight correction on my part. The article says DK is 1,300 yards away from top 4, not 1,500 like I said earlier. Oh, so even closer. Even closer. Chris says, I wore 82 in high school. Paul Scansey, baby. Laughing out loud. Wanted 80, but it was taken. Oh, yeah. You weren't getting it back in the day, I'm sure, Chris, on that 80. He was grabbing. Nothing wrong with Scansey. He's got one of the big catches in Seahawks history with the Craig Hail Mary and KC. Boom, boom. 84 is a strong one, Chad. I like 84 receiver. That's a good number. 84, 89, 80. 83 is hard to make look good. 85. I think like 85 doesn't look good on the bigger receivers. Greg says, Brandon, am I missing something? Why do people call Deebo elite receiver but are hesitant to call DK elite when DK's stats are better and Deebo has only one good season in a contract year? It's a good question, Greg. It's probably one that's more of one that they would have to answer on that. I think DK has been a tough receiver for some Seahawks fans, and for the few people that are on that side of it, I think that there's a couple of different reasons that end up rising up to the surface on this. He's a bigger receiver, so is he going to run the routes of a guy that's 5'11" and can change direction on a dime and all that? No. But is there a lot of great stuff that he can still do in what he does? Yeah. And I think with what he does is a lot of the work he does almost kind of before the catch at times. And so a lot of the work he does is sometimes off screen, the release off the line of scrimmage, clearing off the physicality of coverage, because he does have a little bit of the hack and shack rules that kind of apply to him, where I think sometimes referees give corners a little bit of extra room and rope on DK to be extra physical with him because they're just so much of a size difference. But so the catch comes in, he makes the catch and they don't see it. And you don't see all the stuff he kind of did that led then to that catch a bit. The other thing with Debo, of course, of what he does is he's got all that yak stuff. So you can see him being really good. You can see him throwing guys off on a 7-yard run and juking through this guy and then fighting through and then leaning forward. And you feel that effort. You see that effort. It stands out to you. And so it's, I think, a little bit harder to at times, recognize there with DK. There's certainly the other stuff with DK where people, I think, have a bit of the issue on the antics front of it, where they feel like it's those people that have I think he's a diva, he's not a team guy or whatnot like that. I think that's part of some of what factors into it as well. Some of it just confuses me, though. As I say, some of it confuses me. If I would go to the Detroit Lions fans 5 years after Calvin Johnson's been in this career and I say, hey, do you want to trade him? It's just about every fan to a man and woman's coming back and saying, hell no, we suck right now. This guy's only part of what's even making us watchable. Yet we have DK, who's damn near to the same place as Calvin was after 5 years of his career. And yes, there is a segment of the fan base here that throughout this off season, throughout the last year in my channel, has come in and flirted with wanting to trade or move DK, or what can we get? Or I don't know if I want him here, and that part blows me away. He's having the best start for a wide receiver in Seattle Seahawks history. Better than Largent, better than Baldwin, better than Tyler Lockett, better than Brian Blades, better than them all. That kind of guy I would think you'd want to keep. Unlike Calvin Johnson, who put up the yardage he did through those 5 years too, DK's been on teams that are competing, that maybe they're not making a lot of noise in the playoffs, but they're in the mix. Unlike Detroit, who was oftentimes behind a lot of those games. You had Stat Padford, high number of targets going to Calvin Johnson, where you're just, throwing the ball all over the football field. Not necessarily really just playing pure football. But those are my best guesses at it. I do think it is confounding a little bit. This is the type of player that we shouldn't be looking to move. I think this is the type of player you think about keeping now and into the long term, because he can help you win football games, bottom line. Brian Myers, Darren Waller has to retire because Kelsey dumping him was going to get him killed in the locker room. He did get, he got drug on Twitter for like a week with that, and everybody's posting like the Kelsey Plum pictures and stuff of her, thirst trap pictures or whatever. Cause they're like, he dropped the bag on this. I mean, he's taking the shorts on that one. Sometimes those guys can just slide by when they have something, but he's kind of getting some of the heat on that one. Poor guy. Hey, she's fine though, So Jack Dong says Debo is better than DK because for the majority of his career, he had Nick Mullins, Sam Darnold, and Jimmy G throwing him 3-yard passes and making him gain 35 yards after the catch every touch. Yeah, I don't know if DK is better because quarterback play necessarily. There's been some limitations to DK's quarterback play too. There's been limitations to how DK's offense utilizes not just DK, but everybody, specifically Jack, to how little you attack the middle of the field. The other part of why Debo is utilized in this fashion for San Francisco is because he's not a guy that tends to get off of man coverage. He's not a guy that just goes out there and runs those routes and gets open on his own consistently all the time. There's been years where it's been good. There's been years where it's not been as good, or it's been okay. He's a guy you get the ball in his hands and let him go get to work, and he does that at a great level as long as he can stay healthy. DK is a different type of receiver. DK is an X-receiver. They play two different, basically essential positions. And so it's hard making the comparison between them, but in my opinion, DK is the better receiver. Certainly, Debo is one of the most unique weapons in football, and man, it's just hard to make this comp between these two guys anyway because they're just so different territory of how you use them and the style of players they are. But they're both really good. Chad says they really are hard to compare because of how they're used, and Debo used to have a drop problem as well. Haven't looked at the numbers lately, but feels like drops are a wash between them. I think it's probably pretty even between them, Chad, too. Yeah, I'm the same way. I think that's a hard one to get the comp on for me. Two different players, two different style players. Debo's more of a Z or a slot. Chris says Debo's been used as a Swiss Army knife, and DK's been a 50-50, Mr. 50-50 ball. Yeah, a lot more of that. That's for sure. Benelli trading DK would be silly. I agree. I definitely harp against it, and I don't want to see it. 26 years old. We want to have this conversation after another 3-year, 4-year extension. We can have the conversation then when he's getting to be around 30 years old. But right now, I don't think that there's any reason to do this with DK. And I don't think that this is going to take a long time for Mike McDonald to turn this around. I'm going to have a lot of patience for this season, but I think there's a lot of reason to believe by even 2025, this team can truly be in a contending state, truly ready to go. You're very likely to have Tyler Lockett at that point retired. So it's like if we walk this through, you trade DK now, you have Tyler Lockett retired, and Jackson Smith is our number one receiver, the guy that really might be at his best in the NFL playing slot 70% of the time. And now you have a team ready to compete, but you have a wide receiver core that isn't up to snuff, isn't ready to go and get it done to be able to take advantage of the rest of where the rest of the team is at. And partly because you made that kind of move at that time to move DK then. Greg Kemp says Debo's a gimmick player like Cordell Patterson, not a wide receiver like DK, and it would be a waste of DK's talent to use him like a gimmick player. Yeah, you can't really put DK into that position to do that because he just doesn't have the same kind of stuff that, again, it's that difference of player. And Debo's basically a hybrid wide receiver running back. So those kind of plays and slot, putting him as a bubble screen guy, fly sweep guy, that fits exactly to what his skill set is at its best. And Debo's with DK, he's not the lateral change of direction guy, but that doesn't mean he can't do some other real tremendous things. But now he says DK is a dog. Comparing him to Debo is apples and oranges. Real comparisons Ayuk and DK and him. That one is a toss up. Yeah, they're much more closer aligned in their overall how good or how bad they are as a player or where they're tied. I think they're very close to each other. I take DK but it is a bit of a toss-up. I think you're right. Toss-up is a good way to put it. And again, two players that are a little bit different, where there's a little bit more of the physicality that I think DK brings, whereas Brandon Ayuk is more of a purified kind of route runner. But yeah, I think that's accurate. Alan says DK is better than Debo because he doesn't cry on the sidelines. I like it. Brandon Ayuk is a Z like Lockett. Yeah. Little kind of a little, he can do some yak stuff, but there's a little bit of finesse there to it, Chad says comparisons to Megatron or app for DK. So let me know comparisons to Megatron or app for DK. So let me know how many Super Bowls did then Megatron win? How many playoff games did he win? This is the issue though. Chad, this is a tough one for me, man. How do we take a roster of 53 guys at any point in time and say that it's on one player? I mean, this is a place, Chad, I don't like giving quarterbacks wins or losses. Like this quarterback was 131 and 55, like he's a major league pitcher or something. The NFL, and part of what makes the NFL so very distinct is the fact that your rosters are so big. Is that there are 22 players on the football at any one given time. How do we take one guy and say this guy didn't accomplish something that's a team-based accomplishment? I can't do that myself. That's not representative to me of that player's value or how good or how bad he wasn't. Do you think for a second that there wouldn't have been 31 other NFL teams that would have immediately made him their number one wide receiver if they were given the opportunity to do so? That's where that doesn't align up to where, Chad, do you think the rest of the NFL wouldn't be chomping at the bit to get Calvin Johnson? Sorry, 1 second here. Hold on a second. Sorry about that, folks. So it's not Chad. It's not Calvin Johnson's fault that they didn't do better, Chad. And this is also illustrated by the fact that Detroit's been a crap hole organization and how they've won for years prior to Calvin being there and just after he left. It was once they got Campbell in there, they finally have found their footing now. But that's also part of that is that's a bad organization and how they've run things and why they haven't gotten more wins. But I can't get to that spot. Maybe I'm a bit of in my own bird on this one. I just can't wrap my head around how we go to taking a team sport like this where there's so many players and go, it's this one guy on something that's based around team success. But I mean, that's a little bit of, I think, where we have a bit of a difference on this too, Chad, with like the targets and catch percentage stuff, where it's like that doesn't take into account how well your line's pass protected for the quarterback who might not be able to throw that ball on time, who might have to throw that ball early, who might not be able to throw that ball accurately. It's like the cuts I showed at the top on this where there are things that nothing DK can do about it on that. He can't run a route any better there. The quarterback just whistled the ball 10 yards over his head. It's like when there's outlying factors that player can't control, then we can't hold those outlying factors against that player, is what I'm basically trying to say. Brandon Schott says DK may finally reach his potential now with Pete gone. I believe he will. I think the simplistic nature of the offense will be removed. I think the pass protection will be better, which will be more time in the pocket, more time for Geno to be able to get out there and make throws. I think the team will target the middle of the field, where historically speaking under Coach Carroll, Seattle Seahawks offenses have been at the back end, the 32nd NFL team at targeting the middle of the field. And that's going to inhibit the production of your not only receiving core, but your tight ends too, when you operate that way. All Pro Seahawks, DK is the focal point of this offense, according to Mike McDonald. I would believe that that's the way it's going to work. This is part of why I say he's the guy that's going to level up this year. He's going to be a 1,400-yard guy this year. He's going to be a 1,500-yard. The things that we're holding back are going to be removed now. Why have teams over the past couple of years made DK one of the most highest double-teamed wide receivers in the NFL? Is it because he's dangerous? Yeah, you better believe it. Is it because he can take the top off of any defense at any one time? Yeah, better believe it. But is it also because teams, for instance, feel they are comfortable to run 7-man boxes up front? Is it also because NFL defenses feel like the rest of the issues on this field aren't as much of big issues as this guy? What if you can make those other parts of your team issues, those other parts of your team actually more effective to then pull that attention away? Does DK's production go up with it? Yeah, I think it does. It's all of these factors coming into it this year that I think have him seeing that increase in his growth of production and his efficiency with it too. Chad says, look, it's hard to explain if you haven't played the position, so maybe tight end Chris can chime in here, but little things do matter, and DK is extremely sloppy. Well, it's definitely, this is an eye of the beholder thing, Chad, right? Because there's nothing we have. I mean, we can both look at essentially 22 tape. I can run all the cuts that we run at the top here. I can run through all, is this cut number one here? Is this DK running a sloppy route here? Or is that Geno Smith throwing the ball 3 yards out of bounds? Is that a little thing DK is doing there that's missing that he could have done better? There's 3 defenders around DK on this play. Geno throws it 4 feet over his head. Is there a detail there that DK is missing on this play? Is there something in his route running that's askewed? Should he get open with 3 guys all around him? Here against the Bengals, deep route, 9 ball. He pulls the ball in. He makes the catch. He drags his foot at the end. Little details, drags his foot at the end. Geno puts the ball about 1.5 yards too far out of bounds. Does Geno have a good reason to do so because the safety's closing over the top? Yeah, you better believe he's got a good reason to do so. Does he still throw the ball 1.5 yards out of bounds, not giving DK a chance to make the catch and get the feet down? You better believe so. Or here against the Bengals, another play. Throw out option. They've completed this play, Chad, for a touchdown. Even this year against the Giants, they completed the same play. And Geno was able to throw the ball accurately. On this throw against the Bengals, not able to throw the ball accurately. Is that a DK details thing? Because DK's made this catch this year. The difference between this throw and the Giants throw is Geno actually gave DK in the Giants game an opportunity to make the catch on the ball. Let's go back to the Bengals here. You mentioned the catch percentage, Chad. This comes down on the catch percentage. This is a target on the catch percentage to DK Metcalf. Is there a detail DK could have done to make a catch here? Is there something he could have done differently in any way, shape, or form to make the catch on this play? Because it sure doesn't look like it to me. How about this play? Another 9 route. Over the top. Ball's in late. DK catches the ball one-handed with a defender draped all over him. The ball comes out late. Watch the extra hitch in Geno's throw. Watch the extra hitch in Geno's throw. Slows the ball up. Ball slows up. Defender catches up to DK. Notice, Greg or Chad, notice the placement of the ball. It should be to the back pylon. Instead, it's halfway to the back of the end zone. This isn't on DK there at that point. That's on Geno. And these are not, again, these are not me cherry picking. This is me just looking through the incompletions from Geno to DK. This play here, Geno is under quick duress, like a couple of these throws. He's got a man right in his face, right through the A gap. Austin Blythe blows his block. Geno just has to throw this ball away. This is a throwaway. Is there something DK could have done better here? Is there some extra move he could have made? No, there's not. And my point with it, Chad, why I want to show these cuts to try to pair it to what I was showing you on the thing was to say, look, this is what I'm seeing on the all 22 clips of DK last year. This is overall, when we look at the targets and why the catch percentage isn't better and more efficient, is it's less to do with DK not running tight routes where he's cutting on a dime. And it's more to do that we're not seeing throws accurately put in his direction when he is being targeted all the time. It's not Geno's inaccurate at that point. That's just, to me, the way the story breaks down. And we may, as I say, if it comes down to, he's sloppy on the details, I mean, that's going to be a bit of an opinion between us that's just going to be different. I accept that. But that is why I wanted to bring it up on this thing, to show a little bit of my representation on this, Chad, of why it's kind of like doesn't add up to me quite when we can each look at that 7 clip cut up. And I don't know how you can walk away from that cut up going, well, there's some stuff there on DK to do better. Or in each of those, you go, well, it's all of those are factors outside of his control, which is we come back full circle as to why catch percentage is maybe not the best to utilize as a metric for a receiver's effectiveness. Yeah, Chad, but, and again, the simple, I'm trying to go to more complexity, Chad, and I think you're dialing back more to simplicity. And it's like, I'm trying to get a little bit more into the gray area on this given subject. So like, for instance, outside passes. Let's logically walk through just an exercise on this, Chad. If you're the 32nd team in the NFL at targeting in the middle of the field, what do you think that probably does for throws outside the hash marks? Does that mean that defenses are going to lean towards the middle of the football field, or are they probably going to lean towards the outside the hash marks? And if they're going to lean to the outside of the hash marks, doesn't that then make your outside throws less effective? Maybe I'm off on that one, but it would seem like that'd be pretty logically reasonable. I think I can show you, Chad, Jackson Smith in running out routes this last year. I can show you Tyler Lockett running out routes this last year. They got picked. They got intercepted. I'm not so sure it's those guys running the routes bad as I am that you have a highly predictable offense that then allowed defenses to lean in certain directions to take away what it is you did want to do versus the things you were completely unwilling to do. Phoebe Moore Seahawks says, how about actually motioning DK across the field for more one-on-one opportunities? Agreed. I think even some utilization out the slot at times. They just started kind of doing that this last year. They hadn't been doing very much of that with DK, and it worked when they did it at times. Yeah, those are definitely some things you could do to help him out. And certainly motion is another part of the prior offense that just was not a major staple of the offense, was motion. Very stagnant at the snap. Alan says, Detroit only had Megatron to throw the ball to compared to the Seahawks. DK has to share the rock. If he didn't, he'd probably already have Megatron stats. IMO. Well said, Alan. And I agree. Another part that's inhibited that production, and yet he's right there just about step for step with Megatron. Megatron didn't have a Tyler Lockett. Didn't have a Kenneth Walker in the backfield or tight ends that they throw to. Yeah, good point. All Pro Seahawks, by the way, DK is having a top 5 wide receiver career and when it comes to yards and TDS. Well, if he's able to play a long career, if he's able to play at his trajectory and he plays at 26 years old, you say if this guy has another 8 seasons in this league, what's he going to put up at that point? I know people don't like to hear this, but that's 13,000 yard career at that point. Is that top 5? I don't know. All time receiving. So 22,000 yards is the ultimate. Jerry, Larry at 17.5. Terrell Owens at 15.9. So if DK, yeah, he's not top 5 at that point. Is he top 10? Maybe right around in that area. Of course, some of these stats will skew out too because there'll be other guys that probably come up above too. I'm not saying he's having a top 5 run right now, but it's certainly, if he has a little bit of an uptick, even slightly here over this, as he enters his prime run, you're certainly going to see him up over the 10,000 mark at the very least. Jeffrey says, so you're saying Geno sucks then? Chad says, we've had problems sustaining drives for a year. Wonder why? Yeah, there's a lot of good reason. Pass protection, lack of target middle of field, lack of creative concepts. I mean, there's so many little numbers you can get into with this that tell the whole tale, like the target in the middle of the field, like we're the most predictable team in second and longs in all of football last year. You could predict with almost near certainty that the Seattle Seahawks were going to run the football if they're 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10, 2nd and 11, 2nd and 12. Here comes a run. Is that lack of sequencing, that lack of setting defenses up, the predictability at play. Even in factors into the running game, Chad. You know, you mentioned like the 3.8 yards per carry isn't bad for Walker earlier, but it's you average 5.3 yards per carry to the outside. Why not go to what's counterintuitive? Why not go to the thing that you're doing effectively? Why lean into what you do less effectively? And that just speaks to, this isn't just a thing that's in one place of the prior offense. This is a thing that was plaguing the prior offense. And you had a coaching staff and you had offense core that were unwilling to drive this thing forward in the way it needed to be driven forward to be most successful. Doing things that just didn't make sense because they had their approach. The difference between a coach who says, I have my scheme runs how it is, and another coach who says, here's my players, here's what he does good, here's what he does good, I'm going to maximize that. And I think most good coaches try to maximize what a player does well rather than just, you're going to do what our scheme does. Kenneth Walker's not a Ram. Kenneth Walker's not a Bull. Kenneth Walker's not Marshawn Lynch or Chris Carson. So why are we using him like Chris Carson? Don't make no sense. You know, but that was the frustration to me of that prior offense. And to me, it's not a small part of the story there when talking about the productivity that can come from these players as we go forward. It isn't just the sheer brilliance of Grubb or Mike McDonald. It's the underachieving of the prior coaching staff in a major way. And I believe in it soundly that the returns are going to be major because I think that prior scheme and that prior regime held this back in it needs to be kind of the centerpiece of the discussion on some of these players very, very often, I think. All Pro Seahawks DK through the first five seasons, 5,335 yards and 43 touchdowns. Megatron through the first 5 seasons, 5,236 yards, 40 touchdowns. Very close. Amen. Amen. Jack Dong, Megatron was getting double teamed for half of his games. So is DK Metcalf. 2 years ago, he was the second most double teamed player behind Davante Adams, and that was 2 years ago. It was Davante Adams at 26.5%, and then DK was right below him at 25.5% of the double team rate. So yeah. Is he also like Megatron being double teamed at one of the highest rates, if not the highest rates in football? Yes, he is. Yes. Absolutely. Chris, he can look at times like he's not committed to selling her out, though. I think it was out of frustration of not getting the ball. Could have been. I'm open to being sold on that. As I say, when I watch the All-22 from my standpoint, he runs the routes pretty hard from my standpoint with it. Certainly there's been some frustration there at times, which is part of what I think on some people get him a little frustrated with him. But that could be fair. I hadn't seen it, but it could be completely fair on it. Chad says, I remember all the catches, but please don't hate on me for saying this, but that's why the averages are so important, because they control for the emotional moments and the cherry-picked one-off moments. I'm not trying to hate on you, Chad, with it. It's just discussion as much as anything. So I'm not angry at your point of view with it. I'll certainly challenge it a little bit. I mean, you've got to understand I got to challenge it because, again, the part where I think you're not taking into account on this catch percentage thing becomes the outlying factors that are outside of the player's control. And I showed you just 7 clips right there, which, again, there's no clips there, Chad, from any of the back half of the schedule. Or I could do a whole show for 45 minutes showing you some of these throws, which I think if you watched them, Chad, if I walk through a cut up with you of all 22 throws from the last 2 years to DK, I think you'd walk away from that cut up with a bit of a changed perspective on this if we both sat down on that. That's my belief on it in regards to this catch percentage thing. Because I think that there's a couple things just not being taken into account. The lack of pass protection, the poor throws his way, things that are just, again, outside of his control. It's why I don't like it is the stat that you've used and you've determined, Chad, you've said, this is the stat that's the one that I'm going to use as the metric for this guy. This one stat here. And I've never actually in my life, Chad, heard about a wide receiver having their whole value determined down to their catch percentage stat. This is kind of a first for that. So that's why I'm kind of probing you a bit on this one, is to kind of as much to challenge you a little bit, to also understand a little bit your perspective on it, on how we get to catch percentage being this ultimate determinant. It's not just simply based on what that player is just individually doing. There's other things that go into a catch percentage. And like I showed you at all 7 of those throws, which you haven't challenged me on in the chat, so I think you're in agreement. There's nothing he could have done on those. Your stat uses those throws against DK. And if there's a heavy amount of those throws for a player that he's had to deal with that, which is my argument for DK, then using that stat as a metric of determination of productivity or usefulness or effectiveness as a player doesn't really fit well. It's a stat worthy of being brought into the puzzle, but it shouldn't be the whole puzzle. It's just a piece of the puzzle. And if we're just using a piece of the puzzle, then we never get the whole view of it, which is just my bottom line point. I won't belabor it on it, Chad, but that's my bottom line point on this, is that we're only then concentrating this one little part rather than taking all of this into account. Double team rates, offensive usage, how those throws are coming in, what kind of routes. Let's bring it all into account when we're trying to measure up on a player. Let's not just signal in onto one thing. Greg Kemp says 60.8 is Megatron's career high catch percentage. Every other year is in the 50s. Whew. One Eye Willie James, the people saying DK isn't top 5 and anything is crazy. I've always said DK is a top 5 matchup problem. You cannot leave him one-on-one at all except Dallas in the first half. And you better believe by that second half, Dallas was sliding back those double teams in his direction. They thought Bland, their all-pro that was picking everybody off, could hang there with DK one-on-one, and he couldn't. And DK smoked them up in that first half. But most teams, when I watch the 22 and I'm looking at especially the overhead shots, when you can look at the whole coverages on the back end, play after play, I'm watching a safety slide into DK's direction. I can have 2 guys on the outside. I can have Tyler here and DK here, and you got a single high safety. That single high safety every time is going to flow to DK's side of the field and bracket the coverage in on him. Almost every single time it stands out. Brandon Schott, a lot will come to light this year about last coaching regime. Grubb's going to chuck it. Agreed. There's going to be a lot, I think, that we're going to see that'll be very surprised about in what was being limited by the prior regime with the team. And I think it's going to help, especially on the offensive side of the ball, them to be so much more effective when they're not inhibited. Why did you not target the middle of the field? Why were you this 32nd team in the NFL to target the middle of the field? Because you didn't have the players who could get open there? You had Jackson Smith-Njigba. You had Noah Fant. You have Tyler Lockett's. Let's just remove DK out of the puzzle. Was it that when you targeted the middle of the field, you weren't effective? No, quite the opposite. You were very effective when you targeted the middle of the field. So why? Why wouldn't a coaching staff want to target the middle of the field? Because you had a defensive-minded head coach who thought more interceptions happen in the middle of the field. So therefore, we'll just ignore that whole part, remove all of those interceptions off the book, and the offense will find its way to be still effective outside the hash marks. If it's not that, if what I just laid out isn't the case, then what is? What is the reason for it if it's not that? Grace's DK career perception is 60.2%. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not the bed. Chad says, I got to the point where you talking to me and yeah, I watched the top of the show. Yeah. And Chad, it's not, don't take this as me knocking or anything. You know, it's like I brought the show. I didn't go like, Chad Wawa guy said, da, 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 da. It is that what I hear sometimes from the fan base, I'll hear certain things brought up. And some stuff I'll agree with, some stuff I'll disagree with. Some stuff is, let's dive into this discussion and pull this discussion apart a little bit at the seams and get to the depths of it a little bit. And that's what I'm doing here with this one, because your perspective on it isn't just your own and that you're just thinking something outside the box that no one else thinks, or there's people in the alignment on this thinking with DK. And part of what I'm trying to do is I'm kind of trying to sell my fan base here, Chad. I'm trying to sell you. I'm trying to sell my anti-DK folks out there, because it's surprising to me. It's surprising to me that the receiver in a 50-year history of an organization who is having the best start to a receiving career in the history of that organization, and that organization has the GOAT on their books. That organization has a receiver who set all the NFL records for receiving by the time he retired. That guy is bandied about and flirted with on how we can move him and how we can trade him and how we can offload assets and what he doesn't do. And he doesn't do this and he doesn't do that and he doesn't do over here, rather than all the other things that he is doing. That's awesome. And that's why I'm so passionate about laying in this point. Isn't to go necessarily you, it's to go at the argument itself. Because it's one that I don't want to see us as a fan base push this guy out the door for silly reasons. I want to see him here for the next 4 or 5 years, because I believe a DK Metcalf on the Seattle Seahawks helps you to get to a Super Bowl championship. Doesn't hinder you from getting to a Super Bowl championship. That's why I'm so passionate about this. That's why I want to see him remain. Because I think it's a misstep by the organization if they walk into June 15th and they say, hey, Steelers, we'll take it for a future first. What do you say? Future first and a third. Is that going to be better for our Seahawks in the future? A future first round, third round pick from the Steelers, 25th overall first round selection next year's draft. That's our DK replacement. That's our getting better at the position. We don't get closer to the Lombardi. We don't get closer to the Lombardi by getting worse as a football team. And that's what I feel like we're doing when we're talking about anything with what DK doesn't do, or whether he shouldn't be here long term, or whether he should be traded. And that's why I will passionately push back against it. Because I want to see the team make moves that improve the team, not make moves that one step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Chris says, him being double team could have been addressed, some utilizing the tight ends more. Yes. That's where we get back to targeting the middle of the field. We feel we can comfortably double team you over the top because we know what is then exposed, you will not then attack. It's very, very simple stuff we get back to at the end of the day, but it's stuff that reared its ugly head on a weekly basis. My safety will slide over there to DK. My corner will run trail coverage. They will bracket up DK. You will not target the middle of the football field. And we didn't. Those teams, those defenses were proven right on a weekly basis. Brian Myers, Brandon, he's never been in an offense that's featured him enough to dominate like those guys. True. And he's got it in him to take that step, to take that next step forward. I'm even forecasting it this year. I see a 1,400-yard, 1,500-yard season coming from DK this year. So I see it coming. I see it in him. All pro, it seems like DK really turns it up in the playoffs. His numbers are insane in his career. It's another place I point to. It's like you want guys clutch. You want guys when the game's on the line and you need to go to a guy for a catch. How many catches does DK have for the last couple of years? Game winners. Huge catches where we've got no more room for error, where everything is on the line. Got the Vikings game a couple of years ago where the offense is stuck in the mud through the whole day. Russell at the end of the day just throws it up for DK on a 50-yard throw. DK goes up and catches it, gets down to the end zone. DK makes it on a 4th down throw. He makes the conversion on a 4th down throw. The Rams game against Ramsey where he beats Ramsey inside for the game winner there. There's so many over his career that he's had the winning touchdown, the finishing spot. And yes, you also mentioned another part about the playoffs. I think the guy's got almost 500 yards receiving in the playoffs, and he's played like 3 playoff games. So you can count on him in the clutch. Last year in the Eagles game, Drew Lock not able to do nothing throughout the whole day. 3rd down completion, post route, get it. Come back on the next play, throw a little slant route. Drew Lock throws the ball horribly, throws it right to the defender, in fact. DK goes in there with one arm, rips the ball away from the defender, and then makes the catch. Jackson Smith ends up making the big catch down the field, but it's DK getting you there up the field, getting those big catches at the points when you're in the 3rd downs and you need the conversions. It's another part that I like to his game that he brings. Absolutely. Greg, the real question, how far would every wide receiver you think is better than DK fall if they got the same amount of targets DK gets and if they were the 2nd most targeted wide receiver on the team, not the 1st? I don't think they, to your point, Greg, I don't think they'd be putting up the same statistical production he's put up in dealing with those factors. I guarantee all those guys I mentioned on that list are all guys that were their number 1 most targeted players at least 4 of their first 5 years that they were on their team. Brandon says, true, but this top 5 talk is what I'm shooting down. DK still has the time he needs to be what we all think he can be. He isn't close to his potential, in my opinion. Fair points, Brandon. Completely fair points. Yeah, I'm with that. And we're going to learn. Is the potential untapped because DK ain't getting there from a work ethic, or is it the prior regime, some of the prior offensive schemes, the way that they have utilized him has not been the way to maximize him at his best? And that's part of that room that's there, and I agree with you for that step to that sort of top end to still do exist for a player that's been in this league for 5 years. Jack Dong says the last time Pete targeted the middle of the field, Malcolm Butler stole his Super Bowl. I wonder if that's partly of what caused it. He's like, never again. I don't care the cost. Never again. Chad says, laughing out loud talking about Largent. Check this out. His nickname was Yoda, and so was mine, and it had nothing to do with playing as great as Largent. I just looked like him. It's a great nickname, too, for him. It's perfect for Largent. I literally almost put Yoda on my Letterman jacket. That would have been a badass move, Chad. That would have been a badass move. It's a cool, Yoda's a good nickname. I'd take Yoda. You could definitely do a lot worse, Chad. You know what I mean? You could definitely do a lot worse on that one. King Zhao, Witherspoon will make the biggest impact this year. Love will also make a massive step up. He will be the Geno Stone to the defense for the McDonald. I love it, King. Let's go. I definitely agree with you. Witherspoon and Love last year, 4 interceptions and going back to a defense that he's very fluent in. You would think that maybe gives him that opportunity to take that big giant step forward a bit in this defense. He'll be definitely utilized to his best, which is just pushing him all over the football field. McDonald's going to like having Love as that kind of piece. JL says DK takes over games all the time. Last Eagles game comes to mind. Last drive, DK was unstoppable. It was. Go back again, watch that interception he takes away, where it's not only a one-handed catch, it's a one-handed catch he's ripping out of the defender's hands. That would be intercepted. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Randall, it's good to see you in the house, brother. Says, hey, bro, give me a quick rundown on your 8 players, even just a list with film with a break in. I heard the half star of the show. Yeah, I got you. I didn't get all of I was bad. I didn't get all of my breakout stuff on here. So my guys that are level up guys that I think just take a nice big kind of step forward this season and where they've been to where they go. Jackson Smith gets up around 1,000 yards. I think the team's going to do more to attack down the field with him, which will help those yards go up, Randall, because I think a lot of him not getting as much production last year came from just so many throws behind the line of scrimmage. I think like 33% of the throws were behind the line of the scrimmage of his targets last year. DK Metcalf, I see a 1,400 yard season from him, Randall. I think he is going to be targeted in a better way. I think they're going to pull some of the double teams off of him, and pulling some of those double teams off of him is going to allow him more time opportunities to eat. I think there's just going to be more of a purposeful approach when it comes to DK, which will bring a more effective and productive DK Metcalf. Derek Hall, I didn't have a lot to back this one up, Randall, other than just I still trust in my evaluation of his tape coming out. I think that shoulder injury bothered him quite a bit last year. I think he comes out this year and takes the leap forward that we didn't see last year. I don't think he's going to go up to 13, 14 sacks, but can he get to 6, 7 sack season and provide good run defense like he did in college? Yes, I think he can. So I think he's the guy that comes back this year and takes that level up look. As I said, these aren't breakouts, Randall. These are my level up guys. So I think Derek Hall would be a level up guy, and that I still do trust that he's going to be a good player in this league. Just last year didn't click in. Geno Smith, Randall, we've talked about this. I see a 4,600-yard year, 36 touchdowns passing, having kind of that Jared Goff-like year that Goff's had for the Lions once the Lions got everything on point and ready and set up for him there in Detroit. So he's another guy that I think is a level-up guy, Randall. Breakout guys are going to be Olu Oluwatimi, pure fit for this scheme, can do all the mobile-based stuff, movement-based stuff, can hit reach blocks, can climb to the second level, understands how to combo and dual block as you'd like centers to do. Not a phone booth center, but a guy that can get out in space and move around. And I think that's going to fit very well to the spread scheme with him. And I think the team has also, in a lot of ways, Randall, shown their hand here and their confidence of him by not doing more in reinforcing the center position. I think that that's an illustration of how much they like Olu and feel like he is part of the future here for them at the center position. Charles Cross, I think he's going to have a breakout year here, Randall, and be right on the edge of a Pro Bowl nod. I think he had a better year than people thought from him last year, Randall, and that was playing on a bum toe. I think the toe has an off season to heal. I think he was a real young guy coming to this league at 21 years old, and I think that bodes very well for him to really click in this third season and take a huge step forward in his play. And I think he will be a breakout guy for our Seahawks. And the other breakout guy I had was Boye Mafe. I think you saw his production last year, where he had a sack in every game for, I think, 7 or 8 games straight, Randall. But once Uchenna Nwosu went down and the double team rates started to slide away from Uchenna over to him, you saw some of his production dip. You saw some of his production dip with playing too many snaps. I think the snap count gets removed down. I think Mike McDonald's stack fronts are going to help to create a lot of one-on-one opportunities for Boye to allow him to duplicate some of that production he did through those 7 games over the course of a whole season. So I think a 13, 14 sack year is in the cards for Boye Mafe. The other guy I didn't have on here that was my other breakout guy, Randall, was Noah Fant. I think Fant's going to be utilized a lot in this offense. Looking at Grubb last year with Westover had more targets and more catches than Fant did, while being in a similar place to kind of Fant as far as you're not number 1 option, you're not number 2 option, you're not number 3 option. Sometimes you're not even number 4 option. Yet still found a way within that offense and Grubb offense to get his share of targets and touches and catches. And I think that that's going to be... I think that that's going to be part of what Noah Fant's going to have brought to his game, where he goes from being at 400 yards up to like 850, 850 yards, 7, 8 touchdowns. There's a little bit more of an onus on really trying to use him a bit, Randall. So I think he's another guy that does break out for your Seahawks next year. And those would be my breakout guys. So those are my eight level up guys, Randall, and then breakout guys. But now he says if he says DK is the focal point, then that really means K9's about to eat. That's right. And I think with Grubb, he's going to find ways with K9 just to get him the ball in space. He was the other guy that I had as a breakout guy, Randall. I lied on that. There's my other guy that I had as a breakout guy. Where K9's my other one, where I think he's a 1,400-yard back this year, or at least a 15 total touchdown. If he can't get there as a 1,400 yards, at least 15 total TDs. It's going to be used in the screen game. He's going to be used as just throw it out to the flat to him. Just get the ball in his hands in space is where I think a lot of what's going to drive Grubb with Walker. Get the ball to get him the ball and get him the ball with his hands in space so he can get out there and really work. And I think when they say DK at the focal point, here it is. I think that if you will be the focal point, you draw too much attention. We're going to attack those other areas where the attention's leaning away from. You create holes on the field, we'll attack those holes on the field. It's part of what makes Grubb such a good coordinator is it's not the rigidity of his scheme. It's the flexibility to attack anywhere on a football field where you may be weak. Allen says everything on the line. DK owned Jalen Ramsey. He did on that kid, that's for sure. Amen. Greg says every wide receiver in the league, top 10 in yards last year, had more targets than DK except for one, if I'm remembering correctly. So if you want DK to have top 10 or top 5 stats, you're actually asking for more targets. Great point, man. And how many games did we have last year, Greg, where you'd gone 2-3 quarters at times without targeting him once? You just kind of had forgotten the fact he was on your team almost, it seemed like. Yeah, the Minnesota game winner. That was the one I was referencing a couple years ago. Offense couldn't do anything, and Russell just basically in his own end zone at like the 4-yard line, just threw it up to DK. And then DK comes back a couple plays later on a 4th down, touchdown. Megan in the house. How you doing, Megan? Chris says we should not speak of the Butler INT ever again. Never raise it again. Never. Megan says, my nickname is Saber Spinning Classes Grogu due to my surname at the Hawks Nest. I like it. Grogu's a good name too. Yeah, I think those are good nicknames. He's how everything DK plays the Eagles. He always has JJ Whitehorse or whatever on his mind and goes off. Disrespectful, dragging him over DK. Thank God too. Yeah, that was a lot of receivers went ahead of DK in that draft. Brutal for some of ththose teams too, in retrospect. Greg Kemp said JSN with a ninja mask. I got to do it, you know. Benelli Grubb's run game is overshadowed obviously by his pass game, but he's a nasty run game play caller that gets teams all out of whack pre-snap. K9 is going to have a career year. Amen. Pre-snap motion, pre-snap adjustments of the line of scrimmage, get the defense in a fluctuating state. I don't know how many snaps I've already seen with Grubb and looking at Washington tape where he's got defenders still pointing, still trying to get their responsibilities all flexed out right at the snap. And what that does to defenses when you get him in that confused state. But he's a guy that has offensive line roots. This guy will run the ball. Though he's a spread system guy, he's got that run game kind of background to him. So he'll never be what you might have as a typical offensive play caller who will have a bit of a pull to just lean into the passing, kind of forget about the run game, or do the run game as sort of a necessary evil. No. We're gonna make it a part of what we do as a centerpiece as well. We're gonna include it all. But yeah, that's why I've got K9 on spot. Chad says, I just got to the part where you responded to my comment about CJ making the playoffs, and that was a bit of a cheap shot. My bad. And you're right about one player versus team. I get it. My point, it was about missed opportunities to other players because his catch percentage is so low. Yeah, lots of other factors. That's just the basis of my whole point here. Averages matter than totals, generally speaking. I'm with you on that. If I'm going to throw to DK, let's walk it through like this, Chad. If I'm going to throw to DK and I throw it 3 yards out of bounds on a play, and I'm forcing it into him in that way, that's a lost opportunity to somebody else. We're right there alignment on that. But then we go to responsibility. Is that DK's fault at that point? Or is that the offensive accountability? Is that the offensive play caller's accountability? Is that the decision-making of Geno Smith on that play? Or some other factor? And that's just been my point of this, is that's a factor outside of DK's control. DK can control his route running. He can control how he catches catchable passes. He can control whether he gets open or not. He can control how he run blocks. He can't control these other things. And that's why when averages matter, but averages matter as well of what does a player directly factor into and control versus what is reliant upon 3 or 4 or 5 other factors that have to come into place. And unfortunately, in the receiver position, there's other things that come into play that are outside of what you do and just making the catch and just getting open, you know. But I get where you're coming from. It certainly is. You don't want to be this inefficient in how you target a guy, to your point. But that's where I do come down to, again, if there was more of a imagination in how they divvied up the targets, where they targeted the field, how often they targeted, where they targeted on the field, I think these numbers find an equilibrium a bit. Brian, I think it's the Pro Football writers voting. Great points about DK being double teams, especially in terms of whole team perspective. It's the thing. You say you watch a lot of All 22, Chad, as well, and you no doubt have to have seen this too as well. And that when you turn on the All 22, and you get the shot that's all the way back, and I got to see the whole secondary. And if I target in a game and look at DK, watch what the safeties do. Watch what the safeties do. And if there's 2 safeties over the top, he's getting the cover 2 swing. If there's a single safety over the top, he's getting the safety swing. How often do we get cover 0 blitzes in Seattle? You don't get cover blitzes in Seattle. How often are we going to get 8-man boxes in Seattle over the past couple of years? Not going to get 8-man boxes. Why? You don't run the ball well enough. Also, you don't run block well enough. I run block better. I open up more holes in the run game. I have more creative run diversity, like, I know, bring in fly sweeps. Now I start to force an extra safety up in the box. I force more run responsibilities. I pull those double teams away. But we've never been able to force the teams to be true and honest with it, right, Chad? Where they're able to kind of cheat in recent years against this offense. That's what I'd say. That's a good word, I guess. They were able to cheat on our offense, and in those cheats that they can take, those little extra steps in one direction or the other, dials down not just for DK, but a Kenneth Walker as well. I would put into this, Chad, or a Noah Fant as well. I'd put into this, where it's just the overall effectiveness of all these guys gets pulled down a bit because they're being. It's not just it is a little bit almost kind of gross negligence. When you're a team that's 32nd in the NFL, when there's not another NFL team that out there that targets the middle of the field, and this is on a yearly basis, teams can count on that stat being a fact of life for your Seattle Seahawks, then that means as a defense, I can plan for it. And if I can plan for it, you're giving the defense one extra advantage then that you didn't have to give them, that you just gave them for craps and giggles, basically. Yeah. So if you're highlighting some video of what appears to be bad throws by Geno, but yeah, DK, if DK is not in the right place, sans the tosses out of bounds, the ball will look like a bad throw. Let me reread that. So if you're highlighting some video of what appears to be bad throws by Geno, if DK is not in the right place, sans the throws out of... Well, but that's the point of some of these cups to show that, though. There's more to the story than that on this, Chad. Let's take this throw. This is the very first cut I showed. This is the very first game of the season. This isn't a matter of there's like guesswork that needs to be done here. Like DK didn't run the right route here, so therefore Geno throws this ball 3 yards out of bounds. Geno needs to put this ball out in front of DK Metcalf and not throw it out of bounds. Look at the safety over the top, closing over the top. Number 2. Do you notice how the safety's late? You see how he's not going to arrive there on time? So the throw's got to be out in front of DK to give him an opportunity to make a catch. You throw it out of bounds, you can make the explanation to me that if DK's not in the right place, but then what's the specific play we're talking about where he wasn't in the right place where that happened? We can't just make the guesswork of that and say, well, I'm guessing he probably wasn't in the right place. That's why Geno threw that ball out of bounds. I don't see there's any proverbial scenario here where DK was running the wrong 9 route here, forcing Geno to throw it out of bounds like that. And on all 7 of those throws I showed on this, which again, these weren't cherry picked throws. I just went today and typed in Metcalf and just looked for incompletions, Chad. I just grabbed the first incompletions that popped up that I could find. These are all just through the first few games of the schedule. I could show you a cut up over and over of these kind of plays where you would not be able to backtrack it to DK did something wrong here. There's a couple of those. I can give you some specific ones I remember last year that stand out. The Bengals interception, for instance, when he didn't run the post route all the way through. That's completely on DK. But the question comes down to, is it an epidemic of a problem? Is it an epidemic of an issue? I don't know if you saw it at the top as well on this, and I'll repost this because I didn't see you reference this at all, Chad, but let's take a look at this as well, because again, trying to provide you some extra stuff. So let's give you some of the statistics. Let's give you some of the tape. Let's also present some other advanced statistics, if we have it, that we can reference on it. So the whole point of me showing this to earlier on the show on this stat right here, catchable, right? Catchable passes. So this would remove your catch rate and all that. And I know that for this doesn't bring into your part on the lazy route running, or maybe there wasn't a detail. I'd argue with that. We don't really know that. Like that's a guesswork by either of the two of us. So it doesn't really do us too well to say, well, that's probably because he didn't run the route. We probably want to stay in the land of what we can kind of see clearly and affirm clearly. And when it does come down to this, catchable passes last year for DK Metcalf, actual catchable passes, you've got 74 catchable passes that he converts into 66 catches, which is right in alignment with the rest of these receivers in the league that are at the top of the button here as far as catchable passes go. Are there guys you're going to find a little more maybe efficient? Sure. Are there guys going to a little bit less as well? Is it a give and take on that? Yeah, but is it some bad stat one way or the other for him? No. If I go to 2022, again, targets, catchable targets. Come down here to DK Metcalf. 101 catchable passes. The thing is with that, though, he's targeted 144 times that year. but only 101 of those targets were catchable. And he converts that into 90 catches. So we just come back to me, it's hard to go to that efficiency stat, and again, we'll have the bit of the disagreement when it comes to, there's nothing I can really do between I think he runs lazy routes, or I think that he was off on these details of it. That's just a place that we'll have the disagreement on for our own reasons on that, because I don't think it can be proven one way or the other with those particular details, and it's kind of an eye of the beholder situation. I'd also argue with it, Chad, when you got a guy 6'4" at his size, you're not going to see the same kind of route running abilities you see of a guy who's 6 foot tall, who can stop on a dime and, corner like a Porsche, which is a bit of the difference of what you just see in normal terms with guys that are bigger bodied dudes. So yeah, it's just kind of my stance on where it is with it on it. Why I want to preside that stuff. There's certainly those chances that there's those situations that do happen. I don't know that I see enough supporting evidence to believe that they're happening at a huge level for him, or at a bigger level for him than other receivers who would be considered one of the better receivers in this league. Megan Hawksnest, I'm about going to head out in the middle of a 13-week migraine, not doing well. Love you all, and we'll hopefully catch up soon. Sounds good, Megan. You take care of yourself. We appreciate you. Mike M. DK is one of those players who, no matter what he has to do, he wants to win, and you need those players. No doubt about that, Mike. That's another part of why I like DK, is I think he's got that competitive fire in him. I think he wants to win. I think he'll do whatever it takes. And that's not always as an easy thing to find in football players in this modern age as we'd like to believe. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $4 or $5 donation, bro. Appreciate you for that. He says, think we targeted edge rush and running back in second round back-to-back years purely because of BPA, or because we had success in the 22 draft and wanted to repeat it? I think it's a great question, Randall. I think it was not because they were looking to repeat the success. And the reason I would say that is not because Walker wasn't good for you. He really was. But remember, Randall, in that first year, Boye Mafe gave you almost nothing as far as a pass rusher. He was really good as a run defending edge, but he wasn't some huge wild success story in that first year that made you say, let's redo that again. So I think what was driving it, and I think that there's a variety of different points that we can look at over the last 3 drafts, Randall, that come back to again and again. The team is leaning into BPA and taking the best purely available player that's there on their board. And that's sometimes going to lead you into strange scenarios like taking 2 running backs in back to years, or two edge in the second round in back-to-back years, or taking a Byron Murphy in the first round when you already have Leonard Williams and Draymond Jones on the roster, or taking 2 cornerbacks at the back of the draft just because the value was too good for you to deny at that point. I think there's so many places in these last couple of drafts you can see that from that stand out to me, Randall, and it's been affirmed by what John Schneider has said in his approach to drafting the past couple of years and how they've changed their ways. And him saying, why we've done so well, we were leaning too heavily into need over the years. We need to stop doing that. That was causing us problems. It was causing us harm. We had to drive back into this value-based mindset, and it's brought about some of the better drafts in Seahawks history over these last couple of drafts. And I think it will bring success into the future as long as they can remain in that pocket, Randall. So that's going to be the key now. It's one thing to be in that pocket when you have a kind of a roster that you're emptying and you're turning over and you're rebuilding. Can you stay in that same pocket now as you're an ascending team reaching to a contending state? And that's the part, that'll be the fun part to see on that side of it. So yeah, I think purely BPA. BPA would be all the way I'd go on that one. Greg says, DK has never been the focus of the offense, but somehow they force throws to DK. Swedish Shinobi again and again with the anecdotal evidence in DK BS. It's the same with the Geno deniers. It's why I equally push back on both of these 2 topics when it comes to the other side of it. Is I passionately feel what I feel about it, and I also am trying to understand the other side of it. As much as I'm pushing back, there's also the trying to understand where the stuff drives from. When it does come to the route running on that stuff, that is like I said, that's an eyes in the beholder thing. That's not something I can, if somebody looks at DK and goes, I don't see a good route runner, I can't give them the exact show of how he is to them or what he's doing that is making that happen. I can point to like separation and that type of thing, but I still don't think that would move the needle for someone if they were to look at him and feel that, Alan says people stopped talking about the times when DK was open and the football went elsewhere. Definitely happens too when you don't target him. Chad says Geno's great. People who hate him are nuts. Amen, Chad. Amen. I appreciate where you're coming from too, Jihad. I love this conversation. So I hope you understand and do all this, that this is part of what I like to have in my channel is it's disagreements welcome. Will there be pushback? Sure, there'll be pushback, but it's always going to be respectful pushback. There's no digs here. There's no personal attacks here on this type of stuff. It's just about having the discussion and having an open debate. And I think that even if we don't come to pushing the needle for one of us, as far as I win you to my side of the debate or you win me to your side, I like to think that the audience in general, as to hearing these kind of debates, can kind of get to a bottom line in their own mind of where they stand on this stuff and gets a little bit more maybe clarity from that angle of it, if that makes sense. Even more Seahawks, it feels like at times Geno was throwing DK the worst balls of the game for a couple of weeks. It felt like that way to me too. It's why I wanted to show these cut-ups of some of these throws, is there were a lot of games this last year I got doubly frustrated. And one of the points of frustration was the lack of willingness to target DK throughout courses of the game. It's like the Baltimore Ravens game where I don't think you target him one time through the whole game. You have him run a crossing route, which he gets a 50 yards on, and then you don't go back to him again, I think, but one time through the whole rest of the game. And you go, man, this is a number one wide receiver. Why wouldn't you look to try to on a day where your offense is getting nothing done? Why wouldn't you try to accommodate him more into the offense to try to get some more stuff generated and going? And they just didn't do it at times, but it's the combination of that and a lot of these throws. I could do probably about 15-minute cut up of Geno Smith throws to DK last year where he's giving DK no chance on the ball. On routes where DK could potentially have a chance if he put the ball in the right spot, and he's just not giving DK the spot to give him a chance to make the catch. Holy Sand Grenade B, how does one get to All-Pro? It's voted on by the Writers Association, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And, they vote their first team and second team guys, and then they pair off the list of who gets the first or second team based off that list, I believe. Chad says, so you just got to the point where I capitalize control, that science term, which means to keep the variables the same that don't matter, to only look at one factor, which for Geno, to me, is catch percentage. Don't matter. Which for me is the catch percentage. So you just got to the point where I capitalize control. That's the science term, which means to keep variables the same that don't matter, to only look at one factor, which for me is the catch percentage. Average, yes, it's a first. I get it. I'm literally a science teacher laughing out loud. I can understand that again a little bit, but it's capitalized control. So a control group would be one, though, that you'd want controlled. You wouldn't want outlying. As I understand with science, in a control group, Chad, a control group is the one that's supposed to be literally what it says, controlled. Outlying factors don't come into play on it, so that I can test other stuff up against it, right? Other outlying factors come into catch percentage, though. So how is it a control group when there are outside factors? It'd be like testing the temperature of an object in the room and leaving a window open and then not acknowledging that there was a window open allowing for wind to blow into the room to cool the object. That's not then a controlled experiment if I'm trying to take into account just what the stagnant temperature is of the room. But that's kind of what's happening here. You're not taking into account then the quarterback throwing it, the pass protection, the offensive play call. There's so many things that go into the success of a given play more than just this guy making this catch in this moment. It's like a lot of things have to happen at once. But that's, again, where we may come down to. There's just a bit of we have a differing outlook in our outlook of what makes teams find that success, or a receiver find that success, or what kind of bodes into it. And I can accept that. It's all good. William says, hey, B, how many yards will K9 get? And Lockett will get K9 10 touchdowns this year. I think K9's a 15 touchdown guy this year. There might be about 5 of those that he gets receiving, because I think he's going to get a lot of screen plays and a lot of just working him out of the backfield. But I think he's going to be worked into space mainly, and that's going to help him get his yards and his touches. I think he's a 1,400-yard guy. I think he's a 15 total touchdown guy. I think he has a true breakout season. And much like with DK, it's on the back of a couple different things. It's being utilized to the outside rather than inside at the heavy rate. It's the more of the creative offense that can allow him to be used more creatively, i.e. just getting him the ball in his hands at times and letting him get to work. It's a defense not living on the football field, giving the offenses more touches, and theoretically not being behind football games as much so that you have to bail out on the run and not be able to stay committed to it. It's all of that stuff a little bit. Greg says, my problem with DK isn't a good route runner, people. It's never in comparison to Mike Evans. It's always with a 195-pound wide receiver who plays Z slot, which doesn't make sense. It's true. It is one too where it's the tough one with me with DK too. It's this guy's 6'4", like you said, the difference between those players and how they move, and you see this everywhere. You can see it with the guy that's a linebacker at 6'3", 6'4", and how he can change direction versus a linebacker that's 6 feet tall and maybe 10, 15, 20 pounds less. It's just the size, speed stuff does come into factor on that stuff and what you can do from a physical sense if you're built a certain way. And, there's things that DK can do that those 195-pound receivers can't do too. And that's where we come to the push, is the net benefit there? Yeah, it is. The net benefit's there because it certainly overrides that lack of ability to have a strong 3-cone, right, Greg? Doesn't have that strong 3-cone, but he's got a lot of strong everywhere else. Brian says, feeling the need for a donut, may hit the shop after the chat. Let's go. Donuts do sound good right now. Brian says, Brandon, found any good fish tacos? I have not yet. I'm also not a seafood guy, though. I don't eat much seafood. It's kind of rough for me, but it's the reality. Be more Seahawks could do Uchenna Nwosu breakout this year if you really think about it. It's a prove-it year when Mafe could ask to get paid if he has a good season. He could. I mean, the thing that stands out to me, Phoebe, is that you had him at San Diego, and every year in San Diego, or Chargers, every single year Uchenna with the Chargers got better on that rookie contract. And then when he came to Seattle, he had his best season in his first year in Seattle then, after improving every season there with the Chargers as a kid that came into this league very young. Last year, he was having a pretty strong year before he went down. So will he continue to be able to maybe stack on top of it? It's possible. And he's a good all-around player. He's going to be on that field a lot. Maybe a guy that gets to benefit a bit from having a guy like Draymond Jones out there on early downs, where maybe that's less run snaps that he's out there and responsible for, and they're just going to let him kind of hunt as a pass rusher in an ideal situation. But there's also the part that, he's a little undersized, how he fits into this McDonald defense and how much McDonald wants to make him that centerpiece. I'm not sure on that. But you're right. He is kind of heading into a contract year because the Hawks can save a lot of money getting out from under the deal after this year, and they have a lot of edges stacked behind him. So there is a bit of a prove-it kind of territory to the situation with Uchenna coming into this season. But not sure exactly how they're looking to use him, and it's part of that's feed me is just the Draymond Jones factor coming in, and then the fit into Mike McDonald's defense. Mike McDonald's defense doesn't have a lot of 6'1" edges that he's employed in recent history. Though maybe Kyle Van Noy's kind of somewhere near that size. William says, hey, B, how many interceptions will the secondary get this year? Ooh, good question. I got Witherspoon down for 5. Let's go 5-5. Witherspoon, Woolen 5-5. We'll go 2 for Trey Brown. We'll go 1 for Mike Jackson. We'll go 5 for Julian Love. And then an assembly of a couple others in there mixed in. So something like 24, 25 interceptions this year. It's getting harder, Williams, to get interceptions. These offenses are being so careful with the football, and you're seeing a lot of the deep routes getting taken out of the playbook, I think, in large part of times to dial down some of those picks and interceptions on those deep balls. Megan says, no seafood. We can't be friends, B. Almost all I eat now. I just can't get into it. Yeah. But you know this. I've always told you guys this. I'm the most picky eater you'll ever find in maybe human history. I probably should even go into the Guinness World Book of Records. It's pretty incredible. Greg says, Mike Evans, offensive coordinator, even went on the Bucs podcast before the season last year and said Bucs were going to use Mike Evans like DK. That's the comparison to make, and they are both ex-receivers. I like it, man. Yeah. Great comparison. And Mike Evans, to your point, has made, he's made his hay through his career running slant routes, post routes, 9 routes, that type of thing. I mean, that's, if you go through the majority, I think, of his catches, that's pretty much what you're seeing him do, which, can work. That can be enough. But you don't want to ask those big receivers, Greg, again, to your point on this, you don't really want the big receivers running some jerk route, where they're changing direction, doing all, because it's just, that's not their skill set. It's not their physical strength. You're asking them to do and lean towards what is their weakness when you do ask them to do that stuff. But yeah, also the difference on the X and the Z's. There's just like there's a difference between slot and outside receivers. There is a distinct difference between X and Z wide receivers as well. Alan says, Brandon, what are your thoughts on KJ Wright as the 49ers linebacker coach? Yeah, it makes me vomit. I don't know if that was the only spot KJ could go get a job. Maybe KJ just doesn't want to go far from the home in Seattle, and that's the closest spot to go get. I don't really like it. Seems like he's going to potentially be a very good linebacker coach based off of what we've heard from people that have been in the Seattle organization trying to woo him over to Seattle over the past couple of years. So seems good for the Niners, seems bad for us, and it's not right. Much like Richard Sherman signing with the Niners. It's not right. I don't like it. J.O. says, Megan, what about all the dead bodies in the ocean and poo and nuclear waste? That's a big part of it for me. It's like stuff that's in the ocean is just, ugh. There's lead and everything. There's microplastics. There's people that just use their whole sewage system to pump it in the ocean. I mean, it's kind of disgusting at this point. Our ocean needs a cleanse. Ivan Navas, we have a ton of weapons, but I'm cautiously optimistic that the new system will pay off right away. I'm worried the big changes might come in with growing pains. Thoughts? That's very well said on your part, Ivan, and I think that you have appropriately identified really the factors that are at play here. And it's one that I don't think that there's anybody that's going to have the answer on this one. I think that this season, unlike many Seahawks seasons over the past maybe decade, has more of a variance in play than we've seen. And by that variance, I mean, you could be a team that has 6 wins. You could be a team that has 6 wins next year, and it's a lot of ups and downs and just bumpy, rocky roads. It could be a team that takes advantage of all these things that the prior regime wasn't doing, and they can take advantage of those advantages immediately, meaning that the returns can also then be immediate. And if the returns can be immediate, then the wins will be bumped up that much more with it. One equals to the other. But to make the prediction that those advantages are going to be able to overrule the working out of the kinks, that's the tough prediction for me to make, Ivan, because I get torn a little bit back and forth on that one, saying, historically speaking, NFL history would tell you that we're going to have to wait a year to get ourselves to a contending state. But typically, new coaches coming into an organization like this one don't have some of the benefits built in like Mike Macdonald has built in. Namely that, for instance, you're 3 years, you're into year 3 now of this rebuild. That you have so many advantages that are going to be very easy for him to walk in and just pick right on up. But neither of those variances, Ivan, would surprise me on this season. And it's part of why you'll hear me very often speak to the 12s needing to be patient this upcoming season. And I know they're chomping at the bit, and I know they want them to be good this year. But we've got to be students of history a little bit on this and recognize that in NFL history, a legendary coach moves on, a new coach comes in, and it's very rare that you're just not going to miss a beat. There's going to be a bit of a beat, and we just got to be patient with that. But it could also hit. That's the beauty of it. It could also hit. As most of those coaches taken over, Ivan, when they took over in the past, Jimmy Johnson took over for a Tom Landry, and he had that horrible, one year season. He was taking over a completely empty roster. There was nothing there. So that's the difference here too. You're not taking over an empty roster. 3 Hours says, think Spoon hits over 20 pass deflections this year. A little over 1 a game. Yeah. Because I think he's going to get targeted. I don't think that, especially if Woolen can come back and do what he does from his stance, his side of it, I think that there's not going to be a place that you can just sort of attack on this team and ignore Spoon, where it's like, well, he got targeted 1 time over the course of this game. I don't think the way this defense is set up that that's going to be the case, especially with him playing out the slot, where you're just going to get your share of action in there. But yeah, I think he gets over 20 deflections. What do you have last year? Like at least 14 or something? Megan says, Hawks Nest, you're already dead to me, dude. Your dislike of Zorn. It isn't a dislike of Zorn. It's more of a support of Craig. Randall Daniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Randall, for all your support, brother. Thank you so much, man. Says, good place to find breakouts are guys up for a first payday. Cross, K9, Mafe, Woolen, or guys on a 1 or 2 year deal. Fant or DK. I think you just right there touched upon the reasoning behind why every one of those guys you mentioned in your donation, Randall, except for Woolen, I had on my list of taking the step forward or breaking out. There is a bit of that does factor into that for me. You, especially when it comes to running backs, you tend to see their best years coming on the heels of those paydays that are due to come their way if they can have that kind of season for the team. And so, I think that is something that you have to think. Again, talk about being a student of NFL history. We just have seen this too much over in NFL history where guys in their contract years are going to be a little bit more hungrier, let's say, than they will be. We might have signed them to like a 4-year massive extension. So I'm expecting all those guys to be basically on their best behavior, be their best physical selves come training camp for those reasons, Randall. Yeah, great points, man. And I 100% agree. With Woolen, too, I think he could be one of those guys. It just comes down with Woolen if he can kind of fix the thing that needs to be really fixed in his game, which is the tackling. Can you get that shorn up? Can you have that not be a liability? Because I know you can get the coverage stuff done. I know you're going to take away your share of balls out there at the corner. But can that side of your game come forward? And if it can, then the upside of you as a player moves so much more up tremendously because of it. Chad says, man, you're kind of laying into me right now, and honestly, I'm loving it. I watched you for well over a year now and always thought you might be softballing your followers here. I know it's a controversial issue on DK. I get it. I've caught nothing but hell on Facebook for it, but I'm just seeing it through a different lens. What I want on this channel, as I say, Chad, is I want to make sure that we're always, as much as we can, keeping the discussion open and honest, and where I do my best on these talks, and I know it's not always the easiest places to be at, to make sure that we're just, not just me, but the chat's being respectful on this, that we're being respectful, because there's going to be different opinions that come in, and there's going to be opinions that we wildly disagree with and we passionately disagree with. But we all are part of the same family here, Chad. We all are, at the end of the day, 12s. And family can disagree, but let's not also forget at the end of the day that we all are so part of the same team. We all want to see the same thing. And we might disagree on how we get there, but that needs to be at the forefront, I think, of everything. And I always will welcome disagreement. And part of me want to talk about it today is never about going after you or going after, it's the argument itself is the thing that I go after. And I try to remain consistent on that. I'm not perfect about it, but I will try to be consistent on all I'm just going to try to go after is the thing that I most, go up against. And part of on this talk, that's the tough part, I think, too, Chad, is the fact that it's been one that's been so much a little bit at the forefront at times of the chat, where every time I've gone live for probably about a year and a half, I get at least one, should we trade DK Metcalf comment posted in there. And so it's also a little bit of that where you get to the fatigue. This is the thing with the Geno stuff that hits me too, where there's a bit of a fatigue factor that'll come in. But I also think that this is good stuff to talk about, because I think in turning it over and discussing it and trying to get to the depths of it, I think that we get closer to the truth. And it's not just about necessarily me dunking on you or you dunking on me. Like I was saying before, if part of why I like to read the chat as much as I can and try to get to every comment as I can is it gives, I think, the audience the back and forth to where they can determine in their own mind where they stand on the given issue. And it doesn't have to necessarily be to agree with me. I don't want this to ever be, Chad, a place that's an echo chamber or there's an expectation that people will only, toe the line and agree with what I'm saying and what I tell people that they need to think. I don't want that. Never would want that. So I will be passionate. I will push back. I will go hard on it. I do that stuff, but it will never be from the standpoint of ever not wanting to have different perspectives and views in here. Even different perspectives and views that might be wildly disagreed with within the chat. That's still okay. This is how we get to, I think, the truth ultimately is the testing of the ideas and the back and forth. I truly do believe in it. Megan says, we have some of the cleanest oceans here, B. You need to come down here. And someday, Megan, you're going to have to sell me on that long-ass flight. I mean, that's going to be brutal for me. I can barely take the 6 hours. You quadruple it. Like, I'm going to be an angry, angry man by the end of that flight. Greg says, Brandon, who leads the Hawks in INTs this year? a 3-way tie between Julian Love, Woolen, and Witherspoon. They all have 5. If I had to pick one guy, I'd give the nod to Woolen. He had a couple interceptions last year. He had a couple others that were right there in his hands he could have had as well. So the ball skills are still there and legit with Woolen. Those are for real and unusual for the position. And he's always going to bring that part of it. With him, the tackling is the question, but the ball skills, the ability to take the ball from the corner position, he's got that ability. Chad says, a controversial on DK. I get it. I've gotten hell, but I'm just seeing it through a different lens. Oh, yeah. And different lenses always welcome, man. Always welcome, Chad. I promise you here. Alan says that Brandon agreed. I still can't believe he went with the ops. What are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? Michael Cam, always a pleasure to watch your streams, Brandon. What is one thing that you think McDonald will integrate to the team to truly confuse McVay and Shanahan to the point that they worry about him? If I was to say at the center point of this, I would say it's this. I'm going to take away the thing you want to do, and I'm going to force you into the thing that you don't want to do. And I think that alone starts to make teams uncomfortable. In the Niners case, I'm going to make Brock Purdy hit me with 9 routes all day. If he can hit me with 3 9 routes over the top, then good for him. I feel like this is a little bit of what the Chiefs did with the Ravens last year in the playoffs. The Chiefs said to Lamar, we're going to take away your running game. We're going to take away your ability to run the ball. You're going to have to throw the 9 routes over the top and beat us with those throws. I believe Lamar had about 4 or 5 9 route throws throughout the course of the game. I don't think he completed one of them. We're going to heavily take away your strength as much as we possibly can. So from the Niners standpoint, our receivers had a little bit of an issue last year getting open man coverage. Guess what? We're running a lot of man. Brock Purdy, you don't like stack fronts? Guess what? You're getting a lot of stack fronts. In regards to the Rams, even a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl, what was the way that Bill Belichick was able to solve that great Rams offense with Goff and McVay at the time and Todd Gurley? 6-man fronts, stack fronts. So just it's pushing heavily into that weakness thing, and that's not what we were doing prior, Michael Cam. Prior, for instance, defensively, we're going to drop to depth in deep zone. Yeah, but this team doesn't attack deep. Yeah, we don't care. We're still dropping to deep zone. Limit the big plays. Make them earn it. Yeah, but they're willing to earn it. They're willing to dink and dunk us. That's okay. They'll get impatient at some point. Yeah, but they're not getting impatient. They will. Trust me, they will. But they're not. They're just moving the ball up on us. They're having 14-minute drives. Our defense is living on the football field. It'll be fine. That was our approach prior. And I think that approach is not going to be the same way now as we go forward. I love Zorn, Megan. I just don't quite love him as much as I like Dave Craig. It's a pecking order thing. Washington Visquest, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Washington Visquest says, do you think KJ was on the 49ers payroll when he sneak attacked Marquise Blair in cold blood? Just kidding. Love KJ until I see him in the turd red. Go Hawks. It's going to be hard to see him even in just the jacket colors, right? Like, ugh. And on that sideline, ugh. But yeah, that Marquise Blair was a brutal injury, and I'd love to ask Marquise at some point if he was ever able to get quite back right from that torn ACL. But KJ, what the hell were you doing on that play? Just the tackle's long been made. You just come flying in out of left field, and you roll right up on your guy's ankles. Tough. That was tough, man. That was tough. Oh, KJ Wright, a Niner. It doesn't sound right, does it, Washington Fishquest? It's just all kinds of wrong. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, would you rather Witherspoon gets 5 picks or 5 sacks? 5 and 5 possible? Well, yeah. I mean, certainly 5 and 5 is possible in this defense where you're going to blitz a lot. And as the slot corner, McDonald is going to have no hesitancy whatsoever about blitzing his slot cornerbacks as he did with the Ravens a lot. I think they had one guy in particular racked up a good amount of sacks just out of that role last season. He had some speciality guys in roles last year. It's another reason why I like McDonald so much. But I'd rather have the 5 picks. taking away the ball, Randall, that's going to be much bigger than just getting a sack. You get a sack and convert the first down on the next play. I get a pick, I'm giving that ball back to my offense. So give me the 5 picks over the 5 sacks for him on that. That'll be more effective for the team. Thank you, Randall. Good Morning Football Breaks Down says, did you see Woolen is the best in man coverage as a cornerback? Says PFF. Yeah, let me bring up the stat that you're referencing there, because it's an interesting one. I like this stat. And this is again back, I know I've hammered this throughout the stream today, but if I say it once, I think you got to say it like 10 times. It's again about the fact that you had players that were good at doing something. And this can be we talk about this with a DK Metcalf. We can talk about this with a Kenneth Walker. We can talk about this with Tariq Woolen or a Devin Witherspoon. But they did something good, or they had good parts of their game. That didn't necessarily mean the prior regime leaned into those things that they did well. This is what you're referencing right here and what you're talking about, which is Tariq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon and how they played in man coverage situations. And so when you're you got 4 quadrants here on this man coverage analysis chart here. This is week 1 through 15. So Woolen actually got better by the end of the year. He got even above Jalen Johnson in the man coverage grade. But the coverage grade is going to be essentially there on that right side, and how often you were in man coverage and all that. So one of your better man coverage corners, the guys underlined there, you have Tariq Woolen and then Witherspoon right below him. So you had 2 of the better man cover corners in all of football last year. If I was to tell you that, and I was to then ask you guys, do you think you spent a lot of time in man, or you think you spent a very little bit of your time in man? You spent a little bit of time in man. Well, why is that? That's what they did best. Why would you have them in zone coverage by the thing that they don't do best? Because we were married to the rigidity of our old scheme, not to putting our players in the position to do what they do best. And it was all across the board. And it was on offense and it was on defense. And it is the main explanation for some of these guys for why we haven't gotten more out of them. For why a guy, for instance, when I'm sitting down with Randy Mueller, general manager, and I'm talking to him, I didn't ask him about whether or not the team had underachieved over the last couple of years. He said that himself just coming out, where he said, hey, I think the team's underachieved the last couple of years. They got more talent than what they've been putting out in that field. I think he's seeing the same kind of thing I'm seeing, or that we're seeing on that. And that should flip around. But yeah, I did see that Good Morning Football breakdowns, and that's where it's going to be one of those easy advantages. Kenneth Walker, 3.8 yards between the tackles, 5.3 yards outside the tackles. I'm going to lean more outside the tackles on some of his runs. I got 2 of the best man coverage cornerbacks in the NFL. I think we'll run a lot of man. I don't think that's going to be too hard for a coach to kind of recognize. Chad says, yeah, Grubb's screen game is nasty. I'm thinking about 10 to 15 minutes behind. 3 things he does within that, Chad, that I really like about what he's built into the spread concepts, especially, which help the spread become that much more effective for him, where it doesn't fall into, I think, some of the trappings of a typical spread formation. Shot plays, number 1. 1 every 8 plays, I want to take a shot over the top. 1 every, I think, 7 plays, they run a screen play. And then once a game, you're going to run a trick play. All of these things institutionally from within your scheme force the defense to have to be legit. They can't do that thing. Like I talk about, that cheat thing. They can't lean a certain way. They have to play it true and straight up a little bit. And if they don't, you are able to attack them for doing so. And then that really starts to allow your offense to dictate more to the defense rather than the defense dictating to the offense. But he's got a great screen game, Chad. Yes, he does. Part of it is having the mobility of those offensive linemen built within it too. Swedish Shinobi, does sound echo inside a Hawk's Nest? No, the top's off. So it just goes right up into the sky. Megan says, I flew to you, so payback is, you know what? You didn't like it though. You didn't make it sound like it was a lot of fun. You were damn like, and they had movies and they let us lay back and we were comfortable. You were like, it was hell on earth. Mr. Dog, Hawk's Nest, have you gone to any Padres games yet? I have not. No. I'm just too busy. Too much stuff on the plate. I don't think I'm going to get out there this summer. Chad says, I'll definitely look for the DK double team by safeties cheating over on the all 22 next time. Ha! You said the word cheat, laughing out loud. There we go. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'd love to hear your feedback on this, Chad. So do, after you check it out, get back to me and let me know kind of what you're seeing, if you're seeing the same thing I was seeing. But it has stood out to me in recent years, and looking at the tape, especially when I track in on DK and when you just kind of look at what those safeties are doing at times, it really stands out then. The throws and bounce, they're obviously bad throws, but DK is not in the right place all the time, and he pulls himself out of the route a lot. As I said, there's some of those you can find within there. It just comes down to, is that an epidemic issue, or is it a bad issue? Is it a failing issue with him? There are throws, you're right, you can find of him doing that. The Bengals interception, for instance, last year, Chad, on the post route, where he just stopped. I mean, that's a shining example there. But is it more often than not he's in the right place or not? In my opinion, he is. It might be, in your opinion, maybe not as much. But that's also the part where it's, to me, that'll be just a place where it's sort of just, there's this disagreement there at that spot, because it's harder for us to determine who's potentially right or wrong on that given particular detail. Good morning, football breakdowns. It's just common sense that Pete didn't want to acknowledge. If players are good at certain things, use them for what they're good at. That's what makes me excited about this new staff. Me too. It's the centerpiece of the new staff. McDonald was asked about his scheme and what he did, and he said, it's not about my scheme. It's about getting the most out of the players. This is going to be the spearhead of what they are going to try to make the focal point, I think, of this regime and how they approach their players. And I think that's smart football. I think that's one of the things that you have to do in the modern NFL. You can't just be married to your scheme. That's not good enough. Your scheme is not going to be that brilliant. But yeah, there's routes from last year with JSN I can show you too, where he did have the problem. I mean, there was an interception, I think, in the Browns game where he's supposed to run an option route change. Geno was demonstrative with him after the throw, and he didn't run the route change. He cut it inside, and he was supposed to cut it out. And that's where I would say with it, we can find some cut ups through the years with all these receivers on times where I can do it with Lockett too, on a couple of throws with Lockett where he didn't exactly run the route Geno thought he was, like the Ravens game, where Lockett didn't run the route he thought he was going to run, and Geno threw an interception to Geno Stone. That's where, though, you go, is it an epidemic of an issue where I see this peppered throughout the film over and over, or not peppered, but at least enough of an issue that it's an issue. It's showing up over and over. And you say you're seeing it a lot. And like I said on that, I'm not discounting that you're not seeing it. It's just that there's not a way for us in that kind of difference of opinion when it comes down to, I think he's not running his routes right. I think he's running his routes fine. I think he could be running his route better. You can do the I played receiver or I played football thing. I don't like that as an argument either, though, Chad, because that's an argument of authority, and that's not actually a really valid debating point, right? Well, I did this, so I know better. I don't give that any sort of credence. And when I debate, I don't. It is an arbitrary outlook. It is a thing that you can see it. I can look at it. Another person can look at it. Another person can look at it. And there's going to be a bit of a difference of opinions. And really the only people that would know at the end of the day, whether that's the truth or not, are probably the coaches in the room, I would say. But that's an acknowledgement of saying, I don't know the truth on that one. Maybe you're right on that one, maybe not. But I think that's a little bit of a harder one to necessarily prove. And I don't think it says it's prove. It's to say, well, I ran receiver, so I know this. Or I taught receivers, so I don't know as much on that. Again, I'm not seeing as blatantly on the film on that, where I'm seeing some misrun route by DK over and over like you are in it. That's where it's just probably a difference of opinion we have on this one with that. It's all good. Yeah, it's totally all good, Chad. Dizzy says, Grubb says he wants to accentuate the positives, and we have top three wide receivers, a real solid running back room. So my guess is hopefully we'll have a balanced attack of run and pass. I would expect it to be the case. I think you're going to pass more than you're going to run, but I definitely think he's going to, one of the things Grubb does a really good job of is really having a nice balance of how he's distributing the football. Good morning, football breakdowns. They said they want to be a good run team too, so I'm excited to see how the good edge rushers get, because whatever Mike has, made good defense, has good edge rushers. He's gotten some good production out of edge rushers, good morning football with breakdowns. I think some of the way he does that is being able to dictate some of the single blocks and pull away some of the double teams and stack fronts. Getting offenses to change their protections has been a big helper in making that happen. But he's good with it. He's very good with it. Swedish says, you think Patrick Queen said that S to Mike McDonald? I played linebacker and you haven't? Laughed my house off. Probably wouldn't have gotten too far, right, Swedish? Probably wouldn't have gotten too far with him on that one. I'm going to doubt it. Well, it's a good time to just thank the sponsor of this show today, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Where'd my Underdog thing go? There we go. Underdog Fantasy has been sponsoring the Hawks Nest here throughout the course of this off season. We've been kind enough to do so throughout the season as well. And you guys have done a good job of using this code. I'd appreciate if you guys continue to do so if you haven't already. And that's the NES code. You can also go to the Underdog site. Just click the link at the top of the description section below and go to the Underdog Fantasy site, and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. 100% of your first deposit up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app. And they have some great ongoing contests here that are rolling along, including the NBA Finals. You got to get a feel about which way this is going to go. You want to get a little daily fantasy with the NBA Finals, you can do that. Baseball, Mariners are heating up. Want to take advantage of that? Want a little bit of money on the back? The Mariners getting hot? You can do that as well. Go over there now to Underdog Fantasy today. Utilize my code NEST. They will match you, and they have great ongoing daily contests there that you can get into every which way, shape, or form. We're going to be going through some of my seasonal picks here with Underdog Fantasy as we get a little bit closer in the next couple of weeks. Looking at who I like for going over those totals because they've already got some kind of tasty little selections out there to pick from. So thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the Hawks Nest as they have throughout the course of this year. And do please utilize that code today to win yourself some money and get $100 in your pocket on me. It's not too bad. There are restrictions here as far as the state of Washington goes, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full if you're on their network. Ricky Ricardo, 3 years in a row now with having the cheapest offensive line in football. This feels like sabotage of the quarterback. Well, I think, Ricky, if you're certainly at the 20th worst pass protection rate again in football this season, if the team again largely struggles in part offensively because of a lack of not only pass protection, but, Ricky, the creating of the holes in the run game, I think it's going to be a bit of a frustration when we look back to it and going, why did we put a little bit more in this line? The thing I like I'm with you, Ricky, on that. I would have liked to have seen them do a little more this offseason. I would have liked to have seen a little bit of a stronger move to try to make this a strength on the team. The place I do like that's been a bit different than where they had been, let's say from 2015 to 2020, is there has been more of a draw to try to draft a little more heartily and try to put a little more value into the drafting of guys as they build this lineup. You have a top 10 first-round pick on Charles Cross, a third-rounder on Abraham Lucas, a third-rounder on Christian Haynes, a fourth-rounder on Anthony Bradford. Oluwatimi's a fifth, obviously, so that's a little bit of a later one. But you've started to kind of, in their own right, slowly, but surely, kind of build up this offensive line a little bit here. It's a developmental one. It's not one that they've just kind of microwaved by signing a guy out there. And I would love to see a big signing, Ricky, to kind of complement this in the next offseason to kind of finish it off. But if the development can come with these guys and the health can hold up on some of the guys like Lucas, it should be a much improved offensive line. Greg Kemp, Brandon, Tuesday is the first day of mandatory minicamp, right? I think that's correct, Greg. That sounds right. Dizzy says, yeah, I think Grubb understands that being one-dimensional in the NFL won't get you anywhere or only can get you so far. Agreed. Yeah, I think, and when you've got the two running backs like he has, Dizzy, when you have first year you're coming on board, especially, I think that there's a real draw there to go to those running backs. If you didn't have that kind of talent there or ability there, you might maybe lean a little bit more into that passing attack. But he's got two backs right now that are huge upgrades over what he had in Dylan Johnson last year. And he found his way to get Dylan Johnson his share of touches in that offense. That's for sure. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Y2K, he says, sleeper pick is the O-line blocking in space. Can't wait. I can't either. Part of what makes the screen game so great by Grubb is that ability to utilize those blockers in space. And when we've watched our screen games go to hell over the last couple of years, it's those offensive linemen not being able to get out there and lay those blocks. But in Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas, you have guys with spread-based backgrounds, with the same air raid offense background in college. They know where they need to move to. They know the kind of sets they're going to need to take. They know the ways that they're going to need to get into the second level blocks. Olu Oluwatimi did all that type of stuff at Michigan as well. Bradford is one of your most athletic guards that you'll find coming out of college. They don't come more athletic than that guy. He'll be able to do that. Haynes was maybe your best moving guard in this whole college draft at moving in space. So it's the commitment to moving in space, but then it's also the commitment to getting the blockers who can execute those blocks. Seahawks the past 2 years transitioned to this new offense, which was supposed to be more about mobile-based offensive linemen, hitting reach blocks and whatnot. They never really transitioned and changed enough of the offensive linemen, especially on the interior side of things, to make it work. Now you'll be able to make it work, Y2K. So I like it, man. That's a good one. It's a real good one. Thank you for the donation. Addicted Ox says, oh snap, I missed the start of a stream. Getting old stings. Shaking my head. It does sting. I went out to my nephew had his birthday party yesterday at a trampoline park. And so my old ass went out there and was like doing the trampoline. And I learned I'm too old for trampoline. My back hurts so bad today. I wrecked myself. Getting old sucks. There's no two ways about it. I feel like I broke all of my back yesterday. It was fun though. Brian Myers, his team for 3 off seasons now has paid big attention to the O-line. What more do you want? Damn. They definitely have done better lengths than where they had been, Brian. You're right. Maybe the money's not been spent, but they've been doubling down on offensive line through draft after draft after draft. And that's a different play than they had if you go from 15 to 20, where they'd almost begrudgingly take an offensive lineman. Like, all right, if you're going to force us. Dizzy says, I'm curious about Lincoln Tomlinson, hoping he buys in here and we see the 49ers version of him rather than the Jets. I'd love to see that too. Certainly would solidify a lot of stuff if he can slide into that left guard spot and take that over. And Lakin has been a guy that's been a gamer, and whether he's played good or bad, he shows up every single week for you. So part of the benefit with him is just the availability factor of that. He's going to be out there. He's going to be playing. He is very immobile. And it was the surprising part about him being signed, Dizzy, was the fact that he is just, when I talk about that mobility that these rest of these linemen have, he doesn't have it. And that does make me wonder a little bit about his exact fit in the Grubb offense, because he would almost be the inverse of a Cross or Lucas, or you don't have the familiarity in a spread system. You're not built for a spread system. But he's a steady veteran presence. He also has gotten very old here now. There's a reason at this point you've seen, I think, erosion of some of his play because of the fact he did enter the league at like 2012 or something, 2013. So he's played a lot of football. A lot. Brian Myers, thanks, Brandon. Killing it as always. Go Hawks. Appreciate you, Brian. I do. Chad Wombat, you're discussing my science comment. My point is that averages over time control for all the varying other factors that you're discussing right now. You're not wrong, man, but his catch percentage was 60% for both Geno and Russ. So that is a control that excludes the quarterback as the factor. It's not Geno. Unless both quarterbacks are impinged by the same factors that are leading to the 60% range, right, Chad? Chad, do you think that Pete Carroll decided to stop targeting the middle of the field when Geno Smith took over? Or do you think that that's always existed here throughout his time and DK's time here with him? Does that? It's again, just to me, it's a stat that, no, I can see where you draw that's causation versus correlation, one versus the other to me. And I wouldn't say that simply that these two quarterbacks had a 60% catch with DK, so henceforth DK is the problem. I think that's kind of, to me, a little bit of a leap on that one. But again, this is where I think we get to the base part of this, which is that when it comes to catch percentage, Chad, I don't quite get to why this is the one that you've gone to rather than just like average receptions over a year, or like we could go to any given stat for a receiver or quarterback and let's lock in on one stat. Why, when there's all of this statistical information, like when does in science you have all this information that you can bring into your like, when do they ever simply just go to look for one given statistic to make their determination about any data? Science is about taking in all of what you can take into to make your determination. And if you're just taking one stat and you're tossing away all 22 tape, we're talking all the other stat outlying factors that would come into this, that would play, that I've spoken about here, then again, I think our base point of this disagreement is I think that you're looking at part of the story and you're not looking at all of the story. I think you're looking at a puzzle piece, and it doesn't mean that that puzzle piece doesn't have a value to be looked at within the grand scheme of things, but it is a piece. It is not the whole puzzle. It's just the piece. And that if we put the whole rest of the puzzle piece together, DK is a great player. DK's having the best start of a receiver in Seahawks history. It's the part that I noticed, Chad, you haven't referenced on is how has he done it here? You know, all those factors I told you up against, how has he surpassed a guy like Largent? How is he having the start to a career that's right in line with a Calvin Johnson if he is unable to run routes like you say, or unable to do this, unable to do that, not doing this, not doing that? How has he accomplished what he's accomplished if that's the case? But I do think we're at that spot where I think we just have an inherent disagreement when it comes to DK on this one. And we got to kind of both recognize it on that one. I appreciate where you're coming from with it, but you're not going to sell me on ever a single statistic on any given player, that being the thing I need to allow me to tell me the whole story of that player. I will always say I want all of the data. I want all of the information, and let's weigh it all in. Let's let it all bear out so that we don't find ourselves, like you said, using kind of a word you used earlier, so we don't end up cherry picking on one particular stat, because that'll lead us to the darkness. That doesn't lead you to the light. That'll have you kind of accepting a reality that's not the true reality because you only looked at one little piece rather than the whole picture. Looking close here, this is all I can see, but I look out here, then I can see everything. Yeah, see, Chad, again, the JSN thing you're doing, or like you're going with Bobo. As a person that's talking about science, again, you reference Bobo. You think it's an apt comparison, and you're not referencing here with Bobo, but I've seen you reference Bobo's catch percentage at 82% versus DK's catch percentage last year. You can't recognize the sample size of data of Jake Bobo's targets versus DK's targets last year? Like, why would we want to relate that? Or let's look at this one with JSN, for instance. Let's look at this. So let me get this right. 72% of JSN's targets last year are either behind the line of scrimmage, meaning bubble screens, or inside of 9 yards. Do we think that the stat that I'm presenting right over my left shoulder, showing you just what I'm talking about, 36% of his targets last year behind the line of scrimmage? That means bubble screens. You're factoring in catch percentage, which is going to benefit the guy running bubble screens at a high rate and make them look better than they really are. A receiver's not getting open on a bubble screen. They're being thrown a manufactured touch. It's like a handoff. But in your catch percentage stat, that benefits the guy getting a lot of bubble screens. If I'm not a receiver who runs a lot of bubble screens, i.e. a guy like DK Metcalf, I don't get that benefit in your stat, do I? So is it a shocker that JSN's catch percentage is going to be higher when he's running so few routes that are actually pressing up the football field versus DK Metcalf? That's, again, the stat doesn't tell the whole tale. It's only looking at part of this, man. And if you're not that's not clicking in, I don't know what to do on it. If I can't click into you that a guy that's getting 36% of his touches behind the line of scrimmage is going to have a higher catch rate just in general terms than the guy that's running up the football field and running 9 routes, running post routes, running deeper routes down the field, that's where I say, again, I think we reached that spot in the conversation where there's just an agree to disagreement on the side of it with that. Good morning, football. A cover 3 is normally open in the middle over the linebackers. It's true. Chad says, you're not wrong on sample size, but he had like 24 targets, and that's still a lot. At some point, more data isn't needed. It's a guy with over 100 targets versus a guy with 24 targets, Chad. I mean, you got to be careful when you're making these kind of comparisons. You do. And again, whenever, Chad, somebody's trying to draw to a simplistic state in football on a determination like you're doing here, where you're taking one stat and you are locked in on that stat to make the determination on this player. This player's value is going to be derived of this stat. You've arbitrarily chosen it, Chad, because even you would admit on this. I've heard nobody ever who's presented to me and doing this show for 5 years and doing live stream shows on multiple times a week. I've never had anybody present to me that the ultimate determinant on a player and his value as a receiver is on catch percentage. This is a new one for me, which is a little bit why I push back so much on it. Is like, this is new. I've never seen this pushed as this being this way. But again, there's problem points in this data, like the Jackson Smith one I just mentioned. You're using that and go, well, Jackson's better than DK on it. Well, Jackson's got 36% of his catches behind the line of scrimmage. Is that him getting open? Is that him running with great route detail? Or is that him turning and being thrown a ball? Ron, just want to say the DK hate is absurd, but being said, I love the content, man. It's that time of year where it's ramping up, and dude, your content just gets more exciting this season. Well, thank you, Ron. I hope that does that. That's definitely the intention on my part. So it's good to hear. And I've had a great time this offseason. It's been fun doing some of these interviews here in June. I got hopefully a couple more lined up that we can get knocked out here before the end of the month. But yeah, the DK thing is one of those tough conversations. It's like the DK Geno one for me, where it's there and it comes up. It's not just in Chad. It ain't just you on this one, Chad. We've had a variety of folks brought it up, and it does come up a lot. And so I've always said, I hope we just get him to a contract extension, and maybe then it can finally start to die down a little bit. Dizzy says, yeah, I agree, Ron. This kind of content gets me going till the season starts. Let's go. We just think someone struggled with a story problem. Not going to reply. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, could we see McDonald pull D-line out in coverage like the Browns did against us? Yes. He's going to do zone blitz drops. There is some of that built within it. Chad Brown was talking about this with Coach McPhee, I think. Dean Pease. The commonality of a background with a guy like Dean Pease going back to the Steelers, a guy that helped to train McDonald in the ways of linebackers and blitzing. And so you're going to get some of the Blitzburg stuff built within this. Blitzburg, of course, is the zone blitz was the big thing with Blitzburg, where you might only end up with 4 guys coming, but you don't know which 4 guys are coming or where they're coming from. And so that does mean then that defensive linemen are going to have some tendencies to drop out into coverage. And that's a part of it. The difference then with us doing it now versus when we've done in the past, when like Ken Norton tried to do it, is there's actual disguise in our defense when we're doing those alignments. Whereas we would show you our hand, you could see it coming with us. So it wasn't a shocker to you when we've tried to run the zone in the past. That's also the difference between having a scheme that wasn't blitz-based or having the blitz-based tenets within it, and another scheme that has the blitz tenets completely within its DNA, kind of like the Ravens McDonald system does. It's not necessarily the blitz-heavy nature of it, but just the blitz tenets, the disguising blitzes, the showing blitzes but not coming, the coming when we're not showing it. You're able to kind of mix all of that around a little bit with it. Good morning, football breakdowns. Once DK has 1,500 yards, I don't want to hear nothing. Let's go, man. Let's go. And he's legit. I agree. Good morning, football breakdowns. I will keep going to bat for DK because I passionately do believe in this guy as a player and what he brings to the field. And I do believe that this is a guy that helps us win football games, that can help be part of this organization to get back to winning Lombardi. Sweet Shinobi, here's a lighter question, Brandon. In 5 years from now, who do you think will be the best player from the last 3 drafts? The last 3 drafts? The best player of the last 3 drafts is going to be probably CJ Stroud. That would be my guess on it. I feel pretty good about that. If not him, Marvin Harrison Jr. probably. Good question. Chris, I think we need a Zoran Craig interview B, and even more so Largent. Throw Steve Rabel in there for some early days. I'm trying to get Rabel on. So Rabel, I'm working right now in the background. Craig and Zorn and Craig and Largen are all hard to pin down. So, but I'd have any of them on. If I can pull any of them onto the channel, it would be great to have. Megan would be over the moon if I can get Zorn in here. Some of these guys are hard to find the contacts on them, you know. Dizzy says, I'm surprised Lockett was second in drops. He seems so reliable. He had a bit of a down year on the drops. And it's uncustomary. Lockett's usually very, very good on the catch stuff. But there were some more blatant drops last year where the ball's in his hands, the ball's in the right spot. He usually makes that catch, and he just didn't. Didn't have a bad year. Just those did kind of pop up a little bit. Good morning, football breakdowns. Catch percentages is stupid. It doesn't tell the whole story. It just doesn't. It definitely to me has a factor and a weight that's worth being brought into the consideration, but just not the whole of the consideration. Megan says, I'm looking very much forward to seeing Grubb and Mike Mack working together and what comes from it. Best player in the last 3 drafts for me, B, and why? Oh, yeah, for the Hawks. Oh, for the Hawks. Devin Witherspoon is going to be the best player of the last 3 drafts. The reason why is because he was pretty much almost at superstar status from the moment he walked onto the football field as a rookie. There was no growing pains, really. He had to kind of find his way. You had the Detroit game where he got hit on a flea flicker. You know, he gave up a catch here or there, but other than that, he was locking things down going forward at that point, and he was an absolute complete player. 3rd highest rated corner in all of football last year as a rookie. The guy's a monster. He's just a monster. Dig Docs, does anyone know if Pumpkin did her number of Seahawks win prediction video? I missed it. It was out. I didn't do that this year quite yet. We might have to try to do that with her, though. She kind of sold on us last year. She had us at 12 wins last year. So I don't know. She was 3 off. Chad says, you'd be a great science teacher, Brandon. I'm with it. Not the strength of my background. More of a literature guy, but you never know. You never know. I appreciate you, Chad. I do, man. Great discussion today. Yeah, All-Pro Hall of Famer Devin Witherspoon. I mean, he's just, that's the type of season rookie corners just don't have. And this wasn't just merely, a Sauce Gardner the year before out there being the handsy Ramsey grabbing on everybody. I mean, he was doing it pure. He was doing it as a cover guy. He was making plays on balls and the hitting, the tackling, the fact he can play outside, he can play slot. It's just hard to deny that one. Chris says Rabes would be sweet. Maybe old Tui Asasopo. He's a coach at Monroe High School now. I believe he worked for the same company I'm at for a bit too. I'd be down to have Marquise on. I'd love to, man. I definitely would love to get the interviews as just more of a common deal. I love doing it and talking to these guys, and I do feel like there's some questions on these players that they don't always get asked that I think you guys would be interested in learning about on some of the details in the background, a little peek behind the curtain, if you will. Sweetie says Pumpkin needs her own podcast, something like the TheSeahawksNest presents Pumpkin Patch. I thought about doing an IRL stream with Pumpkin, just have my day throughout the day where I'll have a camera up on the post and see what would happen if I put that on Twitch 24/7. Probably get bigger than the football channel. Then I get depressed. My cat's saying nothing is more popular than me. Dizzy says, I was super hyped on JSN, was bummed he broke that wrist in the preseason. I think it's the double dip, a little bit like what the Seahawks scout was talking about here for the last couple of days, Dizzy, that you have him coming into camp last year where he's still trying to work through the hamstring injuries. And then you got him getting the broken wrist right at the end of the final preseason game. And how that maybe hampered a little bit of his development of his rookie year. But we're hearing he's a monster right now. And he was tearing up OTAs. So it seems to be a good harbinger. All-Pro Seahawks says, Brandon, Devin Witherspoon will be a first-team All-Pro. Book it this year. I'm booking it, man. I feel confident in that one, too. That was a legit season he just had. That was no flash in the pan. That was no, he just kind of caught people unaware. That's a guy that he's legit. I should get a cat cam. I got an extra camera. I could set up a cat cam. I could for sure. Could you live stream from a GoPro on her head? I don't think she'd let me do that. But I could probably get a couple cams set up for where she's all set up. Chris says, Manu Tuiasosopo, the data Marquise, but he'd be a fun interview too. Yeah, he'd be fun. Former Seahawk too, Chris, right? Former Seahawk, Manu. Dizzy says, I think he played a big role in why Waldron didn't target him as much throughout the season. I think that played a big role. Oh, the drops? Oh, JSN. Yeah, I think so too. I think he didn't. I don't know if Waldron Dizzy had a real plan to utilize JSN as well. That's that I go to again and again with just you look at how much the targets were short, 0 to 9 yards or behind the line of scrimmage. And the short part makes some sense with the slot, but the behind the line of scrimmage stuff, just a bit too much overload there. It just didn't seem like he always had the plan for what he wanted to do with him. Ivan says, Howell topic seems to have fizzled out all around in the past couple of weeks. Is that confidence in Geno with an air raid offense, or was Howell's intrigue premature, seeing he is a designated backup? I think it's a little bit more of just a lack of understanding and respect, not from you, Ivan, but from some of those folks that were looking at Howell as being this guy. It was more of a lack of understanding of how good Geno is, of how much ground there is to make up from a guy like Howell. You might look at Howell's last season with the yards he threw for and touchdowns not being that far from Geno and going, well, he's probably pretty close to Geno. It's probably he's a 23-year-old guy that's played 2 years in this league versus a guy like Geno that's been in the league for 10 plus years. And there's just a different level of understanding of how to play the position that it's I think there's a little bit of not a wide gulf, but there's a big gulf between the two and their capabilities right now. It doesn't mean that Howell can't long-term be a guy who can have some success in this league, Ivan. It just means that he's young and he's still developing. And the quarterback position is tough. It's a very hard one to master and understand and to get better at. It just takes time. And so I still think that the intrigue is legitimate. It's just that the intrigue shouldn't have ever been looked at as for this year, that this was the time for him to come in and be that guy. Seahawks, what was your original thought on Woolen after he snubbed his rookie year? After he snubbed rookie season? Oh, just East Coast bias. They're not going to give our guys awards. We got to be like the best, whether we're rookie of the year or MVP or whatever we may be. We've got to not only be the best, but we got to be a little bit better beyond that to really, truly earn the rewards. Or it's going to go to an East Coast guy. Because that's where the majority of the voters are. Play hand grenade. I still believe Pete handcuffed Shane. I agree. I think he was handcuffed. And we'll learn a lot about that with Shane in Chicago, of course. Dizzy says, it surely didn't seem like Waldron had a plan for JSN. I couldn't stand the bubble screens to the flat he constantly threw his way. Me neither. Especially because JSN wasn't really some hyper yak guy coming out of Ohio State. It's like he's a good yak guy, but that's not the epicenter of his game. Power Code HawksNest 12 family. How are we doing tonight? It's been a minute. So happy to tune in tonight. It's good to see you in Power Code. We're doing well, man. Upper Seahawks, Brandon, do you think Byron Murphy will make the Pro Bowl as an alternate this year as a rookie? I don't think so. I don't think he's going to get enough snaps to do that. It's part of the depth of the position is going to limit that. Doesn't mean that he's not going to be very effective in that rookie season. It's just he won't maybe get the snap counts it'll take to get to being a Pro Bowler. Chris's GoPro on Pumpkin's head would be coverage of a lot of cat baths. It would be. You'd be a lot of looking at her general tools probably would be a lot of the stream. Chad says, just dawned on me that I might have misspoke about the word control, why I use catch percentage. I didn't really mean to say that I'm using catch percentage as my sole determinant because it's a control. My bad. Oh, no worries, man. I get what you're saying with that. I get what you mean. The control was throwing me off a little bit. I do apply that in a certain way when I think of a control. I do believe. Works like control because it's an easy stat to compare with other receivers and it's an average, so it controls for totals, which include games played and a gazillion other factors. So yes, I cut you off on the other side there, sorry. Desperately isolating this one variable because comparing it all the other variables just muddles the water and causes us to reach terrible conclusions which aren't accurate, reliable. Well, it's been amazing, man. Chad, it's amazing. He's found the product from your outlook on it with that stat. It is amazing. He's found the productivity that he's been able to find. With that being the case, that, it's not very efficient in targeting him at all, but, he's found a way to be effective with it. Megan, you have yourself a great night. I remember JSN playing at the Castle the first few games last season. He's a dog for playing injured like that. Love to see it. Me too. Me too, man. No doubt about the toughness when you're coming off a broken hand, don't miss a single game. Definitely got the toughness. Definitely got the toughness. Don, great question from NFL Reddit. Who is the Hawks' biggest draft bust and biggest draft steal in the last 10 years? Well, I think that the biggest draft steal is probably going to be DK Metcalf. You've gotten almost Megatron production out of a guy that was the last pick of the second round. That's pretty good. Woolen would certainly potentially be another guy you might look at in the last 10 years as being that guy in the 5th round that you got. That's a pretty big steal there. The biggest bust has got to be Malik McDowell. I mean, that's right at the start of the second round, and that guy didn't play a single snap for you. So I think it's hard to go anything bigger than that. That one's pretty easy. Only cats. Yeah, but the thing with the catch percentages is therefore because the targets he doesn't catch are lost opportunities to other players, but you don't know why he's losing. It doesn't tell the reason for why they lose the catch percentage. If you got issues, if you have two quarterbacks, again, too, on that chat, I got to reach the spot with a man where I just don't think we're either going to move each other on it. You'll never sell me on any one player, Chad. It doesn't matter whether it's like looking at a quarterback saying a quarterback's whole, their whole effectiveness is based off of their completion percentage. Or saying a quarterback's whole value is based off of his quarterback rating. Or saying a quarterback's whole value is based off of a QBR. I just will never on any player, Chad, and it's just the place that I stand very resolutely. I think rather than muddying the water, I think taking in other data gives you more of a story of what's going on. And that there's a drive that I see, Chad, and I'm not saying that you're doing it here, but I have a little bit of an instinct that might be what's going on here a little bit on some of this, where there is an instinct from some football fans that I encounter at times to find a way to take this game that is eminently complicated and has all of these moving parts and to drive to a point of singular simplicity. And I understand, and I think that this is a drive that we do in life, in normal life. We're all busy, we're all trying to categorize things and put things into easy markers. You don't have to think of things anymore. But I don't think that necessarily means you're getting the whole story on it. And I think we're going to be in disagreement on this, but you've got to understand that you're a little bit of the one that's on the end of the branch here. Because like I said, in 5 years of doing this show and 5 years of doing this show multiple times every week, there's never been a single person in the history of doing this show that's come to me and has ever said, catch percentage is the ultimate determinant on a receiver's value. So you could be brilliant. You could be just so much smarter than the rest of the folks that have come through my chat and myself on this and your outlook of the receiver position. Or maybe this is being that I don't ever hear this brought up conceptually from anybody else on this, that there's a little bit of, you mentioned the word muddy, that you've allowed the stat to kind of muddy the eyes up rather than the rest of the stuff that should be brought into play. And I think the rest of the stuff needs to be brought into play. I think when you're taking in the catch percentage, Chad, you're not thinking about that 32nd rank and thinking of how that factors into what that causes in other places like I brought up to you earlier. If I know you're not throwing in between the hash marks, do you think the defense leans outside the hash marks? Does that then make a receiver who might run a great route have his great route neutralized because the cornerback is sitting on the route? Tre'Davious Ward last year on a route to DK where he's running an out route, you might look at that route, Chad, and from your perspective, and this is that arbitrary nation we get to, where you look at that route and you say, well, DK didn't run a good route. But guess what? Tre'Davious Ward was squatting on the out route the whole effing time. He's squatting on the F route the whole time. Now, is that because the offense was so predictable? Yeah. Is that also because Tre'Davious Ward knows he doesn't have to worry about the inside of the field and that he can afford to then squat on that out route? That ball was picked. That ball was intercepted. This is where we get to what I say on this, and I try to drive this, Chad, where we'll have a difference of opinion. You watch that play and say, DK didn't run the route right. I watch that play and say, Tre'Davious Ward's squatting on the out route. If I got the guy squat, it's pretty obvious when you're watching a corner. You watch all 22 tape. When I'm watching a corner squat on out route, it's pretty obvious. They're squatting on the out route. Their feet aren't active. They're just kind of sitting there waiting on it because they know what's coming. But I do think it's where we're going to have a bit of a difference of opinion. And it's where I'll say, I'm going to be very consistent on this, where not only is no one's ever brought in my chat before catch percentages the determinant of receiver, But never am I going to look at any player and take some single stat and say that single stat needs to be your ultimate barometer for that player's value and how good or how bad they are. That will never, in my opinion, ever come close to telling the whole story of a player. Lewis has just logged on. Love the content. Was the Geno part of the breakout player conversation? Go Hawks. I had players I had as level up guys. So I had 4 level up. I had 4 breakout players, 4 level up guys. My 4 level up guys were Jackson Smith-Njigba, DK Metcalf, Derek Hall, and Geno Smith. So Geno Smith was one of my level up guys. My breakout guys were Olu Oluwatimi, Kenneth Walker, Charles Cross, Noah Fant, and Boye Mafe. So Geno didn't quite get to the stage of being breakout, but I do see him as being a 4,600 yard guy with 36 touchdowns, 35 touchdowns passing. I do see a really great year from him, Lou. I do. And thank you, man, on the kind comment. Appreciate you for that. What's going to be? You should rename the channel to Pumpkin's Perch on April's Fool Day. Just have Pumpkin in the camera. I know, because a whole lot of people then unsub. They're like, cat channel? What the hell? Ron, I also think DK and JSN should be the focal points in the passing game. Also, I love Lockett, but considering the contract, I wouldn't be mad seeing Bobo get more opportunities. I believe he's a solid 3 on any team. Bobo should get some opportunities, yeah. Probably the last year of Lockett here, Ron. So he's probably still going to get his sure number of touches and catches and stuff, but this will probably be the last one. Swedish Shinobi says, suggesting lost opportunities other players kind of insinuates that they were also open on the play or was the first read. That's true. There's a little bit of that built in with that, Swedish. I agree. Chad says, wow, great point on Lamar. Playing KC, Lamar's great, but his weakness is accuracy, especially on passes when he gets really exposed. And KC definitely gave him all those days to trade full to defend. They did. Forced him into his weakness, man. Did that for sure. I always thought availability was the same thing that measures a wide receiver value. I always thought availability was the thing that measures a wide receiver value. Definitely a part of it. Justin says, be as focused, laughing out loud. I'm always focused. Addicted, can't wait to watch the full stream tomorrow. There's some good stuff. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate you on that. Greg says, the conclusion is DK is better than Megatron based on catch percentage. And Megatron's catch percentage means he shouldn't have been a number 1 target because he never had a catch percentage higher than 60.8 and had a 40 catch percentage 1 year. I guess that would be the question to Chad on this one. Is that the logical deducement that we should make from that? And that's a little bit of seemingly what I think he might be kind of saying there. Yeah. Chris says, I stayed for the cat bath content, but stayed for the hot cot. Let's go. Let's go. Well, we've got about 4 hours on into the show. I think we'll kind of put a little bit of a button on this. Let's get the last couple of questions on in, and we will go ahead and wrap this up. We've got I believe it's a Wednesday show this week with EJ of Bootleg Football with Brett Coleman. It's going to come on the channel. We're going to chop it up and talk a little bit of football over here on that side of it. So we'll be kind of loose and free and just kind of flowing with it this month with the shows. So they'll kind of come, they'll kind of go a little bit, but we'll be in and out a little bit here. Well, I got some more stuff lined up, no doubt about that. Justin says, in the offseason, we are football fans. At kickoff, enemies. That's right. That's right. Swedish Shinobi says, Megatron overrated. You heard it here first. Tongue firmly planted in cheek. Tongue firmly planted in cheek. All right. Well, I want to thank one last time here to the sponsor of this show. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now will match you up to 100% of your first deposit. Use my code NEST and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. That's $100 from me to you, and you support the channel at the same time. We call that a win-win-win in my industry. So please do use that code today. Take advantage of their ongoing contest, NBA Finals. They've got some great deals. New customers sign up. They give you some freebie kind of picks in there with like 0.5 parlay things where you can just kind of add it right to the stack as a freebie easy. So they do a lot to set you up to get even just an initial first win over there. But do please use my code today at Underdog Fantasy, as they have been so kind to sponsor the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. As I said, we'll be back here shortly this week. I'm working on some other videos here too, so we'll get some more content up on the channel here. I want to get a couple other cut-ups from the Chad Brown interview up on the channel, and working on a few other things in the background of it. So we'll keep this going on my side of it. I want to let you guys know too, if anyone was unaware, we've got the Hawks Nest Clips channel going. So all these live stream shows are going to what's called the Hawks Nest Clips. You can find that on YouTube, Hawks Nest Clips. And I'm releasing like 2 or 3 clips off that channel a day off these live stream shows. For those folks looking for some of the shorter content, that's the way to kind of find it. It's been growing. We've been getting really big. We've got over, I think, 1,100 subscribers over there now. It's been just basically going for about a month. So it's kicking butt over there, and there's a lot of people that are liking the content over there. I'm going to keep feeding that on that side of things. So do get subbed up as well over to the Hawks Nest Clips channel, as that's going to keep rolling along on into the season. I want to keep and make that a real big part where we just have a lot of stuff kind of flowing over there as far as just extra content goes. So I thank you guys so much for watching today, Chad. I appreciate you for all of the great discussion and hanging in with me on that, and understanding too what we are doing here, and that there aren't none of this is ever any personal attack to anybody on it. Even when there is real fervent disagreement, as there is today, and there are hot button topics in this fan base that we've gone over before. We had the Russell Wilson debate of where he was, and Coach Carroll debate of where he was, and Geno Smith, whether or not he's a good quarterback or not, and DK, whether or not we should sign him to extension or should he trade him. And these are all hot button topics that are going to draw out the raw emotions, and people are going to feel very secure in what they believe and think. And I appreciate having different opinions in here. I appreciate having the discussion go in different directions in that way. And even if it doesn't always seem like that, that is absolutely the case. So I thank you guys for that. And we had some great discussion again today. And as always, you guys kept it very respectful in the chat, which is the thing that I just asked for, that we can have these tough talks, but we don't ever have to go to personal attacks or insults or any of that type of stuff. We can always keep the gloves up. Don't have to hit anybody in the testes here, right? No testy shots here. We can go liver, we can go head. Don't got to go any no testy shots. So let's keep those gloves up. I thank you guys for watching today. We will be back very soon here on the channel. If you guys can for me, please do hit that like button on out the door. And if you're not subbed up, what are you doing? Come on, get subbed up. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers, and you can help us get there today, right now. Appreciate you guys watching. Thank you so much. I will be back shortly, and I hope I don't have to remind you to never forget, but just in case I do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.